Okay, Jerry. I'll take her in. Right. Attention. Captains of crew, stand by to reverse polarity. Standard Class A security will be maintained upon landing. And until further notice, all hands will wear sidearms. That is all. Artificial gravity off.
Grab off.
Half flux.
Half flux.
Cut primary coils.
Primary's cut, sir.
Better.
All clear, sir.
Look at the color of that sky. Yeah, but I'll still take blue.
Okay, so that is the landing of something in the movie Forbidden Planet from 1956. Now, what was it about this that you wanted to talk about, Roxy? What are the points you want to make? Are you there, Roxy? We can hear you. Roxy.
Yes. Hello, Forsley.
Okay.
We landed.
What? Why? You couldn't hear me?
Oh, I had to get some of my notes. I forgot in the kitchen.
Okay. All right. So this opening, you wanted to start the Zappa hour with this scene of them landing on the Forbidden Planet, and I guess what's obvious to me is that this was one of the first uses of electronic music in science fiction.
Well, Forbidden Planet was the first movie ever with all effects and all soundtrack made with electronic music by a couple, Bebe and Louis Barrett. Or
the couple.
Babbitt.
Yeah. Are they Louis and Bebe Barron? B-A-R-O-N.
Barron, yeah.
Right? Yeah. Now,
yes,
are they students of Stockhausen or Webern or somebody? Like who does that European composer tradition of electronics enter into this?
Yes, they were very serious composers, but this is the new phenomenon in the 20th century. We are all exposed to both the high art and the low culture, and we cannot separate that anymore. And that's the topic for tonight, how the Tactility we are going into, the erasure of the borders between art and science, take place with the help of all these science fiction memes and tropes that are educating us. We cannot longer separate.
So Zappa is watching, as a teenager, he's watching these movies and knowledgeable probably on the who's making the soundtracks for Hollywood. The composers coming out of sophisticated high art backgrounds are making soundtracks for silly, cheap science fiction movies. That has to, you're saying, influence Frank about how he wants to take his career. What is he going to do with his career? And later, he's always talking about making a soundtrack for movies. This movie for your ears.
Yes, and in a way, it's this idea of James Joyce, this, I think he calls that the monomyth, that everything we're doing, no matter how superficial or banal it seems, is part of this big odyssey of humanity. And everything is somehow an expression of this going back to our power, the big trouble we're actually into without being aware. And the big odyssey.
The journey to the moon. McLuhan has a picture of these witches on planet Earth watching TV at midnight, and it's an image from an ad in the book Culture is Our Business, 1970, and he says going to the moon was a new suburban activity. The new suburbs would be the moon, I think is what he's saying, and somehow the people of the night, the witches, would be engaged in traveling to the moon via television. So it's a mixed media image. Important.
Yes, and Ion has been using also all this popular culture, science fiction, and memes and tropes to illustrate what they're trying to communicate with us. They're not using only the science and the high culture, but everything.
Okay, so that was Lewis and Bebe Barron doing the landing scene. I want to play a piece they made, Love at the Swimming Hole. I don't know if that's part of the movie soundtrack, but you sent it. Let's give another example of their work.
It's another
scene?
Work they had, but for me it was like Love at the Swimming Hole is the vortex we were talking about last week.
Right. Now you're saying Love at the Swimming Hole is not part of the soundtrack of Forbidden Planet. It's a separate work.
Yeah, but...
right? All right.
Yeah, for me, that work, it's about the vortex.
Okay, let's listen to it. It seems to be showing them in... I can't stop it. Okay, there it stopped. It's showing them a picture of them in their lab. Okay, so this is their own work. This is not used in this film soundtrack, but this is them as a serious composer, I guess, and it's called Love at the Swimming Hole. Yeah, I'll move it back just a bit. Okay, so that was Lewis and Bebe Barron, Baron, Love at the Swimming Hole. I'm assuming that was created in the 50s. And the comments, first person says, these are pioneers of electronic music. I love the early sound and music experiments with tapes. Someone else says, I love this. Is any of this music available on CD? Then someone else says, Lewis and Bebe Barron are the godparents of electronic music as we know it now. This piece here, and they give a piece, is from the soundtrack to the classic 1956 science fiction film Forbidden Planet. Then someone else says, this is incredible. Someone else says, look for Bells of Atlantis on YouTube.
Recognized because all this music created the whole science fiction landscape that became a cliche. All these type of sounds that we then were used to associate with these cartoons and comics and films.
And so they say, look for Bells of Atlantis on YouTube, and then someone else says, incredible, so advanced for its time. I'm curious to hear other music of theirs separate from Forbidden Planet. So if this was presented at a concert in 1956, they would have been booed out, right? Nobody would have thought this was pleasant. But now we've been mutated by so many landscapes of sound and tactile textures that this seems great to us now, this 1960-year-old stuff. But it would not be popular was Stockhausen popular? Could he go into the Berlin Symphony and play this to an audience in 1960, and would they like it?
No, and that was one of the reasons Zappa said he didn't become a serious composer, because he was not boring enough.
He wasn't go through that. He wasn't what? boring?
Boring enough or
right, it was too boring and it wasn't worth beating your head over an audience that wasn't going to respect it or be interested in it. So
the thing with electronic music is there are many things going on and you don't have a tonality or sometimes a rhythm, so people need these melodies and rhythm to sort of catch their attention. Otherwise, it's very hard for people to concentrate and really listen. That's the thing that Pauline Oliveros always said. You have to go into quantum listening and listen what's going on with the sounds and how the sounds are evolving. But, people were not used to that. It was completely new. And we can also see how it was also associated with this new fear of humanity, the hot fusion. Traumatized everybody. The energy. The hot fusion, the nuclear blasting.
Yeah. Nuclear, traumatized people.
Created a terror in all humanity. And technology had been since then associated like with Frankenstein horror, that it will somehow get out of our hands and we will not be able to control it, or that technology will surpass us and will be better than us and will somehow enslave us. And
which
that's
happened,
a constant,
which did come true. It all came true.
Yes.
We are
that's a constant meme in popular culture and science fiction, and that's when all these monsters Frank Zappa loved start appearing.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting his use of the monster as an image of symbolism for all kinds of these environmental problems. It's a very good icon to use, the King Kong monster. So let me read you what McLuhan said about electronic music, or about what came after 19th century normal music. Music based on Bach's scales, or whoever provided the scales that was normal.
Yes,
here's what McLuhan says. Yeah, the tonality, the tonal scale? Tone scale? What's the phrase for?
It's a harmony with a central tone, like you have G or E or whatever.
Here's McLuhan writing. Atonality, so atonality, not tonal, atonality in music represents the abandonment of the central key, that is, of a single perspective or organizing frame to which all elements of a composition are related. So all elements of a composition are related to a central key, which is a central perspective or organizing frame. That is, tonality served as a figure to which to relate other figures in an abstract way. In the mosaic of acoustic space, however, each element creates its own space. So if tonality is acoustic space, so they are relating as a figure to a central key, so there's the visual center margin structure.
That was the idea of Bach, that notes are like planets around the sun, and there is this important, the tonic, the central key is like the sun, and all the other notes have to revolve around this sun. But that was his translation of the power of God into music. So we wanted to make this interface with that idea of the power.
Newtonian universe. The Newtonian universe. Yeah. But it says each element creates its own space. So each note is a planet making its own space, but it must salute the central flag of the central key, right? That's what it. Yes. They make
everything evolving around that central key. That's the idea.
All right.
Of
so then McLuhan says. So then McLuhan specifically parallels atonality to acoustic space. He says, quote, using atonality as an acoustic space wherever you are at the moment is the key you're in. The tonal center is where you are, and the governing consideration is the nature of and effect on the overall pattern. The governing consideration is the nature of and effect on the overall pattern. Such space, the atonality space, is not uniform, but rather a multidimensional dynamic of figure and ground. That's
because we're in a new galaxy beyond the Gutenberg galaxy, where everything is happening at the same time for no reason at all, like Frank Zappa said. And we have
making their own spaces, and making everything is in its own decentralized position, and making their own space. So we're witnessing tones or tactile textures making their own space in Lewis and Bebe Barron's music. This electronic.
We're sort of discovering new landscapes that are created by machines. The machines are making sounds as they are used.
Acoustic spaces.
And
new acoustic spaces.
Ideas of the Italian futurists. They wanted to use this. Also, Russians before the Italians, they were trying to make music with these machine sequences of noises as they were used, or this type of very repetitive that also became a part of the mainstream music. We usually hear to 4-beat music, and I suppose that's an effect of this, because before there was much more diversity, and then music became also like simplified, like a loop, and with less complexity in the involvement of the musical ideas. It's just like a melody, 4-beat, and 3 chords, and that's what everybody likes.
At the time of Barron doing this stuff, I assume in the 50s, R&B and rock is taking over, which is meeting a new need, a new sensory mix of tactility that the TV screen, the black and white TV screen, is bringing in. So music is responding to a desire for deeper textures, rougher textures, and they found that in the blues antecedents, Muddy Waters and John Lee Hooker people. So the audience is responding to that, whereas the aesthetes are making electronic music, and they're still like conceptualizing or coming up with theory. They're still abstract and almost academic in what they're doing. They're like Frank's going to come along and mix what the Barons are doing with what John Lee Hooker's doing. He mixes.
That's a big thing with Zappa, that he sees how music is evolving into this, what Adorno was criticizing, that is very stupid. It's actually just for proletarians to get some relax.
But Zappa didn't see it that way. Zappa, he didn't see it
that's how
in the opposite way.
Zappa goes and takes all these means from popular culture and tries to make a more interesting music in all senses.
Yeah, without the divisions that Adorno had. So I just want to check to see if Bert came in. I just unmuted. Is that you, Bert? And another one. Is that you, Bert? I've opened 2 lines. No Bert. Let's see, Bert. I mean, what time is it over there? It's 5:45, right? So he may be not up yet. 5:45 in the morning. Okay, so here I made a nice discovery this week in relation to what we're doing here. Carolyn Guertin, in one of her articles online, quotes an article by McLuhan called Art as Survival in the Electric Age, and it's based on a speech he gave at Columbia University to a group of undergraduate students on April 9th, 1973. Now, in light of all the things we've said, and we've done 60 hours of talking about Zappa so far, and at 60 hours, and we covered the Vortex and the Poe and all that. Well, I read this essay, and I had not read it before or don't remember reading it. It's an obscure essay that you can find in the collection that his daughter put together called Understanding Me, subtitled Lectures and Interviews. So on page 206, it has this pretty amazing essay, and this is you're going to see it illustrating in his terms what we're talking about. So I'd like to read this essay. We'll go back to playing other things and dealing with the freak-out list, but this is a great summary of issues we've been trying to talk about, Roxy, as you'll see. And it explains what the questions and the issues and the problems and solutions that Frank is wrestling with. And McLuhan's right on the money here with the different things he brings in. So remembering, Carolyn, you brought up electronic music. Do you understand that you're not telling a story? Tonality tells a story, a melody. That's within a communication of matching. I'm going to tell you something and you're going to be intrigued. Your mind's going to understand what I'm talking about and you're going to get the effect I want on your mind. These guys, the electronic guys, are saying, we're not telling a story anymore. We're going to create new spaces. It's like Zappa saying, I want to play it to find out what it sounds like. He knows they can make, with this new technology, new kinds of acoustic landscapes. Zappa goes a little further than these technical Stockhausen derivative electronic composers by bringing in movies and other cultural phenomena to mix in with the pure sound. So Frank's moving to synesthesia, whereas the Barrons are just working with ear space and making new spaces from it, new landscapes. So McLuhan, knowing that, let's see what he says. So he starts off, and what's good about this, Roxy, is he's talking about art as survival. Frank Zappa is going to offer modules of survival, capsules of vitamins, nutrition. He's always saying we're like a house.
That's a very crucial thing for humanity, since there is the hot fusion, the nuclear fear of being blasted. This become a real important meme, survival. And I will also just wanted to add, before we go on, that in the Forbidden Planet, you never see the monster of that planet. The monster is only a sound. When the monster is approaching, you only hear these weird sounds coming. And
well, when I looked at it,
quite important.
No, that's pretty profound. That they understand it's an invisible environment. And 2 points. First of all, McLuhan in the 50s is saying that television is far more dangerous to the human species than the nuclear bomb. So everybody is reacting to the figure of the bomb and paranoid and uptight about it. And Frank's saying, no, man, you guys got to, you guys are talking about a puny thing. It's the television that's going to wreck your world more than the bomb is. So that's an interesting point to remind people of, that McLuhan is saying TV is more dangerous than the atomic bomb.
Yes, and actually, he was saying the whole medias are the vortex that are
the real bomb.
More dangerous than the blasting of the nuclear.
He called it the information bomb, and in the 60s he called the nuclear bomb, the atomic bomb, an information bomb. So it's the information bomb as a multi-level meaning. And certainly Frank is wrestling with the information bomb, because he says that the mother's invention in the 60s, he said that we're like a household ammonia, household cleaner. And he said we're not entertainment. He didn't say we're therapy. We're a useful consumable that will do you well, much like Ion says the RNA drops are. You're going to need this stuff. So Frank felt necessity is the mother of invention, right? They were there to provide a medical, he called himself Dr. Zircon all the time, a medical solution or input or effect that wasn't just mere entertainment. So that's what McLuhan's going to talk about, art as survival. Frank thought that his stuff would enhance your chance to survive. So here's what McLuhan says. He begins, I propose to consider art as a liaison between biology and technology, among other things. And I'm going to venture to read a passage from the work of A.T. Simeon's Man's Presumptuous Brain. That's the name of the book, Man's Presumptuous Brain. This work indicates a certain gap in our equipment for which perhaps the artist was intended to close. So the artist, Marshall's going to define the gap that the artist closes up or makes more balanced. So Dr. Simeon is a biologist. He says this. In man's pre-human ancestors, the close and harmonious coordination of cortex and brainstem was a highly satisfactory means of assuring survival and evolutionary prosperity, as it still is in all wild-living mammals. But when, about 500,000 years ago, man began very slowly to embark upon the road to cultural advance, an entirely new situation arose. The use of implements and the control of fire introduced artifacts of which the cortex could avail itself for the purposes of living. Remember you're saying the close and harmonious coordination of the cortex and brainstem. But now, with the introduction of implements and the control of fire, these produced artifacts of which the cortex could avail itself for the purposes of living. These artifacts had no relation, however, to the organization of the body and could therefore not be integrated into the functioning of the brainstem. So the cortex could avail itself of these artifacts, like controlling fire, but these artifacts had no relation whatever to the organization of the body and could therefore not be integrated into the functioning of the brainstem. The brainstem's great body-regulating center, the diencephalon, continued to function just as if the artifacts were non-existent. But as the diencephalon is also the organ in which instincts are generated, the earliest humans found themselves faced with a very old problem in a new garb. Their instinctive behavior ceased to be appropriate in the new situations in which the vortex created by using artifacts. So the cortex is extending itself and creating new situations, but the instinctive behavior ceased to be appropriate. Just as in the pre-mammalian reptiles, just as in the pre-mammalian reptiles, the new environment in the trees rendered many ancient reflexes pointless. The new artificial environment which man began to build for himself at the dawn of culture made many of his animal reflexes useless. So McLuhan quoted or referred to A.T. Simeon's book, Man's Presumptuous Brain, quite a lot in the 70s. And, of course, nobody was paying attention and not looking into it. But for him, it was a big support coming from biological categories of the issue that he thought the artist was dealing with. So the art is going to bridge the cortex with the brainstem. Carolyn, do you know anything about the diencephalon? What does this mean to you?
It's just an area in the brain. I don't know much about it. You could look it up and find its functions. But if it's instinctual, it's down near the brain stem, and that's sort of where total biology gets its references, where the body in instinct will always behave in a certain manner. Under stress, we go to our instincts.
Okay, and these instincts are going to be inappropriate, and they're going to act on what they think of the problems are, and they don't recognize the new environments caused by the extensions of the cortex, the artifacts.
Not at all.
Does that make sense to you? From your total biology knowledge?
Oh, I thought you were talking.
No, I'm just asking Carolyn. Does that make? That what we're describing here, Carolyn? Is that what total biology is claiming?
Yeah.
That our brain stem is not.
We go back to the primitive.
And it's doing all kinds of stuff on your body that you don't know, and you need to understand what it's doing.
Right. You don't direct it intellectually.
Right. So. The artifacts around us. Now, this is where I would criticize the total biology, that they didn't include the effects of the new media in their encyclopedic inventory of effects.
But you just said yourself, the primitive instinctual is separate from the new environment, and that's what total biology is based on.
Well, that's what Simeon says. Simeon doesn't say that art bridges that problem, that separation. So new media are new art forms that total biology doesn't acknowledge.
Correct.
They're still dealing with the A.T. Simeon's presumptuous brain scenario. But that's just a side thought.
Right.
But watch how McLuhan comes up.
It's important because until now, all systems were not complete. We were not considering all aspects of the human bodies.
That's right, not until Liaison.
Yeah, and Joyce and McLuhan see, also Lewis, that both art and technology are tools for survival because we need the technology.
Are what for survival? Art and technology are what for
tools.
Survival? What was the word?
Tools.
What? Food?
Tools for
food.
Tools. Tools.
Oh, tools.
Tools.
Well,
yes,
they actually don't cause, they cause disruption. They don't cause survival. They cause a threat to survival because the brainstem doesn't understand what the new tools are for.
In a way, men think they're inventing things to adapt better to the environment, from fire and clothing and weapons to the newest technology. We always thought these expansions are helping us to survive, to adapt to the new conditions of environment. And art was the balance between, we needed this new perception that the artists were presenting as they were seeing the new changes of the technologies, the things that were invisible for most. We needed this balance with art. So art and technology are, since there is no more mutation, we needed somehow to evolve into this altering.
Well, the technology took over replaced biological evolution, and the body didn't recognize the technological evolution that was happening around it. So we don't want to use technology and art together at first. Later, technologies, media, become art forms. So the environments themselves are the new therapies, but not at the beginning. The artist is instinctive. He's going through some kind of complex clairvoyance, and coming up with novels and plays and scenarios, stages of apprehension presented in various art forms that are meeting the stresses of the community, in the 1700s, 1800s, 1900s. They fail after World War II. Once the atomic bomb comes in, the arts fail to bridge the gap between the brainstem and the new evolution of technology. So this is what McLuhan's proposing. This is the radical idea, practical use of art. Now, he doesn't mean just any art. You have to get into what McLuhan means by art to say when he's talking about artists. Okay, so he quotes this guy, and it's a good quote. He never read, and he would quote a little bit from Simeon's, but I don't think he ever quoted as much as this lecture has. It's a good chunk. Okay, so then McLuhan comments on Simeon's. He says, this enormous gap between man's natural equipment, the biology, and his technology has gotten bigger and bigger. Bigger gap. I suggest that the artist's role is to fill that gap by retuning and modifying the perceptual apparatus that enables us to survive in a rapidly developing environment. Art provides the training and perception, the tuning or updating of senses during technological advance. Yeah. Now, here's the point. McLuhan doesn't mean, in 1973, when he's saying this, he doesn't mean what Zappa is doing, what Andy Warhol's doing, what Stockhouse is doing, what Broadway plays are doing, not even what Hollywood and Archie Bunker TV shows are doing. The media are art forms, but they're not the solution. The artist takes the computer and programs a global media diet with what he called a global thermostat. Now, that's a huge operation. But McLuhan is saying, he is the only artist, and he knows how to modulate the situation. And what people think is art is coming nowhere near it. Now, Frank wasn't on that huge level, but Frank is one step below that level, as shown in his play, Dio Fa. He knows how to orchestrate as a satellite conductor to show in his art the orchestration that's required. And it's already going on in Wall Street and in the intelligence agencies and the White House, and the word that makes the market. So many artists read McLuhan in the 60s, oh, look, he's celebrating us. And he was not celebrating your regular artists. They didn't know what was going on. McLuhan wrote way back in 1960 that all could not meet the new situation after World War II. The surrealists, the dadaists, the psychogeographics.
For example, in Japan, there was this phenomenon of the Godzilla monster. And the Japanese made a big exhibition about the whole Godzilla meme, and they really celebrate Godzilla as a big, serious form of art, because after the blasting in Nagasaki, they really saw that as an expression of deep subliminal needs. They need to
wait a minute. Are you saying that this is when did the Japanese appreciate this? No, wait, are you talking about in the 50s when Hollywood put out King Kong, the Japanese immediately said, oh, that's about us. That's what happened in Hiroshima. Is that in the 50s, or is this a bunch of art theorists in the 1970s saying that? When is this appreciation happening?
No, I think there was a big exhibition, I think it was 2011.
And it was exhibiting all these movies, science fiction movies of the 50s.
No, the Godzilla, specific Godzilla, because in order to survive...
They were celebrating, like what, Roxy, let's get it clear. Are they celebrating the director who made Godzilla movies? What a genius. He was showing us 50 years ago what the Americans did to us. Is that what they're celebrating? Like, what are they celebrating in their exhibition in 2011?
They're celebrating the fact that they needed this form of expression of art to survive this trauma, because
the Japanese loved they actually weren't made in Hollywood. These monster movies are made in Japan. So they're celebrating the fact that the directors in the 50s in Japan came up with the right kind of movie to assuage the tensions and anger of the Japanese consumer, right? It helped the Japanese understand what the Americans had done.
Yes, it was a big therapy for the people, like to see all this blasting of the blasting of the Barron, and then the happy end is just going back to normality. That's
right. You should see Carol miming what the monsters, what she thinks the monsters did to them. She's grabbing at her throat and throwing her body around the room to mime the monster throwing the human chemical bodies in 1955. So you're saying
it's
that...
funny because Ion also said Godzilla is coming, so he's also making a reference to this big blasting of the environment.
That's right, the huge one, the big one, the EMP disaster. Let me just see, is that you, Bert? I just unmuted. Is that you, Bert?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Are you coming early, or is this when you regularly can make it?
No, this is early.
No, it's an either or, Bert. Are you coming earlier than usual?
Yes.
Good, thank you, because I requested
You blew your first question,
Bert. You're a yes man, Bert. Cut out this yes man.
It's going to be a tough night.
Yeah, okay, Bert. So do you listen a bit before you come on? Have you been listening for the last hour or whatever?
I listened for the first hour. Yes, I listened for the first hour.
What time do you get up in the morning on your Saturday morning? You get up at 4 in the morning to hear us?
About 4:30 or 5 o'clock. But today it was 5
right,
o'clock.
So you get up. So you missed the music. You missed the very beginning, but you hear me and Carolyn talking about Carolyn Guertin. Did you hear that part?
No. I got up an hour ago, so I heard you right. You started with Roxana.
Oh, okay, good. All right, so now you're here, and do you have any... I'm reading this very good essay that sums up what we've done with Zappa really well and pushes it into what we find is important as Zappa. Is there anything you want to say about anything, get off your chest from last week or something before, right now, or do you want to do it later?
I'll do it later.
Okay, so nothing urgent.
I would like to say something before I forget, because...
Okay, go.
Yeah,
sure.
Yes, for example, the readers saw also the influence of all these horror monsters and science fiction. He said before there was like...
You said Derridas? I didn't get who you said.
Derrida.
Oh, Derrida. Derrida saw it? You're going to give him credit for something? What did he do? He saw this?
He did a lot of essays about monsters and science fiction, because he said it influenced the language. There was before the literary language and the science language. And science fiction sort of fused both in a new type of expression that this memes and language from science fiction were then used in everything, in art, in politics, in economy. So this, with science fiction, there was a blending of both type of expressions that
high and low.
We're trying to be separated with during the Gutenberg Galaxy, the literary language and the science language.
Right.
Became
and
again
Derrida,
tactile, like one. Yeah, the way he expresses is very complex, but it's just like a very easy way to say it.
Well, it says, and now when did Derrida, in your knowledge, write these essays? In the 80s?
He did several ones. So. Yes,
but did he do it in the 60s or 50s? How ahead of everybody was he? Was he doing it in the 60s or did he do it in the 80s?
I'm not sure, but because he wrote in different books and essays about these topics of the monsters and the science fiction.
Okay, so Derrida,
but I think
James
it's
Joyce,
very interesting that he sees this fusing of art and science in literature.
Right. So
it's
listen to this.
Something happening everywhere.
So James Joyce said through the Evergreens, if he was going to write today, if he was alive, he'd write science fiction. And he meant that Finnegans Wake was an obscure kind of science fiction, but nobody could see that. But here's a book called American Science Fiction and the Cold War, Literature and Film, edited by David Seed. David Seed is the guy who wrote a book on Thomas Pynchon and showed the influence of McLuhan on Thomas Pynchon. So I find it interesting that David Seed, a McLuhanist, is now put a book out, American Science Fiction, and he's got Derrida writing for it. Derrida is in it. So this McLuhanite, semi-McLuhanite, brings in Derrida for this collection called American Science Fiction in the Cold War. And it's Derrida going on about this and that you're talking about. And that's back in, I guess, the 80s. So now here's the important thing, is that McLuhan was talking about science fiction in the 50s, probably ahead of everybody. And he was celebrating Wyndham Lewis, who wrote science fiction in 1928 called The Chaldermas, the first volume of 3, the Human Age trilogy. So you have Lewis and Joyce doing science fiction and nobody recognizing it. Not that they made it easy to recognize. But Joyce said that he did not want to be seen as doing actual science fiction because that was children's literature back in the 20s and 30s. He certainly wasn't going to he wasn't going to go that Manipian and merge children's literature. Now, that's a good point. You can do high and low culture, but you dare do children's literature as well as abstract? But that's what Gulliver's Travel is. And Alice in Wonderland. They're Manipian satires, and they're children's literature on the surface. So maybe Finnegans Wake could be children's literature. I mean, kids would love to mouth the weird syllables in Finnegans Wake. So I might take back what I said. So let me carry on.
I just want to say this. It's like both the right brain language and the left brain language, the literature, art, and the science are trying to...
Well, film is right hemisphere. It's image. Film is image, and it's up against the verbal, which is literature. Verbal versus pictorial. That's a dialectic that McLuhan writes about in the Gutenberg Galaxy book in 1962. So, but remember, television is beyond the verbal versus the pictorial. Television is tactile. Movies aren't tactile. So it's easy for the Japanese and for postmodernists to celebrate Japanese movies. And they're saying, wow, this prepared us for Hiroshima. No. The King Kong movies were warning people about television, not fucking nuclear war. And those Derrida is going on about nuclear war, and he misses it. More important is TV. So that's never been said before, Roxy. Right here in exclusive. Bob criticizes the Japanese didn't even know what the fucking monster was.
Well, it's a big metaphor of they actually were
of the android meme
in this in the technology after Godzilla blasted everything.
You know, there was something I remember. Frank Zappa was talking about monster movies, and it was a bit corny to most people in the late 60s, early 70s. Then there was this Hollywood movie around 1970, 71, 72, and I don't know if it was A Long Goodbye with Elliot Gould, but I'd like to see where it was. And it showed a bunch of, college-age kids watching old movies and laughing and making a big deal out of it. And I thought the director of that movie knew what Zappa was talking about, because he has a scene where people in L.A. picked up on what Zappa was talking about and were celebrating old monster movies. That was a scene in this film. So I'd like to find out where that was, because it seemed to be showing the subculture in L.A. influenced by Zappa and the Freaks, who were making a big deal out of the old monster movies. They were turning Japanese. You're saying, Roxy, the Japanese already knew the importance of the metaphor.
Well, it's very interesting how they were blasted, and then all these Godzilla films were made as a type of therapy. And the happy end was always returning to normality. And then they became the most technological society, and they were somehow experiencing before other cultures what it's like to be in this new type of mega
they became
high-tech
they worried about the nuclear. Yeah, they became the nuclear. They didn't know they were going to become monsterized by the high-tech world that they would adopt rapidly. And so they rearview mirrored it and thought it was nuclear war that was going to threaten them. They didn't recognize television, which was the precursor of the high-tech world that was coming to the Japanese. The Japanese didn't know they were tactile.
That was the real Godzilla was to come.
Yes, the Bobzilla, Iondom. And Iondom does brag every now and then as if it is a Godzilla operation. So that may be why we will be blasphemed later. So let me read what McLuhan says. I found this. You guys are going to, I think you're going to find this essay really good, useful. And its subplot is, this is what Frank was responding to. So, art provides the training and perception, the tuning or updating of the senses during technological advance. Then McLuhan says, this reminds me of another event, October 4th, 1957, the date of Sputnik, the date when a man-made environment went around the planet. I think of technologies as extensions of man, of our bodies, of our faculties. I'm not sure what Sputnik is an extension of, but it may be an extension of the planet itself. Now, here's McLuhan. He's talking to an audience, to a bunch of students, so he's a bit more conciliatory, where if he wrote this, he'd say the Sputnik is an extension of the planet. But here he's going, I'm not sure what Sputnik is an extension of, but it might be an extension of the planet. He's being cool with the students. He's being low definition. He's not being hot and saying it is an extension. So just note how he says his main ideas differently to different situations as a performance artist. So it may be an extension of the planet itself. In effect, however, by putting the planet inside a man-made environment, nature ended. Everything that was called nature in preceding centuries ended at that moment. No, I'm not. And instead, the planet became an art... It's right here, Carol. Where else is it going to go?
When you bend forward, you end up spitting.
Nobody. I'm not spitting, Bert, am I? You don't hear no spitting.
I don't hear spit. But
they don't hear
maybe a visual.
Thank you for not supporting Carol. I know you live in fear of Carol, and you would support, but you're being honest.
Yes, Bob, you're...
Will you forget about
your
it, Carol?
S's and T's.
Yeah, I don't care. Hey, who gives a fuck? Nobody's listening. Doesn't matter. We're bleeding edge. It's fucking, and we're a hole in the wall.
No,
it's rock
Bob,
and roll song.
no, it's the optics that matter. It's all
about
the
optics.
Not
optics. Ear ticks. Ear ticks, not optics. The earwigger. Okay, I apologize to everybody who's irritated by my spitting, but I can usually tell. I have my own gauge of how bad it is. Okay, everything that was called nature in preceding centuries ended on October 4th, 1957. And now talking about a Godzilla, that's when they were making the Godzilla movies in 57. And so it was wiping out everything. Okay, not just cities. And instead, the planet became an art form, an ecologically programmable environment. Now, this is right at the time they put Elvis in fucking military. They blasphemed Jerry Lee Lewis for marrying a 13-year-old, which is normal in Southern culture. They didn't recognize that. He thought he was doing a good thing. I'm marrying her. Anyways, they just wiped out rock and roll in 57, 58 as the environment became programmable. Ecological dialogue began at that moment, and has continued to increase in volume and intensity. I really think that might give certain additional point to the title of today's talk, quote, Art as Survival in the Electric Age, unquote. If Sputnik indeed transforms a planet into an art form, then we are living art rather than nature from now on. We are living art, Carolyn. Doesn't mean that we're living art. No, we are art. We are artificial. We are different. We are synthetic. We are virtual. We are not natural chemical bodies anymore. And chemical body is just the effect of printing press on knowledge of what the bodies are, because they had different ideas what the body was.
So is art chip body, digital body?
And chemical body. The whole range of what the anthropomorphic physical. What humans think they are is art now.
Wow.
It's programmable. And this is what the conspiracy theorists and some of the intelligence...
And the tattooing and the piercing.
That's low culture expression of that. But that's why everybody naturally wants to do it. They know their body is art form.
Yep.
And then that's 50 years after the fact. It's like we've moved into another level where the body is not art form anymore. See, I'm always going to go past McLuhan because we're well past what McLuhan's talking about, but people haven't caught up with McLuhan, so we do McLuhan. But the body is not art anymore. It's not even here. But 50 years ago, it was still here, and at best was a programmable art form. And that's why drugs took over in recreation and in medicine, programming the chemical body. So he says we are living as art, but he says we are living art rather than nature from now on. But instead of making the news or programming the press, we have to now remake the world and program the planet. And since Sputnik, we are located in the global theater in which there are no spectators but only actors. Then he says, a little boy. Now, what's good about this lecture is that it's conversational. McLuhan's a little informal because he's just talking to students in the classroom. A little boy, when he took his first airplane ride, said, quote, Daddy, when do we start to get smaller, unquote. Then McLuhan says, I don't know what his daddy said on that occasion, but I think he might have paused. It took me quite a while to puzzle that one out. You never see McLuhan saying, it took me quite a while to puzzle that one out in the middle of his essays or his public speaking. But he's being more informal to the students here. He's being a human being, right? It took me a little while. It never took him a while to puzzle that out. That's bullshit. It took me quite a while to puzzle that one out. But I ran into a parachutist one day. Look at this. I ran into a parachutist one day, and he told me that when you jump out of a plane, you are very tiny, and you grow bigger and bigger as you approach the Earth. There is no figure-ground relationship in visual space. The enclosed space of the airplane cabin is static. It's visual. Visual space has very peculiar properties, one we take for granted, even though they belong only to one sense, the visual sense. Visual space is continuous, connected, homogeneous, and static. That's the cabin on the airplane. All the other senses make spaces that are quite different, totally discontinuous, non-homogeneous, and dynamic, whether it's a sense of touch, smell, hearing, kinesis, or any sense whatever. There are many spaces formed by our many senses, and all of these spaces are totally lacking in the character of visual space, which is only continuous, homogeneous, and static. He doesn't say only, he just says which is continuous, homogeneous, and static. So the moment you jump out of the plane, you jump out of visual space into a live, dynamic space in which you have a figure-ground relationship. In the static, enclosed space of the cabin, you have no figure-ground relationship whatever. Anybody, are you still here, Roxy? You here?
Yes.
Everybody's here?
Yes.
So the tininess doesn't make any sense, though. Tininess is it's all relative. You're big to yourself. You're never tiny to yourself. Was he joking or something?
Yeah, is Marshall nuts? No, he always quoted this line. He just say, the kid was right, or the kid understood when the kid said, when do we start to get smaller? All right? Now,
from his perspective on the ground.
What's great about this essay, this is the only place in the whole world where he explains what he's talking about. He never explained the joke. Here he is. Now, I don't know if it makes any sense, but there's something different. When you jump out of the cabin, you're no longer in this visual frame. You're floating in space. There's no up or down, and you're in relation to the ground. I don't know. You begin to change how big you think you are.
Don't.
Well, how about when the kid is looking
My
at you?
My hand in front of me will always be the same size, no matter if I'm jumping out of a plane or not.
When a kid is standing on the ground and watches a plane go up, the plane, as it goes further away, gets smaller.
Yes.
He's talking about that. The kid thinks he's going to get smaller.
Right.
Well, McLuhan's doing a lousy job explaining it.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, good. All right. Sorry it didn't work, Marshall, but good try. Okay. So then the next paragraph. When the ancient Greeks invented visual space by a very peculiar look at that, he goes, by a very peculiar technology, he never says peculiar technology, by a very peculiar technology called the phonetic alphabet, they fissioned off the visual sense from the other senses, abstracted it from the other senses. And this was done because the phonetic alphabet is phonemic. You don't know what phonemes are, Carolyn, and you don't know what is going to be said next. Nobody does. The only alphabet in the world that is phonemic, not morphemic, that is, the bits of the phonetic alphabet have no meaning. They're phonemes. Do phonemes have no meaning? I don't know. You have to talk to a linguist.
Phonetics, yeah.
I don't know if you look up phonemes.
Well, there are some words like, for example, C. In Spanish, it's a phoneme and it's a word. The
letter C?
No, there are sounds that are phoneme. A phoneme can be
like
a word.
C, S-I. S-I is yes. And you're saying that's phonemic because you go by the sound?
No, that there are some phonemes. They're like words that are composed by just one phoneme.
Right, and they have meaning. C means yes, right?
Yes.
He's saying that phonemes don't have any meaning. Now,
no, for example.
McLuhan always plays. What?
No, it's another phoneme. No.
No. It has meaning, though. He's saying phonemes don't have meaning. You just know that any specialist listening to anything McLuhan says, from the specialist's point of view, says he's talking nonsense. Phonemes do have meaning, but who gives a fuck? He's trying to show something new that's difficult to describe, so he has to use fallacies. He said to Woody Allen, you think my whole fallacy's wrong. McLuhan is talking fallacies, but they make sense in relation to other things. So watch this. And this was done because the phonetic alphabet is phonemic. It's the only alphabet in the world that is phonemic, not morphemic. That is, the bits of the phonetic alphabet have no meaning. They're phonemes. All other alphabets in the world have meanings. The letters have morphemic meanings. The technology of the phonetic alphabet had this amazing result of fissioning off the visual sense and giving us what is called rational space, Euclidean space, continuous connected space. This is also the satirical part. The rational space has no meaning. It's based on letters that have no meaning. The symbols, A, E, I, O, U, they don't have anything in nature to relate to them. And it is useful to know this, says McLuhan, because today, in the electric age, the simultaneous character of information moving at the speed of light assails from all directions simultaneously as we hear from all directions at once. We do not see from all directions at once, but we hear from above, behind, sides, below, from all directions simultaneously. Now, McLuhan in 1973 has been saying this for 20 years. He comes to his students 20 years later, from 1953, and he starts saying the same shit he's been saying 20 years. You talk about slack. This guy hadn't thought a new thought in 20 years, but he did relate it to whatever was happening, like Watergate. This is what we're going to see. He says, acoustic space has a peculiar property. It is a sphere without a center, or whose center is everywhere and whose margin is nowhere. This is the space of the vibes. You know, the phrase, the vibes, it was coming in the late 60s. This is the space of the vibes. See, he's relating it to what he said since 1953. He's now relating it to what a fad slang in the late 60s. This is the space of electric man. This is the simultaneous space of electric technology. Now, this space, needless to say, is scarcely compatible with the static, continuous, connected spaces of the visual civilized man of the past 2,500 years. Now, any Zappa fan that's listening, Kevin Currier asked me, Ben Watson got it wrong, emphasizing Adorno. Bob, if you can present Zappa in a McLuhan context, you got better chance to get it right than using Adorno. So for those people who don't know why I'm talking McLuhan, we've done 60 hours. It's time to bring in a concise McLuhan statement to show how this explains Frank. All right? So just an aside to the audience, whoever's listening to this. So back to the essay or the lecture. McLuhan says, in the early part of the Electric Age, Sam Butler. Now there he is being familiar. It's Samuel Butler, who did the famous book Nowhere Backwards, Erewhon. And so here's Marshall talking about him as if he's a buddy. Sam Butler, but he's actually, from the 19th century, Samuel Butler. In the early part of the Electric Age, Sam Butler, a biologist, to whom we owe the aphorism, quote, "It is better to have loved and lost than never to have lost at all."
Lost?
Carolyn got it. Mikey likes it. Man, Carolyn heard it. What'd you say, Roxy? You like that?
Who's there?
Who's there? Well, we don't know what you're saying. Loser?
Loser.
Yeah.
Hoser? What are you saying? Carol's throwing up her head. She has no idea what fucking saying. What hoser? What is it you're saying? Spell it.
Loser.
Roxy.
Loser.
To my ears, it sounds like you're going user. Your L comes across. I'm not criticizing. Don't take this personally. I'm just saying how you sound with your accent. So you're saying Loser, loser, right, Roxy?
Yes.
You can nail me when I'm among the Mexicans. You can all laugh at my English accent when we get there, but apparently the English are the majority here. It is better to have loved and lost than never to have lost at all. That's great, eh?
Yeah.
So Sam Butler said that. But he also observed about which came first, the hen or the egg. He came up with the answer. Naturally, he says, a hen is only an egg's way of making another egg. So the eggs come first. Did you know that, Roxy? They solved the chicken-egg question. Sam Butler did. This putting the effect, now this is what it is about. Putting the effect before the cause is what we do typically, ordinarily in the electric time. So he's saying Sam Butler's 19th century, I assume it was in the 19th century, explanation of chicken age was totally resonant with the coming electric age where the effects precede the causes. You get that, Roxy? Oh, did she get flipped out? Roxy!
No.
Okay.
No, but the thing
are you pouting? Do you want me to play some electronic music, get you back in a good mood?
There is no effect, no cause when everything is happening at the same time. There is no
good point. No, that's a later. That is what McLuhan's leading up to, because in Western Newtonian physics, it's cause creates effect. That's normal Western thinking. So he has to alter that by saying effects precede causes. That's phase 2. But then phase 3 is everything causes everything. And to be paranoid, paranoid thinks that everything's connected to everything, is the way to be. And you have to be. So yes, you're right. That's the third phase. Everything causes everything, and there's no...
Be very afraid.
Be very afraid, yes. But
that's one of the things in taking your power back, that you accept. It's not like you thought before this had to happen, and then this happens, and then you get this. But things can show up instantly and in other ways without you worrying even how to manifest something.
Exactly. Here's McLuhan preparing people for understanding ion. He's getting you used to the idea that effects come before the causes, and he's going to develop it here. This is what's great about this talk, is he fills out a lot of the stuff, gives you examples. But it is preparing people to understand ion. This is how Zappa, McLuhan, Joyce, Finney's Wake are prefigures of iondom, right?
Yes,
Nobody else is saying
always. Everything is happening at the same time for no reason at all.
And then there's the neutrino level. It's not happening at the same time. It already happened. So where are we if it already happened? It's not even happening simultaneously at the same time. It didn't happen, basically. It already did. We showed up too late. which is what Ken Kesey, in the Kool-Aid acid test, Ken Kesey and the pranksters would do acid. And they'd always get to this intense point on the acid LSD trip where they were getting to experience the present, and they never could get to it. They never could get to feeling they exactly were experiencing now. You know, when Ein goes, right now. No, right now. No, that's not it. Now. They would get all hyped up on LSD.
The frequency is too loud, so we need to speed up, he's saying all the time.
Well, when you relax a lot, when you realize you're not going to be able to notice the present. You can't try to do it. You can't take acid or speed and make you speed up your brain limitless so that you can actually catch up to the big now that's happening. You won't catch up to it. And probably because it already happened. No matter what, it already happened. So when you relax and allow, then the simultaneous anomalies will start coming in on you because your brain's not trying to control it anymore, or you're thinking. How to experience anomalies. You read McLuhan. To change your brain thinking on this stuff, or your mind's thinking, right?
Or for example, that for me that will be the explanation how Leonardo or Frank or you that are autodidactic.
Yes, autodidact. That's right, self-taught. Yeah.
Yes, it's
how we
for example, some of the biographers of Leonardo said it was amazing because he was the most intelligent. He knew about everything. And it was as if he never learned all this. It was like God-given.
Right.
So I suppose it's when you somehow get to this point of relaxing that somehow this you just download this knowing from the source.
Right, knowing versus knowing. Hey, Bert, did you drop off? Are you there, Bert? Okay, so it looks like he did drop off, so there it is. That's you, Bert, right? You just came back in?
Yes, I dropped off.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so I had never heard anybody had solved the chicken and egg problem until I read McLuhan, and then Sam Butler said, the hen is only an egg's way of making another egg. I mean, did you know? You hear people say all the time, well, it's chicken and egg, and you can't figure out which is which. We've never heard there was a solution in the 19th century. Now, that's really good research that McLuhan found a solution, said by this author. But he's also the guy who said this never to have lost at all is a tragedy. Okay, next paragraph. In 1844, at about the same time that Gould, the mathematician, not Glenn Gould, the pianist, Gould, the mathematician, he invented in 1844, around then, set theory by separating the mathematical operations from mathematical quantities. So at the same time as Gould did that, Edgar Allan Poe, the great innovator in the arts, and look at that, he's calling Poe the great innovator, separated the poetic process from poetry. So just as this Gould guy separated mathematical operations from mathematical quantities, Poe separated the poetic process from poetry. This was his great breakthrough, says McLuhan, and it was of instant effect on the French symbolists, that's Baudelaire and the Flaneurs, and the French poetic activity of the period. Baudelaire translated Poe, or some of him, and took on this idea of simultaneity that if you want to write a poem, you have to start with the effect and then look around for the causes. And this became the awareness of acoustic space, in which the beginning and the end are at the same time. Carol. Beginning and end are at the same time. Bert. Beginning and the end are at the same time. Inets who are listening. And Zappa fans who are listening.
Back engineering things. How did you say
Reverse engineering.
Yes. Reverse engineering.
And, we had a new guy in the chat line, Marvin Gluck. I don't know what that means, if that was his real name or whatever, but he quoted a lot of Zappa. He knew a lot about Zappa. I wonder if he's still there. What's he think of this? Is Marvin still here? Oh, they're Minimax says Zappa is actively trying to colonize other art forms. Yes, that's what the Egyptian artist does. He programs the whole planet. That means colonizing all art forms. We'll have to go back and look at... Minimax announces the bad news. Vortex Records in Toronto is closing, Carol. I used to go to Vortex Records. They used to have a show on CKLN, I'm pretty sure. And the word Vortex is obsolete. The Vortex Records is closing. They've been around, 30, 40 years. Sad news there, Minimax. Minimax says the Simeon's book doesn't seem to be in the Fisher Library. Now, that's pretty interesting, Minimax. That means the book we're quoting, Eric kept it for his own use. He didn't sell it to the but another thing, Minimax, is Eric had a fire in his home, 15, 20 years ago. Probably lost some of the books, so that might have got burnt. Okay, so back to, while I'm doing this and reading McLuhan, there's a big fiasco going on in the McLuhan family that I'm part of right now. Right now, I'm getting emails about it. They want me to fucking respond. And Carol says, tell them you're on the radio. And I can't even bother to tell them. Like, I can't respond. I'm working here. I'm playing. So here I am in the McLuhan family vortex while promoting their father's work. And that's the way life is here. I'm handling many, many operations here. Bob is the chicken's way of getting another Carolyn. It's better to have known Bob than not to have known Bob at all. It's better to have known Bob and not understand one thing he said than to have not known Bob at all.
It's better to have lost Bob.
It's better to have lost Bob than still being his buddy. Because he's just another way of getting another way of getting another way.
And getting away with it.
Getting away with all these ways. Okay, back to, this is tremendous stuff. If you, the beginning and end are at the same time. This is the kind of space and time in which we live now. Now, Ian is saying that's the way we've always lived, but our cortex and its fucking products, its mother of inventions and necessity, fucked up our brains, and the old brainstem would refuse to acknowledge anything. It just kept fucking arguing and fighting and beating people up. Meanwhile, the cortex is trying to create a media ecology, and Ian said, you got it all wrong, Mr. Cortex. It's not the way the cortex sees it.
Yeah, remove that veil from...
Yeah, remove the cortexual veil. And but what's great, which prefigures ion, is that the environment catches up to the ionic facts. Right, Bert? The Android meme is simulating reality as it really is as seen by ion. The electric environment, the digital environment, is taking and making the beginning and the end happen at the same time. What do you think of that, guys?
It's like a speed up. It's a speed up. It's a speed up, but it's an illusion with our senses in the Android meme, and that's why Ion is here to try to speed us up, but also to be aware, because a lot lot of folks
not necessarily speed up.
Not aware.
You didn't hear me explain to Carol how we don't use the phrase speed up.
Yes, of the beginning.
Right, but we got to make a distinction here. This is what. No, you got to say it better than that. We're not speeding up anymore. For the chemical body, the chemical body's gone, Bert. It got sped off. It's not even on the track anymore, all right? It got ghettoized and put into a morgue. And so it's the Android meme that used to speed up, but it's not even speedy anymore. It's neutrino. It's already happened as far as the chemical body is concerned. Okay, so look, everything already was happening somewhere, not in nature, not in the universe. It was happening in our middle kingdoms of humans, whatever humans were, and they can be any form. So something was experiencing everything all at once, right? The something, which is our deepest self, the thing that can make these environments. But what's interesting is that our stupid cortex, I assume, made these technologies, and these technologies are getting close to what is the fact for the unknown consciousness, the mystery being of humans, and post-human and non-human. See, so Ion says the chemical body will merge with the chip body. Well, Ion is always mixing up what technology has arrived to. So when Ion says there is no time and space, there is no time, he can be talking about the McLuhan world we've been living in, or he can be talking about some metaphysical reality of being that we actually experience at the deepest levels, which makes us eternal. You see, there's two levels going on. Now, McLuhan talked about in the medieval period they would write exegesis and explanations of the book of Scripture, but with people like Francis Bacon, they started to analyze, this was the early phase of science, the book of nature. So nature would be an artifact created by the cortex. And so you got the book of nature and the book of Scripture. Ion comes forth to explain what the book of Scripture says, but mixes in what the new book of nature has arrived at, best expressed by McLuhan and Finney's-Wake, this artificial simulation of the no-time. So there's two books happening here, the book of Revelation and the book of nature. And we're listening to McLuhan to update the book of nature, saying that the word nature doesn't apply to when life becomes a new nature, a second nature, where it's just art. Are you getting the distinction? What'd you say, Carol?
Wow.
Yeah, is that neat? Yeah. You guys getting this?
When did you figure that out?
Well, it's written up in my 1995 essay up there for Andy. The difference between first and second nature. But I haven't had much opportunity to talk about the book of nature and the book of scripture. I mean, I've thinking about reading about it for 40 years, but, I have dumb people around me, and they don't evoke this stuff. This is why I like Carolyn Guertin. She's evoking good stuff for me because she's saying intelligent, up-to-date stuff. That'll get me going. But Dr. Dean didn't say nothing to me for 30 years, so she wasn't fucking helping. Yeah, she should be acting out her destiny of being the Sistine Chapel breakthrough and all that, But it took till Roxy to show up to fucking actually interview me one-on-one about these issues, right? So, Roxy did a good, is good at, what?
That's the homework.
What, Roxy? Yes, Roxy, she had been trained by the German professoriate over there to at least begin to realize the implications.
No, but Bert, you were talking about the book of nature, I was thinking how since antiquity, people thought God was talking. There were these books, the Revelation and the book of nature was the way somehow God was still communicating. Yeah. For example, all the catastrophes in nature and, for example, some monsters appearing, like people that looked like some type of animal or that had some deformation. That was like a sign of God that there was something wrong, that there was some sin or something.
Well, let me just say this. Hey, let me respond to that. McLuhan points out, and other people, that in the medieval times, Middle Ages, the scholars saw everything as a symbol of God. All nature was a symbol. Yeah, God was named in the book of Revelation in the Bible, but the book of nature was one step removed. It was the mirror, the art of God. Is that what you mean, Roxy? The book of nature is the art of God.
And for example, in the Bible is also this the flood and the epidemics and all these things that were God sent to express His anger with humans.
Right. And that's where things were symbolic. Everything was based on a contract with God.
After
everything was based on a contract.
The nuclear blasting and this new meme of the dictator that wants to conquer the world that came from the Nazis.
Right.
People retreat and replay these monsters and the flood.
Right.
Like
Armageddon.
We did something so wrong that there must be some. What did we do? How did we?
So that's actually what happened 1,000 years ago. Do you know that because God did not communicate a dramatic ending in the year 1000 A.D., this is what the Evergreen said, that people felt we did something wrong. We weren't worthy of being smote by God. So they destroyed all the universities. They destroyed secular education. And they say that Bologna was the first university, it's about 1100 A.D., in Italy. But that's what it really was. It was the only one left over. There were all kinds of universities in the medieval period, and they failed to bring forth the millennium. And then the Evergreen said, this is what will happen in 2000. A lot of people are waiting for some cataclysmic thing to happen. And because nothing will happen, there'll be a big backlash against science. And they said it will go on for about 5 or 6 years, so that'd be 2001 to 2006.
Damn.
And the Evergreen said that technology will continue to be rapidly, tsunami-like fucking producing itself, and people, after 5 or 6 years of saying we've got to stop all this technology, they'll realize they can't do it. So you look at the first term of George Bush Jr., anti-stem cell research, anti-science. That's what the Evereens predicted. The anti-science image that the Bush administration had. Did you know that, Bert? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
That was
Bob,
the Christian Bible. Yeah, go ahead.
What was that that stemmed the? You said 1001 A.D. What was it that? Can you say that again? What the Evergreens told you that created this backlash?
Well, people thought it was, back then people could read a little bit, very little, and the ones that could read, they're very superstitious, like Roxy's saying. They saw God was punishing them or praising them based on what they wrote or what they saw and how the village went and whether they got wiped out in the harvest. All this was God constantly communicating through nature. So everything was symbolic, based on a contract with God. If we do this, you'll do that for us. That's what is quite constant in all religions, according to the Evergreens. So when they had saw this big number of thousands coming up, it's 1,000 years since Christ. This must be significant. God, it must be the second coming. They really had a big belief that something dramatic was going to happen. And nothing did happen in terms that they would recognize. Nothing happened, and they beat themselves up, and they destroyed the universities because they said, we got too distracted with secular knowledge and didn't stay true to God knowledge, and we must pay for it. So that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
that's what the Evergreen said.
That's one of the things Zappa criticizes when he says they want you to stay dumb, and that's the story in the tree of life and the tree of knowledge, that when Eva ate...
Don't eat the apple.
And Adam,
don't eat the apple.
Yeah, they ate the apple and they wanted to know and to see. And then...
Yes, and religion says that's a mistake.
What happened with
and don't eat the apple.
So there is this...
It's so amazing.
The humanity wants to understand the glory and the power of God, but at the same time are afraid, because this trying to be like God is also sinful, and
right.
For example, the genetics and the nuclear and all these new technologies sort of got out of hand. And
we fucked up. Now here's the thing: is that many fundamentalist Christians or just Christians or mystics or whatever, they thought that since World War II humans were fucked and we were going to get beat up, have an Armageddon, get blown up, and we deserved it, and we had not followed God's way. Well, it became a major meme in general, and so Bert, you talk about speeding up. The destruction of the university 1,000 years ago took a while. We, in 5 years, went through the trauma. From 2000, 2005, 2006, we went through this backlash, represented Bush's first term. Remember how the popular image was Bush ignored climatology, ignored stem cell, ignored science. And he was riding on this mood that a lot of people have that Christian meme that we didn't get our punishment or just desserts. So what did we do wrong? So they tried to have a backlash. But by 2006, which is basically when Web 2.0 comes in, and then everything changed it really changed things a lot with Web 2.0 and YouTube and social media, they call it. That was the explosion of technology past the culture war of the first 4 or 5 years. So that was a pattern that the Evergreens predicted, and for me, it came true. And you could see the change. They did say within 5 or 6 years, the meme of stopping science will collapse because people will be getting rapid new improvements of technology and will just fall for it and go for the new stuff and end up walking around staring at their iPhones now, right? That's the breakthrough. Totally distracted, so they forgot about being punished by God in the year 2000. So,
no
the book of nature and the book of...
Not now.
No apocalypse. Canceled due to lack of public interest. Lack of interest. So yes, the book of nature and book of scripture are two good terms from ancient scholarship, Carol, that we can play with occasionally. Okay, so back to what was going on here. Look at this. This is where McLuhan gets good. So this became the awareness of acoustic space in which the beginning and the end are at the same time. This is the kind of space and time in which we live now. Einstein was only catching up with Edgar Allan Poe. Now dig that. Try to tell that to scientists that Edgar Allan Poe was way ahead of Einstein. But here's McLuhan as the English prof. You know, he says, we've been wimping out for the last 50 years. We've let the scientist guys take over the Einsteins, and we've got James Joyce. We've got great guys who outdid Einstein, and I'm the only guy who realizes says McLuhan, so I'm going to go forth and lay out how this happened, beginning with Edgar Allan Poe. Like he's bringing the team of art and writing and the humanities back against science, right, Carol? That's a subplot here. Within the division between art and science, which McLuhan didn't agree with in general, but within that fact, within literary culture, he was saying, well, fuck that. Einstein was a doofus compared to our guys. Einstein was only catching up with Edgar Allan Poe in the 20th century.
The hour of his slack.
Yes, the hour of slack. Okay, Einstein. Okay, when Einstein invented space-time or relativity theory, that's when he was catching up with Poe. The poets and the artists are usually 50 years ahead of the physical scientists in devising models of perception. Now, the engineer says, fuck your artists. They're just a bunch of fags, a bunch of flanners wandering around looking at store windows and trying to have long hair, whereas we actually invent shit. We make new machines, so fuck you. So the engineers hate the artists. There was a big divide in university culture. Maybe you saw that, Bert. The engineers hated the actors and painters. Did you see that, Bert?
No. I was a jock, so I didn't
you see when he played football. You didn't notice anything, did you, Bert?
No.
What do you mean you didn't know? You didn't notice the fighting between the jocks and the pansies?
In university?
Yeah, in university.
No, because I got along with everyone. I got along with everyone.
Oh, Bert, you're talking don't bring in your personal experience. Of course, I got along with everybody. Everybody gets along. Yeah, we got along. But didn't you notice that other people weren't getting along? Or were you too busy into your own narcissism just happy that everybody liked you?
Well, I was too busy in my own narcissism.
Yeah, you have to admit that. Yeah. To be honest, you didn't notice that other people were not getting along. Did you notice it, Roxy? You being in the humanist end of it, you must have been spurned by the jocks and your own sisters who were athletes.
Yeah.
Bad memories.
No, I was remembering there is a song, It's Like a Mold Down, I think, by Zappa. I was distracted thinking about that.
You were thinking of a song. Well, okay, try to get back on. Do you recall in university that the engineers not liking the sociologists and the postmodern aesthetes? Do you remember that?
The sociologists not liking the postmodernists?
In university, in America, the engineer frat houses beat up the artist frat houses. The artists don't have frat houses. They just, I don't know what they do. They just go
I didn't know that.
Magazine. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Bert, do you know of this? Did you ever hear of this?
No, not at all.
I didn't even go to university and I knew this. Carolyn, did you? I don't think you even saw it. Did you, Carolyn?
And we were all in our own little worlds, Bob. How would we know?
I guess I was the only one who knew what was going on because I wasn't in my little world. I wasn't at university. I was observing the outlines of structure. My job was to know what was going on. No, man. I used to listen to engineers, criticize the artists all the time. The art students, they didn't take each other seriously. In popular language, it's the jocks versus the nerds. But the nerds often were sort of scientific themselves. So you get the jocks versus the nerds versus the engineers versus the Patti Smith, Robert Mapplethorpe child sex hustlers. That's what the artists were doing. They were fucking being hustlers, right? Using their charisma to seduce people.
What are you talking about?
I know what I'm talking about. I took advantage of it myself. I exploited it.
Sitting around in the student union building.
Yeah, observing the battles. Okay. I used to go over to the student union building. It was right near where we lived on Seymour Street. Seymour. Well, I lived in an apartment on Seymour, and it was number 1400, right when 14 was the number, the Lemurian consciousness. And from 72 to 77, Carolyn, the Coker Quadrant, the number is 14, and that's when we lived at Seymour Street.
Wow.
I saw a lot. I saw a lot more. Seymour. Okay. So the job of the artist is to devise means of perceiving that are relevant to the situation in which you exist. This is a gap between biology and technology, which Simeon's pointed out as a kind of traumatic and dangerous gap indeed. Now, here's what's incredible. He then proceeds to read. He says, I'm going to read a short passage from Poe's A Descent into the Maelstrom. Now, we played this last week, right? Yeah. Yes. He actually typed it up. And he says, where Poe illustrates this principle of survival at work in a situation of a sailor who got caught in the great Strom, S-T-R-O-M, with the umlaut over O, Strom. Oh, by the way, Roxy, you spell Bootians. I don't know how to put an umlaut when I'm typing. It's Bootian, B-O-O-T-E-A-N-S, Bootians, from Booties, B-O-O-T-E-S. That's a constellation with 7 stars, the Booties. One of the O's has an umlaut over it. That's how you spell Bootians, which you asked me the other day.
Yeah. Strom is German for like a current.
Right.
Strom.
Caught in the great Strom. And he has descent into the maelstrom. And maelstrom in American wouldn't have the umlaut. But this particular version has an umlaut over it. And he also has Strom in italics, S-T-R-O-M with the umlaut. So he says, I'm going to read a short passage from Poe's A Descent into the Maelstrom, where he illustrates this principle of survival at work. Now, this is what survival is. In a situation of a sailor who got caught in the great Strom and began to study its action as a means to survive. Now, I'm going to read it, and read it fast. I don't expect you to understand it. I don't even totally understand it when I do it slowly. It's hard to visualize, but it's done in, 1830 language. So listen, I just think it's neat to read what we heard, right? Yeah. Or did we hear someone reciting it? Wait a minute, we did hear someone reciting it. What am I talking about? We did hear it.
It's very.
I guess I've never seen it. I'm looking at it. That's what's different. I'm looking at it. I've actually seen what I heard. What, Roxy?
It was good to read it, Bob.
Replay it with Ophenel Hobab. Replays the maelstrom.
Yeah, Ophenel replays what he predicted. Now, this is part, I think, that we didn't hear. This is a segment that we didn't hear. I don't remember it. Okay, here we go. He goes, it was not a new terror that thus affected me, but the dawn of a more exciting hope. I vaguely remember that word, hope. This hope arose partly from memory and partly from present observation. I call to mind the great variety of buoyant matter that strewed the coasts of Lofoten, having been absorbed and then thrown forth by the Moscow Strom. By far the greater number of the articles were shattered in the most extraordinary way, so chafed and roughened as to have the appearance of being stuck full of splinters. But then I distinctly recollected that there were some of them that were not disfigured at all. Now I could not account for this difference except by supposing that the roughened fragments were the only ones which had been completely absorbed, and that's italicized, completely absorbed. I made also, then ... space left out. Then he says, I made also 3 important observations. The first was that as a general rule, the larger the bodies were, the more rapid their descent. Do that again. The first was that as a general rule, the larger the bodies were, the more rapid their descent. The second rule, that between 2 masses of equal extent, the one spherical and the other of any other shape, the superiority in speed of descent was with the sphere. The third rule, that between 2 masses of equal size, the one cylindrical and the other of any other shape, the cylinder was absorbed the more slowly. ... There was one startling circumstance which went a great way in enforcing these observations and rendering me anxious to turn them to account, and this was that at every revolution we passed something like a barrel, or else the yard or the mast of a vessel, whilst many of these things, which had been on our level when I first opened my eyes upon the wonders of the whirlpool, were now high up above us, and seemed to have moved but little from their original station. Now, is he excited about the ones that are moving? Is that what the point is? Some are stuck and some are moving? Some of these barrels and objects? Right, so he wants to be one that's moving because then it can bounce out. It's moving out. Goes down and then pops out, right? Something like that. I don't fully get what he's describing. Then he says, I no longer hesitated what to do. I resolved to lash myself securely to the water cask upon which I now held, to cut it loose from the counter, and to throw myself with it into the water. So he attached himself to one of these barrel things. The result was precisely what I had hoped it might be, as it is myself who now tell you this tale. I did escape, and as you were already in possession of the mode in which escape was effected, and must therefore anticipate all that I have further to say, I will then bring my story quickly to conclusion. Anyways, I don't understand any of it. I can't visualize it, but can you guys visualize it other than
a little?
He is describing how he keeps cool. He watches the vortex to understand, to make this pattern recognition, how it works and how to come out.
No, I get that, but I can't see what he's seeing. I can't image actually what he's saying, what he's talking about. I know what he gets from it. I know that something is returning, and he grabs the one that's going to go down and pop out. But I don't know what it means. One is cylindrical, and the other is in any other shape, and one was absorbed more slowly. I don't know. Maybe he means absorbed. It didn't. It went down into the tunnel vortex slower. It doesn't matter. It's just wonderful that we were talking about this last week, and I picked up this book the other day, just decided to look at it, just like you, Roxy, finding things relevant, and there's looking at the description. I mean, I've never actually read the Set in the Maelstrom. I don't think I even fucking looked at it ever once. I got the message without going into the detail.
I have to make this digression here because I usually talk about things that show up during the week, like I suppose they fit there for some reason. And I was watching films about these monsters in the 50s in YouTube, and they're quite entertaining and funny. And there was like a suggestion from the Android meme for me that it showed a castle. And so I click on that, and it's a castle in France, in La Loire. It's called Chambord, and I was very surprised to see because it's like the weirdest art science nonfiction ever. The castle was built by the French king Frank I. That's during the Renaissance, at the time of Henry VIII and Charles V in Spain, the emperor.
Right. Yeah.
And they show this amazing castle in the middle of nowhere, and they're talking about how this castle is a big anomaly, a big architectural nonsense. It's very beautiful, but they don't understand why it was made. And then they explain at the time the king had conquered Milan, and he invited Leonardo da Vinci, who was the biggest tactile artist scientist ever, and he brought Leonardo to France. And they think Leonardo was the architect of the castle because there are some elements that are only into Leonardo before. And the main thing is in the center of the castle is built as a cross. And that's another thing that Leonardo was working on this cross building and symmetry. And in the middle of the cross, there is double revolution stair, it looks like the ADN, you said? It's two stairs that are like forming a braid that go up. So you go into the castle, the first thing you see is these stairs that invite you to ascend. And they don't understand why would the king build a castle in the middle of nowhere that costed 10 times what a cathedral will cost? They brought the white stones from very, very far away, and the perfect symmetry. They analyze, these Cartesian architects analyze, is broken on one of the sides. You have the impression everything is in perfect symmetry, but when they looked, and now they can do these 3D things into the building, one of the parts in which the royal chambers were located is in Bert, like if you see it in a mirror. And they say, why would they broke this perfect logical symmetry like that? Why would that be inversed? Then another very modern thing is that the apartments of the castle, they're all the same, as if there is for people that has no hierarchies among them, and that's very novel at the time. And both the king and Leonardo never saw the finished castle. It was actually finished until the time of Le Roi Soleil, the Sun King. But they continued to build
Louis XIV. Louis XIV.
It was a big.
You're saying the Sun King is Louis XIV, right? Louis XIV is the Sun King. Yeah. I want to add another point there. You said ADN. You meant DNA. You go ADN, but you mean DNA. DNA.
Yeah, DNA double helix. That's what I thought when I heard the description. What was the name of the video? Can you give the YouTube video the name of?
Chambord. I saw many different, but there is a very good documentary on Arte, A-R-T-E, the French.
Yeah, Arte. Okay.
Yeah, it's called Chambord.
It's C-H-A-M-B-O-R-D. C-H-A-M-B-O-R-D, Castle Chambord. Now, you look that up. There's a lot on Wiki. But the interesting thing is Roxy's saying she's looking at Japanese monster movies, and then she sees this castle, which unfolds an incredible scenario. We're hearing about
it. Because some of the main decorations in the castle are crowns, the flower of leaves, that it's also the blue lotus, and 8, that is the eternal, and the salamander that was the symbol of the king. But
number 8. 8.
I just listened to that. Ian saying the salamander was like a symbol of eternal regeneration, because it can, if it loses its tail, it can regenerate. And the symbol of the king, in many of the representations, all the representations of the salamanders are different. He also has a lot of
let me say something, Roxy, just so people find it hard to understand you. Roxy, in this castle, Bert, is the flower on the bottle of the RNA drops. Just to get to a point here.
What?
This is what she sees.
So, wait. Okay, I'm going to go to that now.
Yes. Okay.
Because the salamander was a symbol of the king. It somehow was related to the Godzilla thing, because it's like a sort of reptile. So for some reason it was like in relationship to that. But when I start to see the video, there is a painting of the king, and behind the king there is this tapestry, and I recognize in the motif of the fabric, there is like a cartoon of the king with this crown that I see in the bottle of RNA drops. And I was like, what the fuck is that in there? Like, I cannot believe it.
So she's genuinely shocked. She's going through an epiphany. She's shocked by what she sees.
The king and Leonardo knew about Bob and Lion. What is this? I was like... I cannot believe this.
She did. I cannot. You have to realize, Bert. She's going. I can't believe this. Like she's walked through another obscure art history. She's trying to relax from Iondom and all the pressures of learning Iondom stuff by watching Japanese movies, and it leads her right back to Bob again. She can't avoid it. It just takes her right back into the tunnel, sucks her right back in, and she's looking at the cover of the RNA drops bottle. What do you think of that, Bert? That's pretty incredible. And she's fighting it. She's there. I can't believe this. What the fuck's going on?
I've seen that painting many times because I went to French school and you study the 16th siècle, the 16th century, and you see that painting of the king, and it's like, of course, I never saw the fabric behind. And I was like, I've seen that painting a lot of times, and now I could, and all the things they were saying that are like, they don't understand why some of the F are inverted. And they suppose...
The letter F is in Frank?
Yeah. They have
because, the letter S stands for labyrinth. The letter S, as in Sam, stands for the labyrinth. But the letter F just stands for King Frank, right? King Francis?
Well, we suppose that.
Yeah.
And they say it was made inverted so that God will see it from above and he will see, oh, what a nice F. But, of course not. I suppose that's a marking for portals and parallel world links.
Right. Because when you go through a portal, you go upside down. Now, Bert, the next thing she's going to tell you, I'm directing this, is in the center of the castle. You're not going to believe what's in the center of the castle. Describe that.
Well, at the center of the castle is the stairs that represent the vortex, because for Leonardo, the vortex was the principle of life, and he wanted to build somehow the vortex into a building, and it's like a swastika or just like a cross that is going to be turned around.
Spun.
And when I was seeing that, it's like, if you have heard Ion, it's like you can understand and make sense of all these things that for many people is absurd, because, for example, there's a lot of decorations that nobody can see.
Yeah.
They say, why would they do this?
Why would they hide these complex patterns? But in the middle of the building is the DNA spiral.
Oh, wow.
As a stairway, steps. You get that?
Everything is like going up, ascending, like your eyes are directed up with all these decorations on top of the building. And around the castle there is woods that are the size of Paris, and it's a big natural
forest.
Park. It belongs now to the French Republic, but it's like they were asking, why would they build this thing that was never really used? The king was only 9 times there, and most of the important kings went to visit for 1 or 2 nights, like Charles V. And everybody was like, they said it was the most amazing human creation ever.
This place was built in the wilderness of a forest with nothing around it, and was built for hundreds of years. Took a long time. Leonardo and them and the king didn't see the ending. So the king would only stay there once a year for 2 or 3 days, and he only stayed there total 9 times. And yet it kept being built. What's going on? My theory is, and I think Roxy might have thought this too, they went there, they went to other worlds, and it seemed like only 3 days, but they went off and were hanging out for a couple of years in other worlds and came back, and because they were using it as a launch platform, they didn't have to stay there very long, because they got their vacation in other worlds. You know what I mean?
Yes. Damn.
And then it has all this mystical reverse mirror stuff hidden away in nooks and crannies. And so
the theme of the vortex
can't explain the building
that we just were talking about. And it's like I had to see it after the vortex so I could sort of get it.
What'd you say?
It's amazing because
after what?
Yeah, and maybe
we were talking about the vortex 2 weeks ago. Are you saying because we talked about LaRouche and the vortex 2 weeks ago, you then could see and understand this castle?
Yes, it's totally ionic, and I was like, Leonardo knew about Bob and I was just like,
yeah,
this is the most amazing science fiction.
Yeah, so you know, Bert, you've got Michelangelo is mentored by Leonardo. So Leonardo told Michelangelo, put Carolyn in the Sistine Chapel. That's coming, all right? Then he says, but we'll put the other stuff in the castle. So like the castle is an extension of the Sistine Chapel vision, because there's a lot hidden in the Sistine Chapel, and then there's a lot hidden in the castle. So Leonardo was involved with both.
Damn.
And that was his last project. I think he allowed himself to transition.
Yeah, he either faked his death, he may not have died. But see, here's the thing. Yeah. Where does he die, Bert? He dies in the arms of King Frank. King Francis, King Frank. And so that's the way they covered it up.
Yeah.
Fucking Leonardo said, hey, Frankie, I'm leaving. I'm not hanging around here. I've done it. Well, I got to announce that you're dead. Okay, well, let's say you died in my arms. You know, the one insider guy is King Francis. He can carry the story. He died in my arms. I know he died. I saw him die. You know what I mean? That's the cover-up, the two con men.
And in his main paintings, he only took 3 paintings to France, the Mona Lisa, the Santa Ana, and the St. John. And the St. John.
So that's how that's how the Louvre got Mona Lisa. That's how they got it, because Leonardo took it to King Francis.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And in several of his paintings, somebody is pointing up. Like Leonardo knew about Ascension and he was telling us, but they could not really tell us. They were just putting these things everywhere so that we remember. And it's amazing because I was doing all this about the science fiction, and for me this is the weirdest movie. The weirdest science non-fiction.
The science, not about.
Oh, Iondom.
Are you talking about the which movie? Iondom is the weird movie.
Iondom.
Oh, we are the weird. Oh yeah, we are. Zappa said this movie for your ears. So what are we? This movie, Iondom, is for your co-anesthesia and your synesthesia, holopathically redocumented through the neutrino fuck. That's what the movie is, right? That's how we promote it.
Yes, because all these things makes perfect sense, and then you have the
Roxy. Right, Bert. She's reading all these critics and historians.
The white stone is a limestone that is built by.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing, Bert. Did you get that? They brought stone from thousands of miles away. This particular white stone, which had a lot of magnesium in it, they brought that to build their stuff. For a fucking hunting cottage. This is a hunting cottage. He's making a place to go hunting at. That's the cover
everybody
story.
Says, why will he bring these stones that they had to bring 220 tons of that stone?
220? 220 tons?
Well, 22. Because it's 220.
Did you miss that one, Roxy? You missed the 22?
No,
you missed the 22 there.
220.
220. Yeah, we got that. But
they had to cut it per hand, these blocks.
Yeah,
put it in a wagon to a ship, and then it will go to a port that is called San Denis or something. And they will put it again in a wagon and bring it to this very isolated place in the woods. to build.
Yeah.
And it was the largest construction ever in the middle of nowhere. It's like everybody's like, what is that?
They wanted to make sure nobody saw what they were doing. They were hiding. They weren't even hiding in plain sight. They knew that would work.
They built it for us. Like, we have the woods,
Yeah, we had to buy it, Carol. We had to sue them and say, this is mine. Look, it's got my shit in it. You guys stole it from OBAB. This is OBAB's property. OBAB.
For me, it was like amazing confirmation that, okay, I'm not crazy, because sometimes it's like, this is too much. And
yeah, you don't know. So Bert. So Roxy, at the end of 2015, had her big epiphany. It's all true what I am saying because of what happened at this castle. She says, that's it. That clinches it. I'm in.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is that she's reading the scholars on it, the historians, and they're all totally mystified and puzzled by this phenomenon, this castle. And there's Roxy experiencing an epiphany of, I know why this happened. The only person in the world up to this point. I mean, of retrospective scholarship, looking into it, it all made sense to Roxy and doesn't make any sense to anybody else.
Yes, and
Leonardo did the codex design as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, and the thing, actually, nobody can really say it was Leonardo, but of course it was Leonardo. We have to ask Ian. Nobody could do that.
Oh, it's not a precise historical record that Leonardo did this.
No, because all records of the building, the castle, all the plans disappeared. Because I suppose there are a lot of secret.
Went to another world.
Yeah.
Yes, and
I wonder if Leonardo was from another world. Maybe he was not even born here. He was from another world. He came over, did his thing, took his plans, and took them back to where he came from.
Yes, we have to ask Ion about all this. But I think it was a great gift that I'm planning to talk about, the science fiction and Zappa. And they just show it to me.
Did you say you shouldn't? What did you say? It's a great gift, is what you're saying.
No,
for you, to you.
It's a great gift from them to us. Like, we talk about the vortex and somehow the logic of how things are appearing.
So guess what happened to me last night? We have little, are they called newts, Carol? What are they called here?
Geckos.
Oh, geckos. So we got these little lizards running around all over the place. And every now and then one gets in here. And I was told that if you stop them, if you touch them, their tail will disconnect. It's a defensive move. They just if you're holding its tail, it will just disconnect the tail and take off. It saves itself by being able to detach its tail. For the first time, that happened to me last night. There was a little gecko last night running around over there, and I had my piece of paper to sort of squash it, and I put down the paper, but my hand got on it, and I touched him, and then I was looking at the thing still running, and a little tail stuck there. So I caused him to split, and so it split. I had the experience in this period of the salamander story that Roxy's telling. It's the timing. I finally got to experience what they do, the magic of their tail, during the week of this story.
Damn.
And Ian said we're going to be able to do that, to regenerate whole.
Yes.
Arms and legs and whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just go and chop someone's leg off.
This little reptile can, we can too.
Yeah, when you're playing, boxing and that, you'll be so strong, you'll be able to knock the guy's head off, and then the guy just grow his head back, no problem. And, of course, you will see this in special effects movies in Hollywood, in the entertainment industry, so the mind sees this for decades before it actually can happen. We see this kind of phenomenon in different kinds of movies. It's acted out to the brain through the endormeme before it happens in the chemical body. It melts the old assumptions that freeze the brain from allowing it to happen. So you got to have heavy programming. So that's where there's a deep level of programming going on with the media, like the whole UFO movies. That's preparing people, but of course it's not preparing them for Ion. Ion's a different kind of UFO. But there are these images that people, Hollywood is a classroom, wittingly or unwittingly, training people's perceptions. That's why you can't knock dumb culture or low culture. There may be other reasons why it's happening. I mean, I don't get a big charge out of special effects anymore. It's just sort of boring, and they've done a lot. It doesn't, but they keep expanding it. They keep improving it, making fantastic special effects stuff in TV movies. But that is, it's the Android meme educating itself and us, right? With the virtual shapeshifting.
Yes, I also found a very interesting webpage. It's called tropestv.org. And it's like a Wikipedia of all these archetypes, memes, and cliches from TV and movies, and they are now expanding into video games and other types of media. All these themes, like the aliens are saviors, that there is no more messiah, so we need the aliens to save us. And everything is toxic now. We need the...
Are you saying tropes? Tropes. Are you saying tropes? Tropes.
Yeah, that's singular.
Yeah, tropes. That's another word.
Tropestv.org. It's quite interesting because it's
what
all
is
about
.org? How do you spell .org?
O-R-G.
I say dot or yeah, whatever. Yes, I say it in German.
.org.
Oh, dot.
Yeah, .org.
Okay, so
I said it
Trope TV. You're saying Trope TV is one word. Tropetv.org.
Yeah. It's
right.
very interesting.
And you see all the archetypes.
Amazing archetypes, names of popular culture.
Right.
And you can just get lost into that. It's real fun. And to see.
Right. Now back to this. So you're watching the documentary in the Japanese movies, and this installation in the museum celebrating that culture, and then that makes you find a castle. Now, I haven't seen the documentary in the castle. It's in French, but I'm going to watch it anyways because it's the visuals. What they're saying, Bert, wouldn't matter. French, German, English. They don't know what they're talking about, so you don't have to know the soundtrack. But you get to see the visuals of the architecture and the designs, and they have things mirrored and backwards. So it's probably pretty interesting documentary, so I'm looking forward to looking at that.
Yes,
so we can all enjoy that. Yes, so let's go back to the McLuhan essay, okay? That is a big thing that happened. I mean, for Roxy, it's pretty big confirmation of information beneficence. I mean, she just dropped in her lap the whole story. So you knew that the king, but
the reality goes beyond the most weirdest science fiction ever, because this story is like from the fall to this point. Like we discovered the castle.
No, yeah. See, I don't know which way you're saying that. Are you saying that story, that experience with that castle, and that documentary is weirder than anything that ever happened, or are you saying that Iondom is weirder than anything?
The whole
Iondom is weirder. Yeah, is weirder than anything. That's right. And I keep saying that. You ain't seen nothing yet.
And then all these things showing up like this is, for me, it's like
yeah,
it's like a movie, but it's for real.
That's right. Iondom is a real movie, and I feel like Harry Potter all the time. And it's as Ion says, you ain't seen nothing yet. Now the other thing is, when Michelangelo did the famous David sculpture, he went to a quarry, I guess near Rome. It was a special quarry, and other guys that attempted to carve David didn't work, and they threw the block of stone back into the quarry. I wonder if this white stone came from that quarry. I don't know if it was a special stone that Michelangelo used. Anyway, that's just a side thought, because we have this whole explanation from Ion about the process of making David, what Michelangelo went through.
It was a special block because nobody else could do it, and actually Leonardo was interested too in that thing.
When you say nobody could do it, you mean nobody could break it, nobody could sculpt it?
Well,
is that what you're saying?
There were 3 attempts, I think, to sculpt that thing, and they left it for some reason. And
Leonardo, there were a couple of guys who tried David. A couple of guys tried to do David, and they didn't do it, and then Michelangelo did it.
Yeah, but also Leonardo wanted to do it, and then Michelangelo went to do it. But it's interesting that also
I didn't get what
Leonardo...
you just said. What did you say? What did you just say? Leonardo did what?
Leonardo wanted that block of stone too. He wanted to work on that. But at the end, Michelangelo got it. But it's
for David or for the King of France? Which are you talking about?
No, that was before the King of France.
Yeah, you're talking about
They
David.
were both.
Michelangelo did David, and you're saying Leonardo wanted to do it.
Yes, before Leonardo lived in Florence, before he went to Milan, before he went to Rome, and then to Milan again, and then to France. He was in Florence, and he also wanted that same block. But at the end, Michelangelo got it, so...
Right, okay. All right, so I read that's a great story. We'll come back to that. So I finished reading The Vortex, The Maelstrom by Da Vinci. Maybe that's what the timing of this. You know, we're doing The Vortex. We're talking about Poe. Roxy found the recordings last week. We heard them. And then I pick up this essay that I've read most essays. You know, it's very rare for me to find an essay I haven't read. This one I didn't read before. And it's the perfect time to read it because it's describing the vortex, the maelstrom. But there's a lot of other great stuff in here. So it says, so he reads the maelstrom, and then he says, the point being, he survived by pattern recognition. Now remember, McLuhan considers the third Copernican revolution is the time of pattern recognition, versus the second Copernican revolution, which is the time of Kant, K-A-N-T, and the first Copernican revolution was Copernicus himself. So there's 3 Copernican revolutions, and the third one is the one of pattern recognition, which comes in with the vortices. So he goes, the point being, the pole sailor survived by pattern recognition. He perceived the action of the Strom, that there were certain objects which recurred and survived. He attaches himself to the recurring objects and survives. This is a parable of the artist's role in descending into the dangerous waters. And the Strom of which Poe spoke in 1850 was nothing compared to the Stroms in which we are involved at the present moment. So McLuhan being an alarmist here, Don Theo will say, well, he's a bit of an alarmist here, saying we're in a bad situation. But we'll let McLuhan be Panic McLuhan here. So he's saying we're in a whole bunch of bad Stroms right now. Poe hit upon the key to the electric age. This is survival in the electric age. Programming from effects in order to anticipate causes. So effects come before causes, but you turn that into a science where you see what causes are coming. The effects come before causes in all situations. The ground comes before the figure in all situations. So that when any new innovation occurs, people are always able to say, quote, the time is ripe, unquote, meaning the ground and the effects have come long before the causes. People say, the time was ripe for that. Ripe, R-I-P-E. Yeah. They're expressing in slang terms or, popular numb wisdom, the doctrine, the effects come before the causes, that the ground happens before the figure. The effects are the medium. They're the ground, the hidden ground. So then he says, a recent article in the July 1972 issue of Scientific American on the bicycle pointed out that the bicycle in many respects had paved the way for the motor car, literally, because the bicycle made smooth roads necessary for the pneumatic. It made smooth roads for the bikes, and then they were ready smooth roads for the pneumatic car. So because the bike made smooth roads later necessary for the pneumatic car. This is equally true with telephone or with radio or television. The effects come first, and the fact of the effects coming first indicates that the study of environmental action, or the action of the Strom, must begin with the effects rather than with a theoretic pursuit of causes. Just like Ian says, do not get your mind involved with theories and speculation about what the causes are. The effects have already happened. You got to notice the effects. The effects are percepts, and the causes tend to be concepts. It's interesting, people explain this and that, and they use words to explain it, and they think that the actual hardware is being explained, but actually you're just making up concepts about the hardware. You get that, Bert? The causes tend to be just concepts, whereas some engineers say, no, the causes are the actual apparatus, the actual formulas, the actual substances you weld together. But those are all concepts because you use words to describe them. So the description of what you're doing is always maybe not very close to the actual mystery landscape of what actually caused it to happen. And the mystery landscape's on the level of percepts. So then he says, apropos the structure of the instantaneous or the acoustic environment in which we live electrically, I'm going to read a short passage from Mr. Eliot on the auditory imagination. It is a passage which occurs in his book, Use of Poetry and the Use of Criticism. So this is a quotation Marshall for 30 years would quote. But he never said where it was from, the use of poetry and the use of criticism. I mean, I eventually found out, but here it is in 73. It was neat about this talk. He's telling the students a little more details about his tricks and helping the students find them so they can go look it up in the book called Use of Poetry and the Use of Criticism. So the quote is, T.S. Eliot says, what I call the auditory imagination is the feeling for syllable and rhythm, penetrating far below the conscious levels of thought and feeling, invigorating every word, sinking to the most primitive and forgotten, returning to the origin and bringing something back, seeking the beginning and the end. It works through meanings, certainly, or not without meanings in the ordinary sense, and fuses the old and obliterated and the trite, the current and the new and surprising, the most ancient and the most civilized mentality. That's what it fuses. He has several pairs here. The old and the obliterated and the trite, the current and the new and surprising. So they three words, and I don't know which is the pair. The last one is obvious, the most ancient and the most civilized mentality, replaying the trite, the current, and the new and the surprising. So it fuses the old and obliterated and the trite, the current, and the new and surprising. So I guess basically it's the old and obliterated on one side, and then the trite, the current, the new, and the surprising are on the other side, or the most ancient and the most civilized mentality. So that's the quote. Now, McLuhan said in a letter to Playboy in 1970 that the auditory imagination, written up by Eliot in the 30s or so, or maybe even the 20s, was now ordinary awareness in 1970. What was not ordinary awareness was fitting his wake. So he'd moved from auditory imagination to tactile imagination. He didn't say it, but that's my projection. McLuhan was trying to explain the tactile imagination as shown in Fitting Its Wake. And it had not arrived at the consciousness of the public yet in 1970, but you could say by now, Fitting Its Wake is a lot easier for people to get in these terms of tactility. And Frank is a lot easier to get. So then he says after that quote, one of the peculiarities of the electric age is that we live simultaneously in all the cultures of the past. All of the past is here, and all of the future is here. Pretty ionic there, right? Anything that could happen, possibly happen in the future is already here. So how could that be here? Well, your television is an anti-gravity device. You're floating all over the place. You're bigger than angels. They can only be in one place at a time. They can be anywhere they want, but they're only there when they're there. But with television, live interactive media, you're everywhere at once, more than the angels can be. So McLuhan is trying to show how fantastic it all is by making statements, all of the past is here and all of the future is here. You take your average 20-year-old college student. They're not going to believe the future is here. They're not going to believe that. I'm going to say, McLuhan said not. The future is not here. But we know from Ion the future is here in many deeper ways than the McLuhan means. Look at this. Look at this castle. Place from the future back in the past. And probably King Frank kept saying, Lenny, the future's already here. That's why we're going to put this fucking RNA drop in there. We already know what it is. Lenny goes, you amaze me, Frankie. How do you know this stuff, Frankie? Oh, well, it comes with the family. We've been portaling for centuries. We go back to the Freemasons in Egypt. We used to guard the Solomon's Temple, me and my ancestors. So Lenny just knew, Lenny Vici. from Brooklyn, Lenny Da Vinci. He added a da to da, D-D-O-H. Who are you? Leonard Da Vinci.
Vinci.
That was the Vinci family. What is that famous Shakespeare and Caesar? I came, I saw, I conquered, Vinci, Vidi, Vidi. Vinci, Viti, Viti. You ever heard of that one? The three statements. I came, I saw, I conquered. Well, Vici, da. Maybe it's Vinci, da. What's your last name? Well, hey, Leonard, what's your last name? Vinci, da. As if you don't know who I am. Anyway, King Frankie, he knew. Okay, the future is here. Although the past is here and all the future is here. You know, for the amount of information that's in the media, how much of information do you require to say it's all here? You know what I mean? Back in the 50s with the cornucopia of television, they thought, gee, this is information overload. I'm seeing everything, you know? The mind can decide that it's all here at very early stages. Like a 10-year-old today, when they're 20, they'll finally, everything they imagined was coming in the future, suddenly it will come, and they would say, I never thought I'd see that. That definitely is the future. Every generation has that experience where, holy shit, it's all here already. You know? They're going to get to that point where they experience the information overload, epiphany. So he says, McLuhan says, all of the past is here and all of the future is here. This is a peculiarity of the instantaneous, the vibes. He's never said the vibes like that before. This is a peculiarity of the vibes, the acoustic resonance, the acoustic interface, which has become the very pattern of our lives. This is a kind of audio-tactile interface which engenders its own patterns of perception, and it's one that early on Yeats drew to our attention. Now he's going to give another quote he used to quote a lot from Yeats. Back in 1900 or earlier, he spoke of the emotion of multitude in a short passage. The emotion of multitude, I think we can discover quite easily is engendered very much by acoustic resonance and interval, not by connection. Yeats says, quote, another long quote from Yeats. I have been thinking a good deal about plays lately, and I have been wondering why I dislike the clear and logical construction which seems necessary if one is to succeed on the modern stage. It came into my head the other day that this construction, which all the world has learnt from France, has everything of high literature except the emotion of multitude. So he's going to criticize the French play. The Greek drama has got the emotion of multitude from its chorus, which called up famous sorrows, even all the gods and all heroes, to witness, as it were, some well-ordered fable, some action separated, but for this from all but itself. Don't know what that means. Some action separated, but for this from all but itself. But that's Yeats's complexity. The French play delights in the well-ordered fable, but by leaving out the chorus, it has created an art where poetry and imagination, always the children of far-off multitudinous things, must of necessity grow less important than the mere will. So the will takes over in the French play. This is why I said to myself, French dramatic poetry is so often rhetorical. For what is rhetoric but the will trying to do the work of the imagination? The Shakespearean drama gets the emotion of multitude out of the subplot, which copies the main plot, much as a shadow upon the wall copies one's body in the firelight. We think of King Lear less as the history of one man. Read that again. We think of King Lear less as the history of one man and his sorrows than as the history of a whole evil time. Lear's shadow, King Lear's shadow, is in Gloucester, who also has ungrateful children. And the mind goes on imagining other shadows, shadow beyond shadow, says Yeats, till it has pictured the whole world. In Hamlet, one hardly notices, so subtly is the web woven, that the murder of Hamlet's father and the sorrow of Hamlet are shadowed in the lives of Fortinbras and Ophelia and Laertes, whose fathers too have been killed. It is so in all the plays, or in all but all. And very commonly the subplot is the main plot working itself out in more ordinary men and women, and so doubly calling up before us the image of multitude. So this whole emotion of multitude that Yeats is talking about, McLuhan says, the sense of so now McLuhan's talking. The sense of universality, which is what he meant, what Yeats meant by the emotion of multitude, the sense of total involvement in images, is one of the features of the electric time and one of the features of art in the electric age. Baudelaire drew our attention to a very profound aspect of art and communication in his phrase to the reader of his book of poetry, Les Fleurs du Mal. And the phrase was, hypocrite lecteur, mon semblable, mon frère. So hypocritical reader, my simulation, my similar, my brother. Hypocrite lecteur, mon semblable, mon frère. You know how Ian would say, I resemble that remark. It's right there, mon semblable, mon frère. The reader puts on the mask of the poem, and the author, the poet, puts on the mask of the reader. It's a reciprocal activity of putting on and putting off in sequence and in simultaneity. This put on is part of the creation of this sense of order and of multitude and of universality. And this is one of the aspects of art. The updating of this mask of reader and of poet by interplay, tactility, between them, the updating of this mask of reader and of poet by interplay between them is the interplay of figure and ground, which is one of the needs of people in rapidly changing times. So you need to understand the interplay of figure and ground to survive today. In 4 quartets, T.S. Eliot mentions the words, quote, slip, slide, perish, decay. The next line, decay with imprecision, will not stay in place. So this is from the Bert Norton part of 4 quartets. Slip, slide, perish, decay. Decay with imprecision will not stay in place. Decay with, so you slip, slide, perish, and decay. But if you decay with imprecision, it will not stay in place. Then McLuhan says, Eliot has something quite special to say about this mask of language, this mask of putting on the reader. In an essay in which he mentions Mark Twain, in a passage from a volume of his called To Criticize the Critic, Eliot says, quote, so another quote, it is possible, on the other hand, that the influence of Mark Twain, I guess that Mark Twain was not seen as a serious writer. He just wrote children's books or books for boys or whatever. It was it's controversial for Eliot way back in before World War II to make a big deal out of Mark Twain. It is possible, on the other hand, says Eliot, that the influence of Mark Twain may prove to have been considerable. If so, it is for this reason that Twain, at least in Huckleberry Finn, reveals himself to be one of those writers of whom there are not a great many in any literature who have discovered a new way of writing, valid not only for themselves but for others. I should place Twain in this respect, even with Dryden and Swift, as one of those rare writers who have brought their language up to date, and in so doing, quote, purified the dialect of the tribe, unquote. In this respect, I should put him above Hawthorne. Yet the Salem of Hawthorne remains a town with a particular tradition, which could not be anywhere but where it is, whereas the Mississippi of Mark Twain is not only the river known to those who voyage on it or live beside it, but the universal river of human life. More universal, indeed, than the Congo of Joseph Conrad. That's the book Heart of Darkness. For Twain's readers anywhere, the Mississippi is the river. There is in Twain, I think, a great unconscious depth which gives to Huckleberry Finn this symbolic value, a symbolism all the more powerful for being uncalculated and unconscious. So it's like Twain made the river everybody's river. For Twain's readers anywhere, the Mississippi is the river. So that's the end of the Eliot quote. Then McLuhan says, now, this updating of language is really an updating of sensibility, of awareness, of perception. And this is something which is the role of the artist to perform. Now, here we get some good stuff. Updating is partly undertaken by popular forms like jazz and rock. And it's curious that jazz and rock, like much other poetry of our time, depends upon an oral tradition. And it is curious that jazz and rock, like much other poetry of our time, depend upon an oral tradition of speech. Just as the Irish oral tradition has given us a great deal of contemporary poetry or 20th century poetry, so the only place in the world in which jazz and rock originate is the Deep South. And in the Deep South, they have an oral tradition which makes song and dance possible. But that's figure. The hidden ground of this activity of popular music is the sound of the technology of the city. The function of music is to translate the sounds of the environment through language to humanize the technology of the metropolis by translating those sounds in all their raucous disorder, translating them through the rhythms of a great language. I suggest that this is true of any music in any part of the world, but it happens in our century to be peculiarly jazz and rock forms, which are really a basic type of poetry, updating to oral tradition the sensibilities of modern man. See, that brings in Zappa, right? Updating the metropolis, the discarnate magnetic city, through the rhythms of doo-wop, R&B, and Varese, Stockhausen. So here's McLuhan talking about high culture, Eliot, Yeats, Joyce. All of a sudden he's going into jazz and rock, which was pretty controversial back then in the 60s, right, in the academic world. Then he says, it does seem paradoxical that the most advanced technology should require a somewhat archaic language. He's talking about the jazz and rock forms or the oral tradition or whatever is ancient in old music. So it does seem paradoxical that the most advanced technology, so he's talking about the tetrad retrieving, the most advanced technology should require a somewhat archaic language. But the language of industrialized areas has lost its oral quality. That's extreme visual and kinetic space, the industrialized areas. That has lost its oral quality and oral rhythms and seems to be incapable of translating the new sounds of technology or humanizing the new sounds through that language. I suggest this is a way of looking at or noticing the forms of popular art which have to be participative and have to be related to the new technology. Otherwise, they would have no public whatever. The response of the young to jazz and rock is no greater than the response of the great poets and painters of our time. The jazz and rock forms are abstract in the sense that they have pulled out the visual connections and the melodic forms. Syncopation in the early phases of jazz simply meant pulling out the visual connections, pulling out the continuity. And in Picasso or any other abstract artist, the technique is simply to pull out the visual connections. That's what abstract means. Abstractus, A-B-S-T-R-A-C-T-U-S, is italicized. It means the pulling out. You pull out something. What you pull out in abstract art and in jazz and in symbolism is the connection. Then he says, Edgar Allan Poe invented not only the symbolist poem by working from the effects before the causes, he also invented the detective story. And the detective story is written by pulling out the connection. The, quote, missing link, unquote. Now, he said that's why everybody was fascinated with Darwin's creation, or Darwin's evolution, because it had the missing link in it, already invented by Poe, who lived at the same time, just before and the same time as Darwin, the young Darwin. The missing link, and I'm still trying to find out who invented the phrase, the missing link has prompted more participation in scientific endeavor than all the links that were ever made. So you get that? All of science is obsessed with the missing link. It's like the detective story. It involves you more deeply. So he's saying the missing link involves you. It arouses curiosity more than any possible connection could do. Connections don't arouse curiosity. It arouses curiosity more than any possible connection could do. But the strange fact about the missing link or about a discontinuity is that the audience leaps to fill it in. And this is true in jazz and so on. So it's like a pun. We all, when you start in jazz and rock, you leap, you jump, you want to start dancing. Let's see if everybody's still here. I better check.
Yes.
And now
the missing link is actually the link between you and you. It's not
that's right. What was it? The distance between you and you. Isn't that what Ian says? The distance between you and you, right? The missing link. The gap is where the action is. I like to think of the middle kingdom as the gap, as opposed to the outer and the inner kingdoms. Anyways, he says, but the strange fact about the missing link or about a discontinuity is that the audience leaps to fill it in. And this is true in jazz and so on. But at any rate, he goes, but at any rate, I think it fair to say that jazz and rock have turned English into a world language because you cannot sing jazz and rock in any other language but English. And so the Danes and the Russians and the Chinese and Japanese have all learned English in order to sing jazz and rock. That is, literally, they do sing it in English whether they know English or not. There's a strange reason, which would take too long to explain, why English alone of all the languages of the world can cope with the musical problem of our time. There's a technical reason, a rather complicated one, that is complicated to explain. Now, what the answer is, when people would ask, why is English, sung, used in rock? And he say, because it's in feet. It's measured in feet, which is the grammatical term for measuring, counting off iambic pentameter. So he actually tells you in other lectures, he'll say it's measured in feet. He'll occasionally say that. But for some reason, he's not saying it here. He's saying the other stuff about jazz and rock, but he's not saying about the feet, and he's actually saying, oh, it's too complicated. It'd take years to explain. But he used to explain it by one sentence. What's the answer? I used to see him ask people in the seminars. He'd go, why is rock only in English? And they'd think, I don't know, and he'd go, feet. He'd just say one word, he'd go, feet. And they would look at him and say, feet? And if they knew linguists, iambic pentameter, that's how you measure poetry feet, and then they'd get it and laugh. But it was kind of a joke. But here he's saying the joke would take a long time to explain. There's subtle Manipian here. He's a Manipian. Now, next paragraph. When T.S. Eliot says that he puts Mark Twain equal or even with Dryden and Swift, he indicated that Dryden and Swift had updated the English language in the 1700s by getting rid of rhetoric and getting rid of ornament and using a bare colloquial statement. See, it became the dialecticians took over from the rhetoricians, grammarians, so in trivium terms, and so it became bare equitone prose. It lost its Shakespearean multi-level punning baroqueness. So they got rid of rhetoric and ornament and just made a bare colloquial statement. And he says, now this was against the new ground of the Newtonian physics. So Newton's visual space made language become simple. The figure of the English language had to get a new pattern against the hidden ground of the new Newtonian physics. And Mark Twain is updating the English language in the electric age. So what Dryden and Swift did, they smoothed out language. You could say made it plain and bare. But Mark Twain is at the frontier of the electric age, so he's going to retrieve the resonance of rhetoric and ornament. So the figure of the English language had to get a new pattern against the hidden ground of the new Newtonian physics. And Mark Twain is updating the English language in the electric age by providing a slangy, twangy dialect that relates to oral traditions and brings us back into acoustic space. The electric man lives in acoustic space and has to be related artistically to acoustic space. I'm not saying this is an ideal. I'm not saying this should be. He's saying it's going to happen inevitably. I'm not saying that this is an ideal. I'm not saying this is an ideal. I'm simply saying this is actually where it's at and what is happening. Those are in quotes. And that this is the way artists meet the challenge. They pull out the connections. They involve their public totally in images that are often revolting and irrational and so on. But this technique is to update sensibilities. Think of electronic music, pulling out the melody connections. But this technique is to update sensibilities. Violence is a form of identity quest, and the updating is often in the form of artistic violence. Any art movement or discovery that has any real core in it enrages people. Think of the Surrealists, the Dadaists, the guy who did Uburois, forget his name. You can see that we're moving very rapidly to placidity and tranquility in the arts because they become very monotonously one thing or another. So he's saying the arts are becoming boring because art has moved to a new ground. And the time is now ripe for a completely new breakthrough in the arts. And that was Zappa in music. So any art movement or discovery that has any real core in it enrages people. Zappa enraged people so much they fucking banned him from the radio. You can see that we're moving very rapidly to placidity and tranquility in the arts because they become very monotonously one thing or another. And the time is now right for a completely new breakthrough in the arts. I'm not going to take a guess at what it's going to be, he says, but I think it would be worth having since you know. So he's saying this breakthrough would be worth having. Since you know that the time is ripe, you know there's going to be a breakthrough. There's going to be a complete change in image in the arts very soon, as there is in technology. Now, I'm not sure. Many things happened in the 70s, 80s, 90s in art. Many things that shocked the art world. But the real art was in the media development and the unfolding of the Android meme. So the big shock is the arts failed to be prophetic. They became dull. And now they just go to art schools and look for the latest graduate student and give them $1 million. That's what the art world's come to. Do you see what I'm saying, Roxy?
Oh, come and tried.
Did she get dropped off? I just clicked on one. Is that you, Roxy? Are you back? Oh, let's see if we got an email. Maybe she got knocked off. No emails. So, let's see what else here.
Bob, that's what you just described about the art student. That sounds like it relates to something you and Carolyn discussed 2 weeks ago about the art world. It's becoming more like a tribe that they're trying to protect or trying to uphold.
The old elitism, the old specialty.
Yes.
Yeah, the old that's right. They've been doing that for 30 years. And McLuhan writes about it in the book Laws of Media, that the art world got taken over by cliques and secret societies and secret groups and insider groups. And Warhol wanted to be part of that. That's why he started his factory. He said, I was a big deal with advertising, but I wanted to be part of the elite in the art world. So he created his own scene and eventually became part of the elite. But then he said, Carol read his biography, he was always rejected. He still was considered an upstart. So, where's Roxy? Did you mute yourself? Where are you? Computer break? Let's see if she posted anything. Well, while we're waiting, let's see what people have been saying. So Leon was punning on Cohen aesthetic. Then Minimax's Vortex Records is closing. Then Paige White, he goes on about Oliveros. What's her name? Pauline Oliveros. Pauline Oliveros was making that kind of sound back in the early 60s. Well, a little bit, but she was not doing rock. She was not integrating and making movies. She stayed stuck in the ear world. Now she's a meditator. What can I say? Well, we'll say about that. So then, Bye Bye Butterfly, 1965 by Pauline Oliveros. And he gives the link to go see Bye Bye Butterfly. Well, Zappa incorporated her ideas as a subset. Don't get stuck on Pauline. She ended up just being a Buddhist. Minimax. Zappa is actively trying to colonize other art forms, like the Satellite Conductor, like the Secret Council 10, like the latest environment, subsumes, absorbs all previous environments. So Zappa's miming the Android meme. Then Leon says, Godzilla Akira Project Ako, Atomic Boom. Don't know what he's trying to say there. Minimax, respond on the show now. Minimax is demanding me to respond, but that's probably an hour or two ago. Minimax, to the McLuhan fiasco. Oh, he wants me to tell him about the McLuhan fiasco. Rob says, Bob makes everything fun by metamorphosis of words into being. You agree with that, right, Bert?
Yes. This is fun.
I make everything fun by metamorphosis of words into being. Robert says, Godzilla responds to the megahertz, MHZ. Is that megahertz? Godzilla responds to the megahertz frequency. He responds to the megahertz frequency. Mozilla pulled in the news from various sources. Aquaman was the early Japanese Bandai Rangers. Don't know if I said that right. Then he says, opposites of the equator go down different directions down the drain. Yes, different side of the equator go down the drain differently. That'd be going down the vortex. Alyssa says, yes, ga-ha-ha, the art world just gives the MFA $1 million. Oh, she's responding to something I just said. Yeah, very good. Yeah, the art world just gives the Master of Fine Arts $1 million. She goes, so true. Then Alyssa says, good point. The real art was the Android meme, and the art world failed to be prophetic. I'd like to consider the ways the art world did reveal the Android meme, although unknowingly. Well, that was done by Phineas Wake, Alyssa. And Don Thiel's books are pretty good at showing the better artists and how they mimed the Android meme, but mainly it's Phineas Wake and Zappa. I mean, remember, Zappa has his characters being robots in the late 60s. Now, Robert Anton Wilson's The Illuminatus trilogy is pretty good because in the end you find out, or at least that's what I found out, the narrator is a virtual robot or something. The narrator of the Illuminatus trilogy is a machine. Really? And then Alyssa, yeah, that's why it made the chart. And Alyssa says, were you reading? Yes, this is Marshall McLuhan. She came in late, I guess. So this is in the book, Understanding Me, which is a collection of lectures and interviews with McLuhan put together by his daughter. And one of them is this lecture he gave in 1973 at Columbia to undergraduate students called Art as Survival in the Electric Age on April 9th, 1973. That's what we're reading. Right up your alley, Alyssa. And then she says, can't talk now, but so wish I could. Next week. We'll be listening. All right, well, she can't talk right now, but we've got to get back on to Zappa. So we've got to find Roxy. So I think I will call her to see if there's some other screw up.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
What, you've been here the whole fucking time? Yeah, we hear you.
No,
you've been here the whole time?
No, I had to go to the toilet, but I didn't want to interrupt.
You didn't want us to hear the toilet sounds is what you mean, right? that would be so Zappa.
It's a nice sound. It's like experimental composition.
Yeah, it's like a Hugh LeCane, the dripping drops of Hugh LeCane. Oh, that's right. So we played Hugh LeCane.
Well, it's another vortex.
Another vortex, right. No, we played Hugh LeCane. Gail Young, Rainer Reisenstein's partner, wife, wrote a book on Hugh LeCane years ago. Came out in 1989. The Canadian contribution to the electronic world. And Lauren has been calling in here, not lately. He's the young art student complaining about the art world in Los Angeles. Remember him calling in a few months ago, pretty regular.
Yes.
But I think he wanted to talk to Ian, so maybe he's not coming in if Ian's not here. But I was going to say something about Gail a few minutes ago, but I couldn't connect it. But you just brought it in. Let's see, Gail, Hugh LeCane, Gail, electronic music, and somehow that rubs up against us.
The big picture of Zappa sitting in the toilet is so famous. That's the vortex. Sitting on the vortex.
Good point. That's
surviving.
He survived. Good point. He's sitting on the vortex. And that was an accident. A promoter, I think down in Dallas or someplace, barged in on him while he was in the bathroom while staying at the promoter's house and took the picture of him. Rudely just took the picture of him and put it out as a poster. How would you like that, Bert? I mean, I don't know if Zappa, I never heard of him suing, or maybe Zappa. I mean, Zappa had this image, and that was the only thing he was famous for was for these scandalous images, and nobody recognized what an amazing environment he was as a musician, as a creator. They just noticed the porn, but it's just like they banned Ulysses, the greatest book of its day and of the 20th century, say. They banned it for the disgusting physical descriptions in it.
Yes, but this
is
the tactile art that is helping us survive. The Android meme.
What did you say? Did you say vibe?
No, the tactile art that helps us survive. The Android. Tactile.
Yeah, tactile art. Good point. Tactility as an art helps you understand and bypass the Android meme. So, and that's the interplay of co-anesthesia and synesthesia. So I've been reading about the violence of the arts. You heard all that. That was good stuff, eh? I've actually never heard. What he's saying here is a bit different than what he usually said. He's saying more to the students. And that's actually what would happen. If you were a student of his, you'd get a lot more one-on-one time with him, and he'd fill in a lot of things. But when he went public and wrote a book, it would be a manipulative attack on the public. Because he said, I regard myself as the enemy of society. That's what he said. So he was being violent. So he predicts, which we know in the end is Iandom, there's going to be a complete change in image in the arts very soon, as there is in technology. So it's going to be a complete change in upcoming technologies. Therefore,
because you said that in this novel, the Illuminati Android meme at the end, the robot or something like that?
You mean Robert Anton Wilson's novel, The Illuminatus Trilogy?
Yeah. Yeah, I was remembering in The Forbidden Planet, the robot that welcomes humans arriving to the Forbidden Planet with the acoustic monster. It's a robot called Robbie the Robot. So that's
right, Robbie the Robot. Bobby again, that's right. Now, here's to point, Kevin Currier wanted Ben Watson to be updated. He said Ben Watson was too British, too European to understand the subtleties of the American ground to get really what Zappa was doing, and therefore shouldn't have relied on Adorno. Now, we know Adorno criticized the industries, the music pop culture thing, and got lost in his bookish culture. But what I'm reading here, and we're going to read about the instant replay, about jazz and rock, about art upsetting, you can teach that in high school, and then you would understand why Zappa and the great artists are not popular. It's spelled out simply for people to get. It's not with postmodern jargon language. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, he's saying very valuable stuff, but it's simple. It's not hard to get. It's not jargon. And he's explaining something that is hard to perceive at first. But I admire his simplicity compared to the Derridas and obfuscators of bullshit. They're seeing the same thing as McLuhan almost, but they have to obfuscate it because they have to become mysterious to have their gigs on the lecture circuit. Okay.
But that's where Zappa was active in what McLuhan's explaining. If you look at Zappa's his music or even his interviews, he was always on point of illustrating that. He was artistic.
Yep.
I mean, he had a gleam in his eye. I got to watch some of the videos this week, and the gleam in his eye, he was always alert.
Laughing. He knew what he was doing. He was laughing, and he knew he was being satirical, and knowing that people would dig it 20 years later, or 100 years later. Yeah. It's the same gleam in my eye. You've noticed that in any me, man. I got the fucking gleam.
Of course.
What's interesting, I've looked at a couple of Carolyn's TV summits, or she's videotaped in a summit, and you see her talking, and it's not as aggressive, but there's a slight little gleam in Carol's eye as she's talking, as she knows the person's getting blown away by what she's saying. Ever notice that in Carolyn?
Yes. And also her hand, she uses her hands also when she talks as well, which illustrates it.
Well, how does she use her hands? Oh, you mean is it gleaming?
Part of the gleam is when she's using her hands when she illustrates some of her points when she's on
that's interesting. Non-visual gleam.
Yes.
Let me see. Where's Carolyn? I think she's watching TV, but... Hey, Carolyn. Bert's describing the gleam in Zappa's eye when he's seen in interviews. And then I said, I had a gleam. And then I said that you have less obvious gleam. But it's a smirk you see. But then Bert says you see your gleam in your hands, the way you use your hands. You hear that, Bert? You hear it go woo?
Yeah.
Ooh,
you see it.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that. I don't know what a gleam would look like in the hand. So you're saying there's a bit of a satirical use of her hands?
No, it's just the point. I mean, she's gleaming anyway, but when she uses her hands, you can see the point that when she's talking, her hands are sort of like exclamation points of what she's illustrating.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was watching Lance Strait do a video, this head guy in the Media Ecology Association world, and he's out of Fordham University. He was a guest lecturer at some university, and his hand gestures were completely off. Like they were punching the air a long time. Like his out of syncness, his lack of Bob knowledge made his gesturing bad. I was just looking at that yesterday. But yeah, Carolyn's pretty good at gesturing. So here's the interesting point. What's the difference between Zappa and McLuhan? So Zappa is an artist, a technician. He's not a teacher, an academic. McLuhan is seen as an academic and a teacher and commenting on the scene. And so you think Zappa's out there making entertainment and manipulating satire, and McLuhan's commenting on it. But people didn't realize that McLuhan was in the same entertaining musical world doing acoustic performances and turning his academic life into an art form. You know, you don't understand McLuhan if you think as a professor just commenting on things. This is what Walter Bower used to say to me. He said, Bob, I was in the middle of it all. McLuhan was just on the sidelines commenting. He wasn't in the middle of it, the drama. I said, no fucking way. You were an extension of the drama McLuhan was creating. McLuhan influenced a lot of levels. And Walter was reacting inside the drama that McLuhan created. He got fooled by the book part of McLuhan. McLuhan was always going around to corporations, consulting, inventing things, very active, not just writing books. You know what I mean? Doing many things, much like Frank.
That's the thing with the scholars. The scholars at the beginning were just commenting on the margins of the manuscripts, but some were so good that their comments became better known than the actual words they were commenting.
Yeah. Good
so
point.
That's the ground of the figure and the ground becoming the figure. And McLuhan was this type of scholar commenting on everything, but he was actually the figure. He was not ground.
But he wasn't a scholar.
The medium.
He did his, listen to this, he did his scholarship in the 30s at Cambridge, and he wrote his PhD, which is a great scholarly pattern, 2,000 years of the interplay of rhetoric, grammar, and dialectic in the trivium. That's his scholarship. Everything after that is him looking around in pop culture, in academic, in science, to support what he said in his thesis. And that's why you read Ted Carpenter, who says Marshall didn't invent anything. He just stole from everybody. Now, that's a crude way of saying that Marshall would see what Ashley Montague would say, what this guy would say, what that guy say, and he'd say, okay, I'll line up all these 10 guys. They're all being affected by the radio environment. You know, Pound, Eliot, and Joyce and Lewis are miming the effect of the radio environment. That's more significant than anything they did, than they made. So, what was my point there? See, he would fit it back into what he had known. And when he did his thesis, he'd fit it back into what he called the ancient quarrel between the dialecticians on one side and the grammarians/rhetoricians on the other side. Eric repeats it in his new book on the history of manipulating satire. It's the same battle. And McLuhan repeated that in formula, and that gave him time to comment on what was going on. Like on McCarthyism or on Elvis. He writes about Elvis very early in the 50s. He was always hanging out like a teenager, consuming the new movies, the new pop culture forms, and having fun while hiding under this scholarship image. And he appeared to be a scholar, doing ongoing research, because what he was expert in, people didn't know about. They didn't know what his thesis was an expert on. It was pretty obscure stuff. And so, what was the next sentence? So he would appear to, he would say, I'm sick of being famous and having to go around and lecture all over the world. I'd like to get back to my 19th century studies. That's what he used to say. Please, give me a break so I can go back and read old books and old obsolete technology and do some scholarship. And Don Thiel said that it actually got pretty hectic for McLuhan, and McLuhan got in a bit of trouble. His later books were a bit thin on the scholarship level because he didn't have time to do scholarship. He tried to retrieve it with his book From Cliché to Archetype, but Thiel in his negative moment said McLuhan never got back to the scholarship that he really wanted to do. But I don't really agree with that. McLuhan was a quadrophenic. He loved being out there in the mix, getting on the Today TV show and disturbing the masses with what he had to say.
Wouldn't that be the new scholarship he was doing anyway, Bob? Because most of the people he was commenting on were scholars, but he was really adapting to the electronic environment. So he was part of his scholarship. Yeah. No,
it's not literate scholarship. It was oral performance. He would quickly speak on what was happening. As soon as streaking happened, do you remember streaking? Where people run across a formal place without any clothes on? Do you remember that? 1974? Yes. Streaking. Okay, guys would run across the stage on Ed Sullivan or something with no clothes on. And then they'd get caught at the other end and arrested. But McLuhan immediately had a comment on streaking. And this didn't require any scholarship. It just required his pattern recognition. He said, the streakers are an important phenomenon. They are telling us this. And this is what the streaker, he would then say the following. The streaker is telling us that we're getting all dressed up, but we got nowhere to go. So McLuhan saw it as a satire on elite New York society, going to operas, going to balls, going to Metropolitan Museum with big galas, getting dressed up and going nowhere and having nowhere to go because you were everywhere electrically. So the streaker was making fun of that by taking off his clothes and rushing through as if they were going somewhere. It was a satire.
It's like, that's why you are an epoch in your videos, like naked in front of the
What'd
computer. You're an epoch in your videos, naked in front of the computer.
Oh, yeah, with my shirt on. Yes, that's right. I'm a streaker. Good point. I'm a polite streaker. I don't show my bottom. I just show my chest and my naked upper part. Yes, that's right. Very good point. Yeah, apparently, Bert, people won't take you seriously if you get interviewed and you don't have a shirt on.
It's like we're not going anywhere. That's what McLuhan said. We're
already there. As Ion says, we're already there. Everywhere is anywhere. You're disconnected connected. But so
you are
what he did, Bert.
The Adam in Paradise, all naked, running around.
Okay, what was in Paradise? What was the first part?
The David in Paradise, naked again.
Did you say the day we're in Paradise? What's the first syllable?
Oh, no, the Adam. I'm sorry, the Adam.
Adam in Paradise. Yes, we're back in Paradise. Yes, we retrieved Paradise, and we're harassed Adam in Paradise, running around trying to keep up with all our bodies. So we're not too relaxed. So Ion has to come forth to tell us to relax and allow. You're all Adams. You're all perfect. You got there, but you're running around as if you didn't get there. So this is what he did, Bert. Like, the first time I saw him, he did a TV special on CBC about 1961, and he's commenting on the latest fads, like the Lolita novel. It was Vladimir Nabokov did Lolita, and he makes it into what teenagers, and they get these actors, young people, to act out this play. So, and then in 1962, when the twist happens, 1961, he goes on TV to get interviewed to comment on the twist. Now, this doesn't require any fucking scholarship. It requires coming up with neat aphorisms to explain it. So the interviewer says, well, what do you make of this chubby checker and this twist fad? And he said, well,
twist maybe what people were trying to express this vortex also, they felt. That's my theory.
It's too noisy. Oh. Put that in your pot. Pot is noisy. Okay, sorry, Roxy, what did you say? What was that last sentence?
The twist was the result, and Scolia, people commenting on the vortex. They're all
Did you say Escolia? Are you making a Latin word there? Escolia?
Yeah, the Scolia is that's the root of school, from scholarship, from scholar. So that's
Scolia, and it means leisure. Scholarship, Bert, means leisure. Comes from a word that means leisure. The aristocrats had leisure, so they could afford to read. Yeah, school means school. It comes from the word scolia, which means leisure. Or that's what McLuhan said. Probably find out it doesn't fucking mean it, but we liked it. We liked the idea that school was a leisure.
We like to twist and shout.
Yeah, we like your fallacy. We like his fallacy. I don't like your fallacy. Your fallacy's fucked. We like his fallacy. That's what happens when you're in the Android beam. Everybody's a fallacy. It's just which fallacy you prefer. That article on Donald Trump by Matt Taibbi is funny, and I saw someone talking about it. They said they asked him what did he think of the military or something. He said, well, I've seen all the shows. He translates everything through TV. He just considers consuming TV answers all the questions. I don't know if I said that properly, but it was something absurd. They asked him a technical question. He said, well, I've seen all the TV shows. And anyways, I watch all the shows. That's how he knows. That's right. That's how he knows about foreign policy. He watches the Sunday morning Meet the Press type of stuff. He just watches TV. Gets the cartoon iconic battle. Bullshit. Okay. Back to this. So you get Bert. McLuhan is 1961. He's commenting on the Strip, on the Twist. Then he's commenting on the Beatles. And then he's commenting on the hippies and LSD. He just comments on pop culture from that point on. But one of his students said, after 1962, McLuhan didn't seem to be interested in literary endeavors or reviews or anything. He was commenting on the present, on the ongoing now. The trends had a recognition.
As I was researching this thing about science fiction, most philosophers of the 20th century had to go to popular culture and science fiction because that's the thing that is reflecting the times, the society, and the many aspects of it's the real scholia is all this popular culture, the commenting on what's going on. So
McLuhan called it a classroom without walls, Roxy. He called it the classroom without walls. Classroom, learning,
yes, for a long time, all these things were not considered real art forms, but
they were considered nonsense and
very good science fiction novels, cyberpunk, all these type of.
Well, that's later, but the best science fiction was written by Lewis and Joyce when nobody knew it was science fiction. You know, William Gibbs and these guys, Robert Anton Wilson Illuminatus trilogy, they're just redoing Finnegan's Wake and Lewis. That's what Don Thiel said. Even Pynchon. Now, they add new rhythms. They have the genius of their rhythm of the period of the writing. They give you something to read. You can read 800 pages of, Gravity's Rainbow. It's a pretty fun read. But as for learning and insight and pattern recognition, you got to go to McLuhan. Like what? Look what I'm going to read you about the instant replay. Here, nobody's talking about the instant replay, and he there back in the late '60s starts talking about the huge significance of the instant replay, and we're going to hear that. Look at what he commented on.
Zappa and McLuhan were seeing that this low culture is going to be actually the outering of the 20th century. And they were already commenting on that and making satire about all these memes and archetypes and
look at Elvis Presley. You know, before he was sanitized, the guy was outrageous. They had to televise him from the waist up. They couldn't show his legs wiggling. When these guys came out, they were as radical as anybody had ever been in any of the creative arts. Right? So rock and roll in 55, 56 was an outburst of the beginning of the global theater, the post-art world, no more who cared about painting, sculpture, blah, blah, blah. And these were kids. These kids upset everybody. You should hear Sinatra. I have to read you what Frank Sinatra says. Do I have that book? Just a second. Let's see, Sinatra, right here. In 1957, you've had a couple years of Elvis and Little Richard, John, and Jerry Lee Lewis. This great book called Rock in America, and it's Rockin' America. It's ROCK''N. So it's like rock and roll, but it's Rock in America, a social and cultural history by a close friend of Arthur Croker. Dina Weinstein, her husband, did Data Trash with Croker, the great update of Marx's manifesto, the theory of the virtual class. Well, on the first page, in 1957, here's what Frank Sinatra said. Rock and roll is the most brutal, ugly, degenerate, vicious form of expression that has been my displeasure to hear. You hear that? Now, you know what that is? That's the fucking mafia talking, the guys that ran the record industry talking. Because there's a book called Hitman, came out about 1990. Read that book. It's all about the mafia, the dirty part of the record industry. And Frank would refer to it. He says, the guys who made the records, managed the industry back in the 50s are still here in the 80s. They're still doing it. They just changed the names and changed the companies and that. But here is Frank Sinatra, who was maybe considered brutal, ugly, degenerate 10 years before when he had the Bobby Soxers fainting in front of him, when he did his singer thing. the kids were really shocking to the parents, the way they reacted to Frank Sinatra. But the world has changed radically with television and the beginning of the computer world. So he says rock and roll is the most brutal, ugly, degenerate, vicious form of expression. It has been my displeasure to hear. This guy's sensibilities are totally disrupted, right?
Yes.
And he's proud to say that. And then he ends up, 20 years later, singing with David Bowie and sort of everybody else. He was mutated, but he didn't know it. He was going to be mutated, and gradually his own daughter, Nancy Sinatra, would be doing rock. So then the other quote is on page, 27. Let's see, there's another one here. 27. Says, as the big bands were marginalized during World War II, singers became a major focus of popular music. Frank Sinatra, for example, had originally been just an unidentified member of Tommy Dorsey's orchestra, merely the singer. He became a big star before the war ended because the bands went out of business during the war for all kinds of interesting technical reasons, and so they had started relying on, the radio stations had started relying on vocalists. So that opened it for somebody like Frank Sinatra, who was just a boring singer for a big band. But then the bands dropped off during the war. It says, Sinatra became a big star before the war ended. A very big star. His screaming female fans caught the attention of the mainstream media, which reinforced his celebrity. At the start of 1945, a Reader's Digest writer described his fans' behavior. Quote, a few of them slump into their seats, either fainting or convincing themselves that they are doing so. Some of them rush down the aisle to get as close as possible to their hero. End of quote. Then it says vocal groups like the Andrews Sisters, the Mills Brothers, and the Ink Spots all gained popularity because of the making of the records around shellac wasn't available during the war years, and other technical reasons. There was a battle between ASCAP and BMI, and strikes, and the musicians weren't getting paid when they played on the radio, or they demanded to be played on the radio more so that they could get paid. So all these complications that radio did to the music industry of the 20s and 30s. So another quote by Sinatra is page 83. So during the payola scandal, which was another scam because payola was not against the law. You don't hear that, Bert. Did you know that payola was not against the law?
No. I don't know what payola is. What is payola? What is payola?
People bribing DJs to play radio station people to play their music on the radio. It's called payola.
Oh, okay.
You didn't know? You didn't even know about it. Okay. It says, so look at this. In 1958, Sinatra said that rock and roll was, quote, the Marshall music of every sideburn delinquent on the face of the earth. Every sideburn delinquent. That was this new phrase, juvenile delinquent. So he's saying rock was the Marshall music, the military music of every sideburn delinquent on the face of the earth. Man, he was having one hell of an identity crisis. He wasn't cool towards this. So, the art world was made obsolete by these kids who were taking over the empty radio medium because TV was taking over, so radio was like floundering. So they said, "Oh, let's sell records to the kids." So they altered consciousness. And then McLuhan in 1964, he gets to comment on that pattern. He says, the amazing thing today is you got teenagers. No, he says you got children affecting global consciousness. Einstein, he was the last adult to affect global consciousness. Einstein. Newton did it a couple of years before that. Then Einstein. And the scientists have been struggling ever since. McLuhan said that science turned into science fiction and Hollywood stuff. Just like espionage, CIA, KGB stuff was obsolete, so it became the daily fare, the content of spy TV shows, because it was obsolete. Okay, so it's so people who heard the later McLuhan in the 60s and 70s thought he was just a gadfly making up unscholarly statements, wacky generalizations, and they didn't know that he had been a scholar and had done incredible work, 30 years before. But people were confused. There was a later McLuhan who didn't seem to be a scholar, and then there was the early McLuhan, and some of the Yale professors that Don Thiel was taught by, Clint Brooks and Wimsatt, they knew McLuhan's scholarship. They had access to the PhD. And then they found it odd that McLuhan dropped the scholarship and went into pop culture. So McLuhan mixed everybody, mixed them and matched them and molded them, just like Zappa. He had the hardest time going into symphony orchestras to get them to play his music because they said, this is a fucking rock jerk. We don't play for a rock guy. So he and McLuhan were both tough in going into enemy territory from either side. I mean, the rockers detected something wrong with this Zappa guy. He's not one of us. He doesn't smoke dope. He doesn't hang out with us, and he writes music and he conducts people. Man, who is this guy? So the Rolling Stone magazine, banned him. Well, this guy's not cool. So he was an outsider in both worlds, which is what you have to be when you're a modern artist, a modern scientist, a modern pattern shit disturber. It's the same for you. So, Roxy, it is 8:34, so you have another hour and a half till 10, your time?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we can get some other stuff done. But I'm almost finished this essay. Don't you see that this talk is a pretty good wrapping up of the themes that we've been trying to get to or have been doing?
Yes.
You get it?
Yes.
It's so beautiful and perfect.
Very good, yeah, because to those people who don't understand what McLuhan's got to do with Zappa, we're illustrating it with this essay. So,
well, it's like we're actually using this obscure composer to explain the tactile coming in, and he was a tactile artist, and we are using that to illustrate the aspects of
what tactility is.
Yeah.
McLuhan is telling us, showing us how one looks at the tactility and then the extension of tactility in the technology. So he says there's going to be a complete change, and he's when he says, I'm not going to take a guess at what it's going to be, this change, breakthrough in the arts, but I think it would be worth having this breakthrough since you know that the time is right. You know that the time is right. You know there's going to be a breakthrough. There's going to be a complete change in image in the arts very soon, as there is in technology. He was talking about himself. He was saying, I will be appreciated for what I'm doing here. I am the breakthrough in art. My art criticism is way better than anything that they're offering in the art schools. He's always talking about himself because he knew he'd become he was an environment. And of course, Ion does the same thing. Okay, so then he says,
yes, and I also see, let me just interrupt.
Yeah,
I see
all right. I don't mind you interrupting.
Now that we're post-literate and we have access to all these unlimited archives, to the big data, it's like we all have to become like Leonardo, like you, like Zappa, autodidact. And how do you digest all this information you're getting? What do you do with all this without getting lost in it, without getting sick, without being disturbed by these new frequencies, this new speed? So you have to keep cool and have fun.
Right. And that's so McLuhan is teaching you survive by developing your ability to recognize patterns so that you remain autonomous. You don't get sucked into things.
And also
you can enjoy them, participate, but you have your mind is still there. What?
Not to be serious about anything. Like they're all McLuhan, Zappa, Joyce.
And Ion.
You are all.
Here's Ion presenting this profound information with absurd humor.
Ion's amazing, presenting all these pop culture and
inventory of everything.
Commenting on that with a lot of humor. It's like you have to keep this cool with the satire, with fun. It's like Frank Zappa.
But it required work. It required an effort. Look, everybody who takes a drop starts, or listening ion starts going into exile, silence, and cunning. You know, Joyce's motto. They start getting bugged by their parents, their mothers, their daughters, their family, their social life. They go into exile, silence, and cunning for a while to retune their sensibilities as however they interpret ion, and then what the drops do to them. So it requires a retreat for a while to get to figure out what's going on, and we provide the best information on how to figure it out. And Zappa became, he went through exile, silence, and cunning. McLuhan did. They all did. Maybe it doesn't take as long now, but that's important about this. It's not just, you don't just start having fun. You actually got to, the stuff you don't like to learn and you don't like to read, you don't like to think about, that's what you got to learn to have fun with.
Yes.
Yes, because
that is a good point, Bob. That is a great point.
Yeah. The worst case scenario where everything is toxic. So,
right.
Laughing. This is just
well, you know, Gurdjieff said you have a chief feature in your personality which you're not aware of, and you've got to become aware of what your chief feature or your chief bias or your chief strength and chief weakness is. And once you become aware of that, hopefully you're coming out the other side with a sense of humor. You didn't go all the way if you don't come out with a sense of humor. You didn't get there. You actually thought you stopped and arrived at some point, streaking through pattern recognition, and then you got to realize you didn't get anywhere. You already arrived, or you didn't get there, or was nowhere to go. But that requires a lot of cleaning out of assumptions and mental voicings inside you that you are half aware of. So we have the Evergreens on it. We have Frank talking to the Evergreens. Now, there's a shocker for 99% of the Zappa people who might listen to this. Bob claims he's talking to Frank. Well, we actually are fucking talking to Frank. And if you listen to it, it's pretty fucking good. I'd like to hear you come up with a similar situation. So we even have Frank right here. So that's a shocker.
Leonardo built a castle for you. The king never used it. It was
and they had to keep building it. They were going nowhere as fast. They said, we're never going to use this fucking thing, but you got to fucking keep building it. You got to finish it. Matter of fact, you know, they did live to see it. Hey, they did live to see it. They went to parallel worlds, and they came back every now and then and used it. They're still there.
Yeah, because that's another thing, that they kept the whole woods around the castle. The whole
they kept
nature and they kept it inside a big wall, like just if everything is ready, so Bob can move in.
So you're saying there's a wall, you can't walk on the property, you got to go through a gate or something.
Well, around the castle, all the woods, it's like a park. It's one of the biggest forests in Europe that is still forest, a big area of forest. And it was kept like that by the king. He built a big wall around the woods. It's the size of Paris, the whole area around this castle. So that's the thing that everybody says, what for?
What for?
What for?
That's right, what for?
Yes.
So they built a wall around the forest, and inside the forest was the castle. Wow.
Yes. It's all there.
Wow.
You can go visit.
What part of France is it?
Let me see the picture.
It's La Loire. It's sort of central north. But it's very, very easy if you Google Chambord, CHARTO, you're going to find it. And I sent all the links.
It's CHAMBORD, isn't it?
Yeah. What did I say?
No, it's You said, I don't know what you said. Is this what it is? Chambord. Chambord. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I sent all the links to it, so I suppose he will put it on
Yeah, now, did you post it on Dupes?
No. You can post it.
I want to make an announcement of Dupes. I went through Bart's 73 4 or 5 minute clips of Ion and music, and I posted my notes to every one of them. Did you know that, Bert? Go on to Bart's Mashups, that thread. It's incredible what I did. You got notes. I tell you what basic topics are in each 4, 5, 3, 6 minute thing, and the timing when high points, key points are said. It's a great inventory.
Oh, wow.
And then Bert.
That's great, Bob.
Yeah, and then Bert took all the recordings, as many as he could, and stripped off the music so you just hear Ion and the audio. So we can, I'll probably play some tonight. So you hear it clearly. It's not drowned out by the music. So we've done a great revolution over at Bart's Mashups. And you Zappa fans, when you become a member of Dupes, you'll be able to take part in this. It's good stuff. Or I'll play it during this show, this part. So, okay, back to the Chambord. Do tourists go there now? What happens there now, Roxy?
In Chambord?
Yeah.
Well, yes. It's a monument of the whole humanity. This UNESCO monument, and it's now property of the French Republic, and it's one of the biggest forests in Europe that is still a forest.
You're not answering my question. Can one visit it as a tourist?
Yes.
Okay, that's easy. You can go see it, no problem, 24/7 or, every day it's available.
Yes, there is a web page with the whole information.
Okay. So I wonder how long it's been a tourist thing. Since World War II, since the 60s, How long, do you know how long it's been?
Yes, I suppose property? After the Second World War, because, to maintain this type of properties is so expensive, and aristocracy has no means anymore to do that. So I suppose it was bought by the French Republic, and they keep it.
So who owned it? Was it the royalty, the King Frank's descendants owned it?
Yes, for a long time it was empty, and then they gave it to a German royal. But then during the 19th century it was empty again, until Victor Hugo said they had to save it.
Victor Hugo,
and,
yeah. Okay. It's a great thing to know about. Okay, so let's go on to the next part, the final part of his talk. Now, this is important. He says, we live in the age of the instant replay. And this is one of the most remarkable developments of any age, since it enables us to have the meaning without the experience. You don't have to watch the game. You can have the meaning of the game minus the experience. The ordinary condition of man is to have the experience without the meaning. Most people have experience and don't know what it means. The ordinary condition of man is to have the experience without the meaning. This is universal. The replay is a technique. The instant replay is a technique, not of cognition, but of recognition or recognition. It has changed the nature of sport from top to bottom. Just a minute. How come I think it's these blocked? I got things open here. Could you just speak for a minute, Bert? See which one you are?
Yes. You hear me, Bob?
Okay, that's you. Right, and now, okay, then you speak, Roxy.
Yes, what do you think about this whole thing Leonardo knowing about Ion and Bob? Isn't that amazing?
Right, okay, I've got it. I've got the others blocked now. Okay, good. All right, so the instant replay is a technique not of cognition but recognition or recognition. It has changed the nature of sport from top to bottom. It is a form of emotion regulated in tranquility. Now, he's actually quoting something later, emotion recollected in tranquility. So I don't know if they misprinted. He says it is a form of emotion recollected in tranquility, but they got regulated. That's an odd meaning. It could be satirical. It is a form of emotion regulated or recollected in tranquility. It reminds one of Mrs. Patrick Campbell's observations, I don't know who that is, about the bliss of the marriage bed after the hurly-burly of the Shay-Long. Get that? The bliss of the marriage bed after the hurly-burly of the Shay-Long. So during courtship or being single, there's a lot of stress, something on the chair. And then when you finally get married, you're more anchored. Do you guys know about that quote?
Which book?
Someone called Mrs. Patrick Campbell. I think that's sort of like sounds like a character in a novel. So let's look that up. Maybe that comes up real easy. Mrs. Patrick Campbell. Isn't it amazing how we can just look anything up? You have to remember that.
Yes.
Things were so slow before this, you have to go to the library the next day. If you even remembered. Jesus. I don't know what's going on here. I type something in, I press the thing, and it goes somewhere else. I think I clicked it and erased it when I clicked it. Sorry, it's taking a long time here. I have to be very gentle and not rapidly click on it. Mrs. Patrick Campbell, 1865 to 1940. Born Beatrice Stella Tanner and known informally as Mrs. Pat, was an English stage actress. Her first husband died in the Boer War in 1900. 14 years later, she became the second wife of George Cornwallis West, a writer and soldier previously married to Jenny Jerome, the mother of Sir Winston Churchill. Oh, okay, so she's mingling with the British aristocrats. Notwithstanding her second marriage, she continued to use the stage name Mrs. Patrick Campbell, rather than her new name. So she did all this theater, and in 1914 she played Eliza Doolittle in the original West End production of Pygmalion, which George Bernard Shaw had expressly written for her. So she was a famous actress. So she said, marriage is bliss. The bliss of the marriage bed after the hurly-burly of the Shay-Long. Then he says, McLuhan says, emotion recollected in tranquility was Wordsworth's definition of poetry. What does Hein talk about? Lucid collectivity?
Recollected lucidity.
Collective lucidity?
No, recollected lucidity.
Oh, recollected lucidity. That's close to this. Emotion recollected in tranquility. And you're saying recollected lucidity, right?
Yeah.
Same thing. Emotion recollected in tranquility was Wordsworth's definition of poetry. The instant replay is precisely that. The replay, of course, is transforming the football game. The football play now has had to be opened up so that people can participate in the process and the technique of the play. Ask any football player and he will tell you that they have to play a totally different game before the cameras than they would ordinarily play. it has to be opened up so that the process of participation in the actual technique of the play can be part of the play. So he means that they have to let people see the instant replay. They got to make time for people to see the instant replay so they can see the process of the action. He says, it reminds me a bit of the story about the referee who's moving the ball along 15 yards for a penalty. And one of the players said, "You stink." And so the referee moved the ball another 15 yards and turned to the player and said, "How do I smell from here?" and McLuhan says, that's the instant replay. So the player says, "You stink." He's pissed off that he got a penalty. He complains, so the guy fines him for complaining, and he moves the ball another 15 yards. And then he says, "How do I smell from here?" Well, the guy wasn't going to say he stunk, right? So he smelled great. The replay is there's no smell. And he means there's no smell. Can't smell that far away. So you're having the meaning without the experience. The meaning is based on that if he says you stink again, it'll get fined again. So an instant replay can be generalized to any form of communication that replays what the person experienced. Okay. At electric speed, you have pattern recognition, and this, incidentally, has implications for many, many things, including education and Watergate. There he is, Bert. Watergate's just happening. You see, Watergate, it really didn't start till the summer of '73 when it was televised, the hearings, and this is in April before the televising. Are you there, Bert? I don't hear Bert.
Maybe he went to drink something.
Yeah.
He dropped out.
Did you get knocked out, Bert?
No, I was here the whole time. I must have got muted somehow.
Go. Make us a long sound.
Oh.
Yeah, so I had accidentally, I fucking opened up the wrong one. You know, when I was checking 10 minutes ago. I don't know, it fucked up. That I muted what I shouldn't mute. So you're open again. Anything you want to say?
Did you say that...
How does Rob from there?
What? How do I smell from here, Bert?
Smells good. No, so McLuhan said the emotion was... the instant replay was emotion, recollected in tranquility.
In tranquility. It's after the experience. After the drama.
Yeah.
You're just looking at you find out, well, this is what happened. This is the meaning. The concept is as a removal from the experience. The experience is percept. You're involved in it. You're perceiving it. Then when you know if it came to an end, then you have a concept of what it meant. So you have the meaning. And you don't have to keep experiencing it to have the meaning. But with the instant replay, you're seeing things you haven't experienced. And you're getting the meaning of them without having the experience.
Wow.
That's weird. You're getting meaning.
No, it'd be nice to just, to experience, when he first discovered that, who was around when he said that, and would like to picture their reaction when he just said that, what in the world? But that's really interesting that we could see that now. But that is a unrecognized effect that I never noticed until you brought that up to me.
Nobody noticed that. That's right. That's why he said other places it was the biggest metaphysical revolution in human cognition, the instant replay. I mean, other minds would come in, what do you mean? I'm having the experience. They'd muddle it all up and say, no, you're having the experience while watching it. You know, you're seeing the replay. But I'm sure he's adding something to it. I don't know myself. I think McLuhan's nuts. But I think it's interesting for you guys to puzzle these things out. Why should I bother? I'm transcended. I don't engage the mind. But, again, I'm telling you stuff that you didn't know about. Right? That's what's valuable here. I'm telling you things and what he's saying. It's worth thinking about. Is it actually?
Listen,
what do you think? Now let's check.
It's, for example, amazing when you're talking about something and you do the hyperlinking and read things and quote this and find this other text and this other video. And it's a new type of replay that cannot be done if you write a book. It has to be maybe because we have access to all this.
You have to have a book out. It has to get attention. It has to sell enough so that you get interviewed. And then in that 5-minute interview, you get your chance to say your patterns. Screw that. Just get on the radio and do it. I don't have.
Yes, and
I did have to make Ion.
Yes, and the way you're
Ion didn't happen.
Communicating, you make this is called scholar comments on the whole history of humankind with your chart, and to comment it's like you have to be in this new type of medium, like you have access to all these different type of things. And I was wondering, it's funny how we are making like this virtual reality that it might be even more intense as the real physical body experience.
Yeah.
With all the effects and all the visuals and all the sounds that it's like you're going into another type of hologram that it's even more intense because there is not this separation of one sense dominating the other senses. It's all going to be aesthetic.
So when if I see an instant replay, I don't necessarily know. I just come in the room. They're doing a replay. I don't know how it's going to unfold. So it's a new experience. I'm watching it. But usually you know why the replay is happening, what the result is of what you're watching. You usually want to just see the replay to see what you missed. You want to see the process. So it's different from watching something, very subtle difference from watching something unfold. You're in the middle of it. You're not in the middle of it.
Yes, and it's interesting that up until now, when we transition, we got to see the replay of the whole thing we call life.
Right.
That's the point of living, to have this recording and then replay it at the end. But we don't transition.
I didn't get what you're saying. I'll add this, is that what's interesting, you see a replay of your life. Are you going to see all the video you made, all the whatever other media you're on, besides your boring life of going to work or something? What about all the media translations of yourself? Especially if you're Elvis Presley, does he sit around, does his seeing all his life flash before his eye go on for like 3 days?
I don't know. We have to ask Ion how was the replay. But that was the...
Yeah, how is...
Yeah, we were leaving to make a recording and then see the whole replay at the end. So what's the point of that?
Right, so that's what I got from your idea, so that was good. But what were you saying? You were asking what would happen. I didn't get your main point about the dying. We see a replay of your life. Now what are you saying?
Yeah, that up until now, that was the thing. Then now we're staying here, and there is no more.
We actually get the replay of life by watching videotape of yourself before you die. That's your point. That's right. I'm
asking you.
You don't need to die.
You create the hologram.
Yes, I did create. This whole fucking last 2,000, 5,000 years has been Bob's replay. You know, I haven't money yet. I never myself a starry attraction.
Well, maybe we're going into the Zappa thing that we are going to be able to access our recording, our soul recordings, and make a Synocracy re-recording.
Of Frank.
I don't know.
Of something.
There's one point Ion made. There's one point Ion made of starting your life and looking all the way back, looking back.
Yes. Always operate as if it's your last moment before you make a decision. Look at it from not what it will lead to, but what it would be part of in retrospect. You know, people say, I'll do this and that'll lead to that, something in the future. You say, no, put yourself at the end of the line, then fit the evaluation in of something particular.
Yes, Ian will say here, Bob is in your inbox. Play. Look at Bob.
Bob is in your inbox. Yeah, it's good. But that's interesting. People never heard their voices. People never heard their voices, never saw themselves until recently. So they're seeing a replay of their lives as much as they want to. That's the death state. But the soul does the recording. The soul provides that. So the idea that when you die, you see a replay of your life, no. When you die, the soul might let you see that if you're interested, but you best carry on and go to the guff and not be concerned about your replay, because that's the soul's business. And that's got nothing to do with you. So you don't see a replay of your life when you die. That means every near-death experience is a fucking lie, Bert. They've all been using that archetype. Well, yeah, all my life flashed before me. Well, how could it be? That's the soul.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it does do that, but Ian's brought in some points that might question. We have to re-ask that over again. We have to start over again on that point. Do you see a replay of your life? He does say you judge your life. If you don't judge your life while you're alive, you eventually judge your life when you're floating around waiting to go to the guff. And you can't get to the guff unless you've judged yourself. You've done whatever that judging
And for example, if we stay here eternally, what happens to the recording, to the thing we call the soul?
What happens to the recording?
They've said many,
to the many souls. Are they going to be erased?
You mean once you've died?
No, we're not dying anymore, so...
Right. The soul is not going to do anything. No, Ina said the soul becomes an unused tape recorder. It doesn't do anything because you're manifesting and realizing everything. So the soul goes out of work like the angel.
Yes, because on the one side was this recording of your unmanifested creations, and on the other side, all the things you have done.
Right.
Were those
only the unmanifested
different recordings or both?
No, only the unmanifested, the undone parts. Are you still there, Bert? I think something blipped out. Did you go, Bert?
No, I'm here.
Okay. The things that goes to the guff are the things you didn't do. I don't know if they record what you didn't do, but they have a record of what you didn't do, and that goes to the guff, and the new beings use that to mix up their next life. They appropriate what you contribute. What you didn't do gets dubbed into the guff to be done by someone else. Right, Bert? I got that right?
Yes, that's it. That's it. Ian also said that there's a clip in one. I remember asking him about the soul, because there's one point that they said that the soul you need to learn how to disengage the soul as a god.
Yeah. You don't want to be the goal. You're not unmanifesting anything. You're acting on every creation, so there's nothing for the soul to remember, to collect.
Yes.
So I used to say that people who live puny, small lives and nothing gets manifested or created, they're great contributors to the guff. They're loved in the guff because the more they don't do things, the more you get the opportunity to do it. You as a new being coming to the world. You get to do what they didn't do. So can you imagine being in the guff and most people are doing everything that they want to do, and there's now no archives recorded, there wouldn't be anything to do in the guff. You wouldn't have any material to work with for your new life.
Yeah. Well, that's a whole new stream of questions there.
Yep.
All
right, so anyways, at electric speed, you have pattern recognition. And this, incidentally, has implications for many, many things, including education and Watergate or politics. See, he sticks in the latest event, Watergate. The replay reveals meanings. You know the Watergate thing is a world of meanings minus experience. So we know the Watergate thing is a world of meanings minus experience because we just see it all in replay. We all had the meaning without the experience. Another feature of this same pattern appears in the plight of the motor car at the present time. The motor car has long been the North Americans' primary mode of privacy. North Americans are the only people in the world, and this is shared by Canadians, he says, who go outside to be alone and inside to be with people. All the rest of the world goes outside to be with people and inside to be alone. And this is a strange story, too. It draws attention to the circumstances that the most profound things in life are subliminal and unobserved. Europeans don't know that they go out to be with people and inside to be alone. They take it for granted, and we take the reverse for granted. Frank Lloyd Wright was the first architect to recognize this strange American pattern, and to put the bricks in the living room and the living room on the patio. I don't know if you know Frank Lloyd Wright architecture, but he put the bricks in the living room, the outside part of the house, and the living room on the patio. At the present time, the American car has a character unlike that of any other car. It's built for privacy. He doesn't say it here, but he says American cars are tinted. You know how you can't see into cars? It's for privacy. And he said they don't do that in Europe. They don't have the tinted windows. I don't know if they do or not. I didn't notice that when I was there last September. I wasn't looking, but I guess I should have. But I was too busy running around in galleries and things to notice what was happening in the traffic. But and so the American car is built for privacy and for going out in to be alone, whereas the European car is, by contrast, like a corset, something very close to the body. It is not intended as something in which you enjoy privacy. And so the motor car is in a strange plight today, the television age. Here's the hidden updating factor. The TV brings the outside inside where people are. It's flipping the whole American way of life and taking the inside outside. Watergate. That takes the backroom boys, takes them out as showbiz, and puts the outside world Vietnam in the sitting room. Do that again. Watergate takes the backroom boys out as showbiz and puts the outside world Vietnam in the sitting room. Now, this has great revolutionary effects on politics. People will not tolerate violence in their homes. They will not have had bad news on TV anymore. They have had to change the newscasting, cool it, and all the hot stuff is left for the newspapers, which is outside, not tolerable inside the home. That's where you go at home. That's where you go to be friendly and nice and chummy. So dig that. New York Times had to become a scandal rag, like the Washington Post. They started Watergate, but TV has had to cool it. Now everybody thinks that's censorship. No, Americans will not tolerate bad news in their TV. The Americans don't want it. The public does not want disrupting artistic news, ugly news that disrupts, disturbs. So it's a different way of looking at why there's nothing, quote, serious on the news, on TV. You get that, Bert? All your buddies were complaining that white man suppressed the fucking news and wouldn't tell anybody and didn't know. It's not that. It's the fact that the TV's in the living room and people don't want the outside world in their living room because they go home to be social. And they don't want the lonely outside world invading their social space. Try to tell that to Huey Newton or Ralph, what's his name, Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson. They'd have. Whenever I brought up any McLuhan things to my fellow Black Caucus members, they thought I was fucking nuts. They had no meaning. Tariq was one of these guys.
Did you do that to your friend that just visited you? Was it like Wilson?
Oh, Ray. Ray was so shocked to be in my presence, I couldn't say anything. He was emotionally, like, distraught. He just never thought, he didn't have much money. He never thought he'd ever get out of New York City. But to have himself in fucking paradise, he walked around for a few days in a state of numbness. He was with his daughter, and with me, what happened? We ate something at the restaurant, and he immediately got an allergy and had to go to the washroom. I think he went and vomited. He was going through a lot of emotions because all of a sudden he was with Bob, and he likes me. He likes Carolyn. He respects us, and it was like it was over his head. He couldn't take it. He apologized at the end. He said, sorry, I wasn't very good company. I just couldn't get over the fact I was with you.
Oh.
Wow. Does that make you sad? Is that a moan of sadness and sympathy, Roxy?
No, it's like moving that he...
Yeah, it's moving.
Yeah.
No, it's like Ray has a hard life, man. He can hardly get any work anywhere. He starves all the time and manages to get different jobs, so he has no fucking money. I imagine his daughter, who's got a job, that maybe had the money and paid for it. But he talked about last when I talked him on the phone about 4 years ago. Hadn't seen him since 2007 or so, but we talked on the phone a few years ago, and he was talking about, yeah, I got to come out there. I knew he'd never come out. There's no fucking way. Ray just, basically, I didn't even know he'd live long. He's going to die, starve to death. And because it's a different New York, it's a post-911 nurse, tough there. And so all of a sudden he's here. And he really was. So what we did, we went to a restaurant at 5 at night. We got there, first people there. There was no one there. So it was a big hotel restaurant. So he put the video camera up beside the table. So he has the only recorded document of Bob and Carolyn eating and hamming it up at the table. He's got the only fucking record. No one's ever done that. He's got it's going to be worth millions someday. Yeah, they're watching Bob and Connie eat. And so after a while, the waitress came over and said, "You can't have this sitting in front, blocking the alleyways, the movement, the traffic. Right? They have to walk by to their tables." But there was no one there. So Ray said, "No, we'll move it before the crowds start coming. We'll take it down." But he actually got footage of us being domestic or whatever you call it, hanging out at a restaurant, and. Eben and Legend, those guys, they get to be at the restaurant with me last year in L.A., but no one has a fucking videotape. This is the kind of stuff people long for. They want to see Bob when he's private. They want to see what he's doing when no one's looking, right? So Ray got this recording. I don't know what he's going to do with it, but... and of course, I started hamming it up. It's probably funny what I did. I started yelling at Ray, or not yelling, or he's doing something. But he barely made it through the dinner. He had to go to the bathroom twice.
Wow.
So we just listened to him.
On the vortex.
Yeah, right. We basically heard a bit about his life. He didn't have time to learn anything. Here's what happened. He knew he wanted the RNA drops. So Carolyn actually took some leftover stuff and made a sample bottle of what we had. He actually got an RNA drops bottle for free. And so we gave it to him. So he couldn't wait. And then the other day he called me. He says, "Man, this drops is great." I mean, he got it. He took it. He's got no money to buy any, but he got some, and he was having a great effect from it. And he said, "I'm going to get some money, and I'm going to fucking buy another bottle." That's what he pledged.
Great.
But this is it. Bob 1 minute is hanging out with the richest guys in the world, and then he's hanging out with the homeless. Bob is so Christ-like. I'm so Christ-like in my social life, the old obsolete Christ, the dumb third Christ, the guy who unfortunately did hang out with people and suffered accordingly. We know that.
Well, now that you say that, I was thinking about there was this, with the hot fusion, there was the monsters archetype appearing, and then also the megalomaniac Bob conquering not only planet Earth, but the whole multidimensional parallel world. And
what do you mean? Are you talking about Megalomaniac? You mean like a Dr. No character in James Bond? What is the Dr. Cole? Megalomaniac theme?
It's recording on the Zappa writings all the time. And it's funny that he usually...
Wait. Okay, I'm not getting what you're saying. You're saying Zappa showed the monster theme, and then you're saying Zappa himself was a megalomaniac.
No. Besides the monsters appearing in the landscape of popular culture, there was also this megalomaniac that is going to conquer planet Earth. But
you mean like the Dr. No in James Bond? You're talking about James Bond films, the Dr. No's, the guy who's got some new technology and wipe everybody out. That's what you mean, right?
Yes. Yeah, because it's something you mentioned several times, how the android name and the media, the popular culture, somehow inverses Bob and projects it.
Oh, they're always smearing me. That's right. They're making me look bad. That's right. They make Walter was an absent-minded. That actually was pretty accurate. But anyways, Walter on fringe with his basket case. And they make him look exactly like me. Yeah, you're right. They're always misinterpreting what I'm doing. Yes.
There you are being Christ-like, and they portray...
Yeah, there I am. I don't see anybody on all Slack praising Bob for hosting Ray Wilson.
Yes, we're going to...
And, remember, the Wilson family was in the Zappa book the night before. Remember, we were reading from the press, and one of the characters was Mr. Wilson.
In the Christmas celebration.
And then Ray shows up. And so while we were there, here's what we did. I encouraged him to get a job, to go, like he had another 12 hours on the island, like he'd started, Sunday night, they'd be flying out Monday afternoon. So I said, look, tomorrow morning, go to the hotel here, find out job applications. Because he realized, holy shit, this is where I want to spend the rest of my life, man. I don't want to stay anywhere else. I got to fucking move here. And so I told him to, look into it. I don't think he did, but he'll probably call me up one of these days. Bob, would you go down to the hotel and get me an application form? I'll probably have to fucking do it. But he was blown up. He said he couldn't believe the smell of the air when he first landed. The pure air. It just blew him away. After being in New York all these years, the pure air was shocking to him. The flowers, the landscape, the water. He'd been transported to heaven. And he, what was it? I'd say a couple of things. Like, remember I told you when he first called me, we talked about 30 seconds, and whatever I said, he goes, Bob, you're blowing my mind already. I blew his mind in the first 30 seconds. We hadn't talked in 4 years. So, but he's a really nice person, a really good, honest guy, and he's got this whole amazing musical knowledge that goes way back, because he lived it. And so he'd always say, what would he say? Like, Joe Perry of the Five Satins or the Flamingos. He passed by the street today. I was talking to Joe Simon, to be 89 years old, of the Flamingos in 1955. You know what I mean? He sees all these guys around New York City. He has stories about them. He bumps into them. And they all know Ray. So he's a walking archive of New York oral culture. Tactile rock oral. And so he recommended, look, let's just play. I played it last time, but, during the 2 hours. But look, I think this is an incredible song. He called up when he got back home. He said, Bob, hey, I got a good song for you. Play the Golden Tones doing Ocean of Tears. Now, Roxy told me this week that she loved this R&B I was playing. She had never heard it before. She goes, that stuff that goes, wee-oo, wee-oo. So we had to play a wee-oo, a doo-wop. Are you still there? What the fuck? She's not talking. Where are you? Okay, so you fell off, so now you're back?
Yeah, I was writing the mail. Yeah, I dropped out.
Okay, so were you laughing when I was saying wee-oo, wee-oo, when you were trying to do the R&B?
I only heard before this only you.
Yes, yeah. The Platters.
There's so much more.
Yeah, it's such a great song, and as I was listening to it, I was thinking, Ray is a unique guy. He's a subgenius. He's had economically a hard life, but he's always worked in the most interesting situations. Like he worked for many years for Gary Null, and that's a real vortex of activity in New York City, and he witnessed all of that. He was the janitor for Gary. But there's not many blacks in New York City who get the RNA drops. You know what I mean? He got his life led him to the drops. And he's in really good shape. He's good looking. He's got everything going for him physically, and now he's got the drops. I mean, this guy is blessed.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yes,
that's cool that he actually recognized the change after he took the drops and he called you.
Yeah, he noticed it, and he's healthy enough. He took advantage of hanging out with Gary Null. He had no money, so he lives very frugally and healthily. Like he'll live off some really good concoction he made out of herbs or something. You know, he'd drink that for 3 days. He had no money, and but he would live healthily, so he's in really good shape. So what were you saying, Roxy? You said something else?
Yes, when I was listening to the song, somehow I was thinking how some of the titles of McLuhan make us think of some science fiction movie titles, like The Mechanical Bride and The Gutenberg Galaxy.
Right.
He's also retrieving this type of science fiction language for his books. And I was also thinking how you, in a way, have all these, embodied all these archetypes like the crazy scientist, the megalomaniac, trying to conquer all dimensions, and the captain of the ship explaining to the tribe the situation, and all these different...
Right. Phineas Wake, I'm here from everybody.
Culture.
Humphrey Chips
the mythic... Here, like you are, you had all these unmanifested creations and you are replaying them. And I was thinking how what Jung was trying to explain as the
collective unconscious.
Collective unconscious, and that's he was trying to explain why all these archetypes come back again and again and again. In all humanity, and he says there is this collective unconscious, and that's how we retrieve these archetypes. But I was thinking it's more like, it's just the replaying of these unmanifested creations that come back, and then we replay them, and that's how they appear again and again, like what Nietzsche called.
No, that's a good idea. What he calls recurring archetypes is unrealized manifestations. That's pretty good.
Yes, because I don't say there is not conscious or unconscious.
Right, there isn't any. That's right. Now, Alyssa says, she says, okay, thanks for the book, RECS. I don't know what that means. Book references. Oh, okay, I told her where the book was. Right. Then she says, art as survival, ha, ha, ha. Then she says it says comedian/scientist/jock/artist. Capital letters. Comedian, scientist, jock, artist. Is that describing me? Is that me? Anyway,
that's what you told me last week.
What'd she tell you?
No, you'll see it. You read it, the next line. I shared that on Jenny's show on Wednesday.
Okay, so you're reading these notes?
I can see it on, yes.
No, you're looking at it. Okay, so she says, oh, I see. She says, thanks for sharing that on Jenny's show, Bert. The only way to be surviving as an artist today is to be beyond as artists, is to be beyond as artists. Have to lean quadrophenically through the leading edge. No, she's got lean. Have to lean, L-E-A-N, quadrophenically. What is it, quadrophenia? You got to spell that with P-H-R-E. Maybe you know that, but you didn't spell it right. Quadrophenia, like schizophrenia. No, not phenically, phrenically. have to lean quadrophrenically through the leading edge to help balance the vortex. Excited to hear more Roxy and Bert and Bob. Now, what did you say about community sciences? I don't get that from what you said. What did you say?
Well,
on Ginny's show?
There was one segment where they were talking about contrast, and I just related to that. You told me this last week, and it really fit that you need to be a comedian, an artist, a scientist, and a jock,
right?
In order to deal with the tactility.
Everybody,
yes.
There has to be a Renaissance person, and you're already being exposed to so much, and most people hide or don't know what to say, have no comment, but they're constantly being aware of new information coming at them through different media all the time, and they don't know how to put it into a framework to make fun with it, to make patterns that you can play with. And McLuhan and Zappa and our people here, they give basic pattern grammar that gives your mind a formula to absorb the strangeness that comes. And McLuhan predicted that. He said, we're going to see more and more bizarre forms. He said that in 1967. And that's the main experience of everybody.
Someday, just like we talk about the Renaissance, they're going to talk about the rebop times. Because Renaissance means...
Did you say rebop? Did you say rebop?
Yes, because... naître, it means to be born in French. So the Renaissance is to reborn.
Right.
So the rebop is also almost the word reborn. So we are like rebop. The rebop era.
Now, do you remember me saying, Bert's probably heard me say this a few times, the end of May 2008, we're on our way to moving to Maui. We drop into L.A., and I visit James Curtis, James Martinez, and Galena. Galena was a friend of Walter. So we get together to celebrate Bert, who had died 6 months before. And in the backyard, we're there for 5 hours while James channeled Walter to me and Galena. So that was interesting. Then we're driving home. James is driving me home, and we're on the L.A. highways, and all of a sudden, James, every now and then, Walter would come through, and he'd go, Walter just said that in 100 years, they're going to be talking about you and making paintings and movies about you. That's what he said. This is a year before Ian showed up. And James just said it. I mean, I don't know if James is jealous of us now or has a problem with us, but he didn't have a problem then. He didn't mind saying that. And I don't even know if he knew what he was saying. He just said it. And I turned to him. I was in the passenger seat. I said, what, Walter just say that? He goes, yep. And then I just thought about it. So you're repeating Walter Bert. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Roxy. I'm looking at a word. But, yes, well, they have to. They will be, because if we do, as Ian says, if half of what we say is going to happen comes true, that'll be too much for you. It's just half of what we're saying. So Alyssa says, does the violence... What?
What's unique is that all of it is in archives, so they'll have access to it.
Everybody will live it. This is for the first time. With our stuff, they'll have the experience and the meaning. I bet you I'll make sure of that. It won't just be puny instant replay where you have the meaning without the experience. You're going to actually have an experience.
I was remembering in the castle, the eights, many of the eights that represent eternity are made with cords. Like they making a knot, and I think it's just like putting together all these loose cords, and we're sort of tying again all these ideas, all these patterns, all this information to return to the eternity. I don't know why this thing. I'm just like seeing this type of. The eight created by the chords, and in a way it's like the ADN, is it?
No, DNA.
I think in Spanish we say the country. You say
Do you say it differently in Spanish? You say ADN?
Yes, we have different syntax. Yeah.
Interesting. DNA.
And yes, but it's
so
also like the braiding of the whole chromosomes.
Chromosome 14.
That type of making these eights with the cords is the braiding of the chromosomes.
Right.
Like a big metaphor.
And what is DNA?
The stairwell in the middle of the building.
Yes, the stairs. But
so they show that in the documentary. We'll see it in the documentary. We'll see the stairwell, the spiraling stairwell in the center of the courtyard.
Yes, and the funny thing is, I think until the beginning of January, you can see this documentary in Arte, in the French channel, per internet.
Yeah.
But they have it open just like for 2 weeks or something like that, and it's amazing. It's right now that you can see it. So
they don't have it open all year long. Are you saying they don't have it open all year long?
No, there are many other documentaries, but now they're showing that too.
No, okay.
And
are we talking about when you could visit that building as a tourist all year long, right?
Yeah, you can visit that, but in the French TV, they're showing now, I think for 2 weeks, you can access their archives, and they have a documentary called The King.
Oh, you can go into the Castle's archives. You can go into the Castle's archives.
No, it's a TV channel, a French TV channel called Arte.
So what?
They have a documentary showing for 2 weeks. You can access called The King, the Architect, and the Castle. It's in French, but you just watch it and you see the stairs and you see the plan. It's made like cross and all this.
Well, what website? And how do I go there right now? How do I go there right now?
Yeah.
What is it? What's the URL?
Google ARTE.
That's all? ARTE?
Yeah, that's a French channel.
Art in English. Art. Yeah, okay. Wikipedia. I'll go to the Wikipedia. Then go down to the bottom. Franco-German TV.
Yeah.
So art website. Art radio. Free service for parts of the art.
If you're in the channel, Google or search for Chambord, and I suppose you are going to see that documentary showing up.
Right. It says, welcome. We've set your default language to English.
Oh, cool. Maybe they even have a version in English.
Wow. So Paul takes it to the search the library. So what do I put in? Chambord Castle?
Or put the name of the documentary, The King.
Yeah.
The King.
Right.
The Architect and the Castle.
Right. And the Castle. The bastard wouldn't type. What's wrong? Yeah, it won't register. I'm trying. It says loading. Maybe it's still loading. Hasn't got to the complete download yet. Neapolitan style. Weddings, Neapolitan style.
Oh, wow, it's passed. Okay.
It's passed?
I have it. It says, I was looking for the program, but then I got something that says in French, Da Vinci and Dolore.
Yeah, maybe that's it, Da Vinci and La Loire.
Well, for some reason, it won't let me type anything. It says it's loading. Search in the library. Yeah, it won't register. Nothing goes in.
Well, maybe
no
you can
show up when you
see
type.
it later, but you have the link is there. You just you'll find it.
Okay. But there's also something on YouTube as well, Roxana. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
There are many documentaries about that place because it's like this type of UNESCO monument, patrimony of all humanity.
Okay, so I'll type a little. It's just not typing. One letter went in. So Alyssa says, so what did we finish? So you were describing, what were you just describing?
The chords and the decorations, how we are putting together all these ideas that were loose and tighten.
Right.
Making all these connections again to regain the eternity.
Right. Now, we already have the eternity. We just have to not regain it, just notice that we are eternal. Notice it, apply it. Well, maybe that's regaining. Does the violence of the arts refer to Krishnamurti? And Dave Worcester, question about violence in Ojai. Yes, in 66, Dave Worcester says, are you asking us to experience violence? I'm 20 miles from Ojai right now. Back with Zappa, forward with Zappa, back forward with Zappa. So the violence of the arts. So no, I don't think the artists. Yes, mundane artists avant-garde artists are presenting stuff that they think is disturbing, and they want to disturb you. But that's done conceptually. The real art, the real serious art, disturbs people in ways that the artist didn't anticipate. I don't think Stravinsky knew that they would riot at Rite of the Spring or whatever it was in 1913. He didn't say, oh, yeah.
So, for example, the Impressionist or the Expressionist German, they were just painting in a way that was shocking for the society at their time. For us, it's very beautiful and quite figurative, but at the time it was really shocking.
Okay, so if the artist has to know what is upsetting. So yes, the artist is asking you to experience violence, to experience what would appear violent, but I don't think the artist can do it just to bug you. They have to generally reflect the present dynamics that are going on due to the new technological effects. They have to unwittingly do it. Like James Joyce said that he hated doing Finney's Wake. He couldn't stop it, and he got really worried about it, and he would go to mediums to see how he was doing. Like he couldn't stop doing the wake, but he had to do it that way, and he didn't know really why he was doing it. So, or whatever reason he came up with, he wasn't happy with. So I don't think you can be a phony and say, okay, this is what will bug people. That's too contrived. I think most art that is effectively surprising, it happens by accident. So was Picasso, okay, this will really screw them up when he did Cubism. Okay, we'll just sort of make this odd and see what happens. But
for example, McLuhan explains Cubism as also as the all happening at the same time and not having one point of view, but many points of view at the same time.
Multi-locational. Called multi-locational.
Yeah. So it's also an effect of what is coming, and maybe even Picasso will not understand what he was doing, but he was already showing it.
He was feeling it. His ideas, his instinct made him do it that way. He did not know what it would do to people. Even though McLuhan says the artist is trying to get an effect, so they want to get some effect. It's a tough question how much the artist knows.
With Bob, what you said about Joyce, could that possibly have been the non-physical pushing through and he just didn't understand it, so he went to the medium to see if he's okay and he just continued, but it was just the non-physical pushing through him, possibly?
Well,
yes, because even Ian said they were telling him.
Oh,
like they were telling John the Revelator, and they were telling Joyce.
Yeah.
And Nostradamus. And Bob, when they were doing the chart on...
Yeah, but...
Yes, I don't know how it was for you. You are not aware of what you're doing, but you have...
No. When I was doing the chart, I thought it was really good. I thought, oh, now I'm really getting it organized. This is perfect. I thought it was really well done that okay, this is how you organize it. Look, I mean this, I mean that. It's all in the chart. I thought it was a beautiful creation. Like Zappa says, he doesn't know why all the songs aren't a hit. He said, every song I make I think is great. So I thought it was good. But the response to it, I never would have anticipated. I thought I was helping people understand it. It caused more fucking confusion. Incredible confusion. I was trying to put it in order. All the factors that I was thinking about. And I thought I did a pretty good job. And here we are, 20 years later, 20th anniversary, with hundreds of hours explaining it, and nobody really getting much out of it, or not many people know about it. And then Ian says it's in the Bible. So
yes, but maybe
I
these
thought
creations
I was doing it, but I had
like
no idea. I had no idea what it meant. I thought it was great in my terms, but it meant a lot more, which I did not know about. So I'm unconscious of the meanings of it. I had the experience without the meaning. It was not an instant replay, even though I say this is the instant replay of the Android beam.
Yes, but maybe all this great art is a moment of recollected lucidity where you connect to the knowing, and you just sort of flow with that and relax and allow.
You get it right. Yeah, you get it right. And I think Ian said that all creativity comes from non-physical, because it's all unmanifested creations that have to be made. And they're all in the fallen state, because the ascended person doesn't require any of these creations. Doesn't need a chart. Doesn't need anything. Yeah. So all art is coming from... yeah, go ahead.
No, Ian said that the angel helped you with your chart. I don't remember where it was, but I remember hearing that.
No, we know that. Yeah, that's a good... Hey, listen, it's coming up. You only got 12 minutes left, right, Roxy?
Yes.
Okay, so we got to finish the article here. Let's see. Then Melissa says, Frank Sinatra had Elvis on his show, and they sang together. One out, one in. But what year was that done? And why is that later? Why is Frank saying it's ugly? What the hell is Frank referring to? And then he has Elvis on the show. So good question. Okay, so we're talking about...
It's all about the commercial success of Elvis. Right. It was good for business.
Right. So he's saying, McLuhan says, people will not tolerate violence in their homes. They will not have had bad news on TV anymore. They've had to change the newscasting, cool it, and all the hot stuff is left for the newspapers, which is outside, not tolerable inside the home. That's where you go to be friendly and nice and chummy. So the motor car is being phased out of our lives, not by gasoline shortages, but by a complete revolution in our spatial consciousness, which is from television. You can tell General Motors or Ford this someday. They don't know this, and they're not likely to be able to understand it anyway. But I mean, without real training in the arts, these people will not survive. This is literally true. Big business cannot survive today without a very highly developed sense of the arts. They're the warning signs. All the warning signs of the new ground are present in the arts long before the hardware boys ever feel them. And so the arts are for survival purposes and for navigation purposes, and as such are indispensable even at the most homely and humble levels. So that came true. Chrysler and everybody all fucking collapsed, and they had to fucking go on welfare. Right? Remember that? When the car companies collapsed 10 years ago or something? He told them. They weren't reading their finished weight. They weren't listening to me. They had no fucking clue. And he says they don't know this, and they're not likely to be able to understand it. Anyway, he says. So then, he says, this particular structure of the North American man, who goes outside to be alone and inside to be with people, has naturally affected all our literature. You will find that this is the key to American literature, whether it's Walt Whitman or Hawthorne or Thoreau. Unlike the European who introduces you to his characters indoors, the North American character is met out of doors as an extrovert, a man of the open spaces. He may be a gumshoe, which means a detective. He may be a gumshoe or he may be a cowboy, but he's certainly not a man of the salon. Another peculiar feature of our time is the dropout. The dropout is a person who's trying to get in touch by breaking a bind or a hang-up. The problem is related again to the acoustic world of electric institutions. At electric speeds, the old organization chart doesn't hold up very well. The educational curriculum chart doesn't hold up very well. The boundaries between subjects and teachers and students don't hold up very well at the speed of light. So the dropout is a person who is attempting to get in touch by introducing a new interval between himself and some bind. The drop-in, on the other hand, is the consultant who is not in quite the same bind. The drop-in, on the other hand, is the consultant who is not in quite the same bind. But the wheel and the axle may be useful here as an image of the play that is necessary between figure and ground in order to be in business, or to be in any kind of viable situation. Between the wheel and the axle, there must be a slight interval. It is called play. You remember an episode that occurred in the newspapers a few months ago in which some people volunteered to introduce themselves anonymously into mental institutions. So they agreed to book themselves in, only to discover that nobody could tell they were sane. None of the operators of the mental homes, what's he called, in mental institutes, but he has there, none of the operators of the homes could tell who the sane people were once these people got in. But there was one group of people who had no doubts, and they were the madmen. The mad people pointed at the intruders and said, "They're playing." Now, a madman never plays. He's a very serious character, very specialized, very logical. He is granted his very narrow assumptions, and he's absolutely logical. But this lack of play may be the difference between madness and consciousness, or sanity. These mad people spotted the sane intruders instantly and said, quote, "They're playing. It's a put-on." Isn't that amazing? The insane people caught the fake people. They knew they were putting it on. And it says, remember Hamlet, who by way of trying to find out who his friends were said, quote, "I'm going to put on an antic disposition. I'm going to pretend I'm mad." This was a ploy used by Pirandello in Henry IV, in which the emperor puts on the role of madness in order to ascertain the credibility of his courtiers. Nobody, by the way, can be insincere in the presence of a madman. This apparently is a physical and psychological fact, that in the presence of mad people, everybody fesses up in some way or other. I was thinking that's why everybody fucking admits everything with Ion. Ion is basically a mad consciousness, an insanity, and nobody can be phony, so everybody tells the truth. In private or even on the show. You get that, guys? You still there?
Yes.
Yes. Where's Bert? Is he still there? Let's see. You were blocked again, Bert. You're back?
I'm back.
Okay, so did you get that? Nobody can be insincere around Ion, because Ion, for all intents and purposes, is a madman, a mad consciousness. So that's pretty cool, eh? Do you see how McLuhan predicts Ion? He's
and that was the thing that impressed me the most when they told me to report to Bob, is they were showing me very intimate things about the people I would look at. And I said, I don't want to know, but it's like if they show me, they see through you, they know everything. So it's like they know your agenda, they know what your motives, and there is no point in trying to be smart or whatever, you know, they know.
Well, right. Now, that's an interesting point. Like, he's saying you can't be insincere in the presence of a madman. But actually, I'm taking a different view. People can't be insincere in front of Ion because they find out Ion knows. But I'm just saying, if you look at Ion as a madman, another reason why you can't be insincere is you start confessing when you're with a madman. Okay.
Yes, and the point here is just to get your power back. There is no other agenda besides that.
Right. And I just realized a lot of people always say, geez, I just told you all about myself and I know nothing about you. I'm a fucking madman. Everybody confesses when they start talking to me. They tell me everything. I'm mad. I have proof now that I'm mad.
Yes, and besides, you can ask Ion and know whatever you want to know.
Yes, I could check up with Ion. That's right. I check up every one of you guys, find out what's really happening. Okay. So then he says, the role of the artist in play needs no stress. The artist is a person who tends to use all his faculties simultaneously and is always at leisure when working hard. The artist is never more at leisure than when he is facing a very tough problem. The use of all the faculties simultaneously creates pleasure. Children always seem to be playing because all of their faculties are simultaneously engaged. They don't have a goal. They do tend to play roles very easily. They don't have a goal. They do tend to play roles very easily. One of the peculiarities of innovation is the unexpected retrieval of ancient forms. The electric age, this resonant acoustic time, retrieves above all the occult. The occult is by definition the form that is congenial to acoustic man, and he, the acoustic man, therefore appears to be superstitious. I think it was Levi-Strauss who, in discussing the savage in his book called The Savage Mind, says that the savage regards everything as being related to everything, which is a formula for paranoia. The paranoiac is a person who suspects that everything is connected with everything. And this is a very good definition of acoustic man, because acoustically, in terms of the vibes, everything does relate to everything. So, the android meme, the electric age retrieved the occult, but the android meme retrieved Ion. Which is, the android meme is more than the occult, more information, way more multi-dimensional. But it retrieves something even further back, more ancient. Something our grandchildren knew. You got that? Our grandchildren knew. Ooh, what direction are we going? Okay, here's the last paragraph with 3 minutes left. One of the functions of the artist that is understood in recent decades is that it is, above all, to prevent us from becoming adjusted to our environments. One of the functions of the artist that is understood in recent decades is that it is, above all, to prevent us from becoming adjusted to our environments. There's always a danger of becoming a robot, of becoming well-adjusted or conditioned like a man paddling a canoe. A man paddling a canoe may seem very symmetrical and very harmonious in relation to the elements. He is, in fact, a servo mechanism. People go out in nature to be spontaneous and they act like robots in the tools they get them to nature, like a canoe. The better adjusted he is to that paddle, the more a servo mechanism he is. That doesn't mean that it isn't fun. The danger, however, of becoming a servo mechanism of our own environment by adjustment is headed off by the artist who creates violent new images to dislocate our sensibilities. The job of the artist is dislocation of sensibility to prevent us from becoming adjusted to total environments and to becoming servant and robots of these environments. That may sound paradoxical. The phrase is from Rimbaud, quote in French, "en dérèglement de senses," en dérèglement de tous les sens, like upsetting all the senses. Then he says, the job of the artist is to upset all the senses, and thus to provide new vision and new powers of adjusting to it and relating to new situations. There's a perfect ending of Ion and Zappa. The job of Ion is to upset all the senses and thus to provide new vision and new powers of adjusting to and relating to new situations or frequencies.
Yes, and Zappa is commenting about the cosmic debris, the mutants, the zombies, the monsters, the robots, all this.
All of it.
It's that I suppose he was aware of what he was doing, because he was having this discourse very, very, in appearance, very simple, very funny, whatever, and behind that he had this amazing music as a soundtrack of the movie he was making.
Right, that's right. And remember, he wanted to become a TV show. In people who put up Glenn Gould versus Zappa, Gould had a TV show, I guess, in the 70s. Well, Frank was trying to get a TV show after he broke up the Mothers in 1970. He was trying to get on TV, and he lays out a program he almost pulled off with Daniel Schorr, the famous journalist who got banned by media. He negotiated with Dan Schorr to be on the show, and he was going to... What they were going to do was to do maybe like listen to this, they were going to do a Dateline, or guy did Dateline, be on every night, and they would make up skits and respond to the news. And
in a way, as a tactile artist, he was making us aware that everything is a reality show. Everything is going to become media content, and you're on. It's like the show. The show must go on. You are part of the show, of the big concept.
He says in Burnt Weenie Sandwich on the album, you hear him say to the German audience in October '68, everybody in this room is wearing a uniform. Now, McLuhan would have refined that. A uniform is what industrial people wore. The electric people wore costumes. He would say young people liked the cop on the motorcycle. That's a cop with a costume. But the bureaucratic cop sitting there with his little listen. The bureaucrat. You want to hear the complete thought? The bureaucratic cop is standing there with a little notepad, putting tickets on people. The kids don't like the bureaucratic cop. He's in the uniform. They like the cop that's in the costume, the motorcycle. So what were you saying?
Is that they are not identities but roles? Like that's why he put up the costumes like in a carnival.
Right. And you know how all things media communicate. Well, the popular sensibility of that, since media are clothing, you wear these environments. So what happened? By the 70s, people started having their T-shirts communicate messages. That was a subliminal popular reaction to realizing all objects communicate. Have messages.
Yes, and McLuhan was translating this with his slogans, and he was very criticized because of that, because many thought, the intellectuals thought, oh, he's too simple. But he was actually
too quick,
being too smart, like putting a whole
He was having perfect pitch.
And slogan like, is the message. I mean, explain that.
Gerd Stern, when he read Don Thiel's book about McLuhan as a poet, he says, I never thought of McLuhan as a poet. Now, Gerd Stern's a poet, thought of himself as a poet. He never thought McLuhan was a poet. But McLuhan was the greatest poet of the last 50 years because he did it conversationally. He did it in a casual way that people talk. He didn't try to make fancy sonnets or fancy complex poems or abstract poems. Because language was fading out, he turned casual talk into an art form, plus everything else he did. So he made the most advanced poetry around, and none of the official poetry world knows that.
Yes, and this is
the most relevant poetry.
Or concept of what is an artist, the tactile artist in these new environments that they're both showing us.
That's a good point. A tactile artist knows that speech is tactile, not oral. He did speech in a tactile way, waiting for the audience's response. He was in dialogue, and he wrote books with another person. Didn't do a solo thing. Norman Mailer was a solo guy who was always arguing with McLuhan.
Well, fourthly, I have to be transmitted into another frequency.
yes, that's the way to say it. Very good.
To be myself.
Okay, so what I would like to do, the freak out things we can't do without you. Are we going to stop the Zappa thing? Do you want to hear what we don't do, Roxy, or do you want to be part of everything that we do so you can have your input?
Well, I would like to be part of it, but maybe you can do also something else. I don't know, as you like.
And you would? I probably won't. But we did something. We didn't do a lot of what we. I want to review Them or Us on a bigger level, so we'll do it next week.
Yes. And,
okay.
I think we should also explore all this list with more audio examples because it's really really amazing. Like the Canadian composer you played also. That man is on the list of Zappa influences and. For example, I never heard about him. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's new
to explore all these.
Yeah, so we will. I got all the clips you sent this week. Space and the playing with computers and the laptop orchestras. We'll play all that next week.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Roxy.
That's another Yes, we can talk about Zappa and technology and all his developments.
But everybody should go to the castle. Go see the footage on the castle.
Yes, I sent the links to it, so I suppose he's going to put them on.
All right, you'll put it up.
Them on the Dupes later.
All right,
okay,
good.
for
yes. See you later, boss.
Have fun.
Take care. Have a good week.
We'll clean up the mess that you left. We'll clean up all the scraps of your big dinner. Yeah, it was nice meeting the Rockefellers. You know, we met the Rockefellers tonight. They came in to dine with Roxy.
They're all in the Chambord castle.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, talk to you later. All right, so Bert, I think you can't leave. You want to hear some music before you go? Look, other people dropped. Oh, that's you. Somebody just dropped off, but it seemed like more than one. Are you still there, Bert?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so is there a Zappa song I could play? What could I play? Let's see. Isn't that McLuhan article awesome? That it was a good time to stop and bring in McLuhan's, unique perception to show how it relates to Zappa. So that worked. It was a good time to bring in a McLuhan thing in the middle of the Zappa thing. So where is my list here? Here is Zappa, Why Vote? So this is some kind of documentary, 27 minutes, and I just glanced at it, but apparently Zappa ends up talking about voting. So let's play this. I think it's made by someone else with a collage of other things, so this might be a good thing to listen to for a while. Okay, so I got everything ready. So you'll be around you're here for another few hours, right, Bert?
Yes.
Okay. Mute all.
All participants are now muted.
Put up the sound. Where's the sound volume? Sound.
Congressman helps lead nearly 600 people on a march to highlight their demands to register in.
Okay, I got to move it back to the beginning. It's already well into it, so here we go.
And police use fire hoses and
Hopefully it'll start here. Okay, Bert, did you hear that? Oh, mute you. Did you hear that, Bert?
Yes. Explains a lot. I heard an interview last week of Frank, and he was on Larry King, and Larry King asked him some questions about why he was always pushing certain issues, and Frank told Larry King that I am a constitutional fundamentalist.
Yeah, and that I have to check it again. I think it said produced by Frank and Gail Zappa. What's I going to say? That was about us, the Black Caucus, how we got the vote.
Yeah.
That's me, my history. Let me just, okay, so is there anything you want to talk about lingering from other issues that you want to get into? Any questions or statements from over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I have a question. Something you said earlier that I saw a link to what you just discussed with Roxana on It's in My Chart, the latest video. Earlier, when Carolyn was on, you were talking about you had a good, interesting pattern with the Book of Nature and the Book of Scriptures, and how that intermeshed. Would that be like the ground of the figure of the five-body interplay that you referenced in the video?
No. I don't know what I updated it, but the book of Scripture is the Bible. So that was in manuscript form for 1,500 years or more, and nobody read it except for monks, right? So nobody knew about the Bible in manuscript level. I don't know the peasants. They attended the rituals of the church. Who knows how many were involved? I don't know how many were forced, but that was the book of Scripture. The book of nature comes in at some point when people start taking philosophy and applying it to the constituents of matter, the constituents of the environment they were living in. So basically the book of nature is about science, and the book of Scripture is about revelation. So those were the two books. So then when the printing press came in, those two types of manuscripts were sort of, first of all, the Bible was printed and became the biggest bestseller, but the book of nature got changed to what was called natural philosophy. That's Bacon and maybe even Newton wrote about natural philosophy. And then that becomes eventually chemistry, physics, and sciences. So I'm taking that old trope, that old division, the book of nature, in the book of Revelation. There isn't any of that around today, other than in museums. And I'm saying Ion explains the book of Revelation, but is very interested in talking about the book of nature or science or new science or the angel chart. That would be book of nature. So I'm just taking classifications from 1,000 years ago and applying it to Iondom. That's all. That's not something to get all worried about or worked up in trying to figure out. So the five bodies would be a combination of the book of nature and book of Scripture, because Ion makes nature intimately involved with spiritual, non-physical matters. So the two books will be reunited under Iondom, the two meanings of the books. So that I'm presenting in my diagram the chart of nature and the chart of Scripture. I didn't know the Scripture part. That's what the angels put in there, and that's what Ion will find in there. So I thought I was describing the book of nature, or updating the role of the book of nature once you get into the Android meme, or how the book of nature would be described.
Okay.
So it's not that important. Though Carolyn, when she heard me talk about it, she never heard that distinction between the book of nature and now you would have seen that in Gutenberg Galaxy. You read that book.
Say again, I didn't hear you. Blipped out when
you would have seen the two terms, book of nature and book of Scripture, in the Gutenberg Galaxy, which you read.
Yes.
Do you remember it being there?
I remember the book of nature. I don't remember the book of Scripture.
Yeah.
I remember the reference to the book of nature.
Yeah, it's around the time of Francis Bacon does a new updating of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he lives at the time of Shakespeare. So let's go on to another topic. There's not much to say about that.
Can I talk about George Duke, or are we going to wait for Roxana?
Oh, yeah. Let me bring up that. That was very interesting. I knew I had another statement about the Black Caucus. Let me get to it and read your statement. Parts of it can be made public. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, here it is. Just getting it. You say, Bob, here are some topics that have crossed my mind this week concerning Frank Zappa and music. I get the impression while listening to Zappa's music that he crammed a lot of notes, chords into each of his compositions. Is this the case? Would be a great question for Roxana. Yeah, we've got to get her to talk about that. Frank was a master tactician. Was there a particular strategy in creating his song titles, like Occam's Razor, Imaginary Diseases? Yeah, I think he meant something. While surfing YouTube, I just noticed the connection that George Duke played with Frank. Frank had a tremendous impact on George Duke. George said that Frank pushed him to do things outside of what he wanted to do. George Duke was one of my favorites to listen to in college in the late 70s, early 80s. So, yes, many of us in the Black Caucus thought a lot of George Duke and had no clue he was working with that Italian Frank Zappa. We did not know that. Right?
Right. I had no idea. I mean, I remember earlier when you were talking about it, that, you know, you hear a reference to George Duke played it, but I never did the connection until it was because of Ed posted on his site about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, about what? Finish, George.
No, Ed posted on his site that the Sundance Film Festival is going to have a documentary of Eat That Question. And I just clicked on it, and then that's when I saw that, you know, George Duke is in this movie with Frank. And then I did some more, you know, YouTube research and just found out a lot more of the connection between.
That's how you find out the connection. That's how you made the connection. Well, Duke was in the band from 1970 till about 74. And then he went into jazz. He left Frank. So if you went to college in the late 70s, that was post Frank Zappa, George Duke. He wouldn't you wouldn't know about the Zappa part. But he learned a lot from Frank. He learned to play triplets. He was shocked that he had to play this simple R&B stuff. He couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
He said he could like it.
Yeah. What tickled me is the first thing he asked about him, and he said Frank sat him down and told him he was too stiff.
Right.
And that just...
Right.
And how he opened him up. He taught him how to sing. That's why I had effect, because he had a lot of his albums later. He sang, had a lot more humor in his music, and he attributed that to Frank, that he, you know, his humor he got exclusively from Frank Zappa.
Yeah. Yeah, like Duke took that question, does humor belong in music, and it changed him, considering that, or working with Frank, resolving that question. Then you say you played a cut during the first hour of the show last week where a guy talked about turning his iPhone into an instrument. I want to ask Roxana some questions on the subject of the change in instruments in the new environment. Well, I've got some clips. I could play one. They're pretty interesting. They're taking computers and conducting them. Let's see.
Yeah, Roxana mentioned that 2 weeks ago or last week about laptop orchestras, and I found that interesting, but I never got a chance to ask her about it. But that's cool. That's interesting.
Yeah, she sent some links. So we got here Prince. Well, we'll just play this one, and it's the Princeton Laptop Orchestra. It's called PLORC, P-L-O. I guess stands for Princeton Laptop Orchestra, RK. I'd have to look up what small letters RK stands for. So this guy's conducting people sit in front of their computers. So you can look that up, Princeton Laptop Orchestra, PLORC, and watch what they do as they play their Apple MacBooks or something that looks like that. Let's see. There's a Stanford Laptop Orchestra. We got a few of those, but I would wait till Roxy was here for her to comment on them.
Yeah. Okay. I have a question from last week. Something you said to me that there's no longer any individual media. Can you enlarge on that?
Well, what's an iPhone? Is an iPhone a telephone as we used to experience telephones?
No, I see.
No,
because it has all the other connection.
Right, and you can walk around with it. The phone was stuck to the wall. So the older people have this image of the telephone as something stuck to the wall that they had to go to speak and use. That is not an image that people have with their new communication media. So the telephone doesn't even apply. The imagery doesn't exist anymore. So when you read McLuhan's Understanding Media, and he has a whole chapter on telephone, you have to look it up if you're younger, what it looked like and what it did. So that's a separate medium. On the iPhone, you've got newspapers, movies, video, get all the different media that are categorized separately in Understanding Media. There's no such non-seamless web anymore. So what is the medium? What is the figure of the iPhone? What is this content? What's it made up of? I mean, where do you begin to describe where it is? How far wide ranging it is?
Yeah, it's okay. I see. So does that what you mean? Sometimes you say that the user is the content. So then is that an example of someone using the iPhone?
No.
Then that's
no. The user has always been the content. The user is the response of an individual and their temperament and their makeup and their conditioning and whatever else they bring to their being. They project that into the content. The content becomes meaningful in relation to how they interpret the usefulness or not, or aptness or appropriateness of the content. So the iPhone is not limited to just the content. The iPhone is an environment that stretches over the whole planet in a seamless web, the mesh, a shroud, and people project their individual meanings into the content they see. But that's not useful. That's not a major issue when you're trying to understand the form of the iPhone structure.
Mm-hmm. So we're just so the digital landscape.
Let me add this point. Remember what you're going to say. You got it?
Yeah.
You know what you're going to say? Okay.
Yeah.
McLuhan wrote The Medium is the Message and played down individual involvement with the media. He was talking about mass crowd archetypes and what was happening when the satellite came in and the computer. He said in Take Today, well, I talked about medium is a massage for the last 15, 20 years, and I didn't discuss the user. Well, we can talk about the user now, and the slogan for that is, the user is the content. So he admitted that he purposely suppressed information about the user or how to look at it because he wanted people to understand the formal dynamics of media at that time. That was more important. Like he said, the contents of a book aren't as important as the fact of what the book did as an environment. That's way more important, significant than the content of any particular book.
Mm-hmm. So then, would the digital landscape be an extreme effect on all the mediums because it's so open?
All the older mediums, which aren't there.
Yeah.
I mean, what is the iPhone? It's a sequence of algorithms or code that refers to potential transmissions and reception. So remember, people have to sit down and watch TV. They don't have to sit down. This whole static existence with media environments, even though you traveled by the discounted effect of radio and TV, you still have seen and perceived yourself in a visual space, a visual frame. It's not the case. If you want to know what is going on right now in the iPhone, look at a page of Finnegan's Wake. There's hundreds of languages being communicated, hundreds of media aspects, and it's a big jumble, and that's the page of Finnegan's Wake. I mean, that's a painting of what we're made up of.
Yes.
We're made up
it's funny,
of the iPhone.
No, I was thinking 3 weeks ago, I thought about something we discussed about you said always talked about the shrinking of all the landscapes and are in the chip body. I got an SMS, an instant message from my phone carrier offering a program where I could watch television on my iPhone. And that was like...
you can't do that yet? I thought you could. I guess you can watch YouTube. That's okay.
YouTube, yes, but they actually were offering a subscription to get onto the Swiss television network on the iPhone.
Well, okay, there it is. They got that too. But you know what? I guess it applies to a lot of people. You've never been in a situation where you're constantly getting email that's imitating some institution, and it's not the institution. They're scammers. They're trying to get your credit card. You have to be able to sort through this devious emails. Like that's a pretty weird experience to have, walking around. Well, it's like walking down the street and every second person whispering something to you, something threatening, and you don't know whether they're joking or not. Some of them are joking, some aren't. I mean, look at that. You've got this judgment you got to make on all this information coming to you.
Yeah.
You see, all the old categories of communication don't apply anymore, none of them. Anything I'm receiving, millions of other people are receiving. There are things I'm receiving that nobody's receiving. So I've got that part. Then there's surveillance of what I'm receiving. Then there's different kinds of expressions, different environments to go into. What is solid in that situation? Even in the description of that experience. McLuhan was talking about the instant replay. What about the instant pre-play? A lot of people are, Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, people have to spend a lot of time organizing their schedule. They have to know what they're doing over the next stretch of time, constantly changing, updating it.
Yeah, it's different. It's a whole different environment now with the digital landscape. I mean, I noticed that just in the work environment. It's totally different, but it's funny. It's funny to see some of the older bureaucratic-minded folks in a new organization now, in electronic, that they still try to apply the old paradigms that they use as far as the control. They really don't have an idea. It made me think of McLuhan when the executive is Dropout. I see that more so now than I did before after just reading and browsing through that book, because there are some folks within the organization I work for, they're still in the mindset of the old bureaucratic, whereas we had that email, electronic, digital process that everyone has to adapt to. So it's not like you come in, you sit, and you do your, A to Z processes, but in between that, you still have to deal with the digital aspect or the email and the continuous communication by email and telephone. So that's a
Yeah.
It's like multitasking is actually a way of life now in the new work environment because of this. So everyone is being changed. A lot of them don't recognize it, but it's fun for me to recognize it and to surf through it. But it's really different. It's really different. Just if someone right now would compare whatever type of work they're in, what they're doing now compared to what they were doing like maybe even like 10 years ago, it's totally different.
Yeah.
We're being mutated in a way. I mean,
so the media environment's being, to the degree you're media, you're being mutated, but you're not completely your media. You know, I'm still in 90s. I don't have any of this digital life. And this has been going on for 10 or more years, right? This thing. I don't walk around with anything, so I'm not looking and communicating. When I come home, I look at my computer, and that shows me emails and maybe occasional phone message. And that's all I got. So I don't have any of the skills that people have in scanning, clicking, whatever they do with their fingers on the screen that they touch, the little iPhone screen. So I'm quite out of date with those sensibilities or those pressures that you're describing everybody has at work. I got no experience in that. So on my chip body level, I'm quite out of date in experience. I concentrate on having the meaning without the experience. I'm always making up patterns about what's going on. It's based on nothing. It's not based on experience. I'm the first I'm the first instant replay philosopher, and I've never thought of this before. I'm describing many experiences, many meanings that I've had no experience in relation to. Really, I make up.
Yeah.
Now that could be kind of, since I was doing that all these decades and kind of predicted Ion, I count on Ion keeping me ahead of everybody, or whatever level I have to be. Ion is my ground, my blanket, security blanket. You know, it's I'm always knowing things that people don't know about. So what is that? That could be chemical body information. I've retrieved my chemical body, and even it incorporates a bit of the astral body too. So chemical and astral body. That's what I'm keeping ahead of. I'm not up on my TV. Lately, last few years, I'm up on TV because I watch a lot of TV shows, even though it's kind of irritating. But I've got many hours, and I like to look at something passively without having to make an effort. You know what I mean? So pass some time that way. And so I'm probably quite informed in the TV body consumption, not on the Oprah Winfrey talk shows, but on particular TV shows. And my chip body is very retarded. Like, I don't even have a digital phone here. I'm using some kind of mobile LAN fucking thing. I don't even know what it is. It doesn't have much on it. It has nothing on it. No neon lights. But I keep ahead. Okay, so what I'm advanced in is the mystery body.
Yes.
And chemical body information, since I'll talk about Henry VIII, Leonardo and all these people, I can find out a bit of their chemical body history and maybe a bit of their mystery body history. That's the information. But that is not, it doesn't influence my being, that kind of information. So I know about, the three Jesus and that, unless it expands my mind, that loosens up ideas so that the mind can't be trapped, and that helps my mystery body experience. So I may be behind the chip body, but I'm ahead on the mystery body, if there isn't a head. Or I'm still exercising myself. I'm still growing. I'm not just retarding and falling back and leaving the chip body experience. And then, I'm hoping, soon, when people can start talking, that's going to be hilarious. When people have speech recognition, like, when's that coming in?
Yeah. In some parts it is. I mean, they have the Siri on the iPhone where you can talk and, say email someone or something. So it's sort of there already, but it'll probably become more interactive.
Yeah.
But there's something I wanted to, this sort of on the subject, but I wanted to talk to you just about like 2 weeks ago. I think it was Jenny. She played the, you played it on What Youth? The 4 levels of Bob ecology. And right at the end, there was one section, and it blew my mind, and I couldn't hear the rest of it, because there was something you were describing on the 4th level that we would become fractals, but then you mentioned that we would become like atomic beings, and I was like, holy shit, that's Ion talking to Bob.
Yeah.
2 years ago when I heard the what are your bodies made of, and Ion laid out this whole thing about cells. So they came through already used. I mean, it's almost like you're ahead of yourself, because that's in Bob ecology. You talked about.
Yeah. Let me say this, Bert. The McLuhan said in 1955, we are a super civilized subatomic people. Super civilized, that would be advanced literate kinetic technologies that come out of the literate technocratic world, and subatomic, that's the discarnate, disembodied electronic dispersal of your chemical body. So I'm pretty sure when I said super civilized, subatomic, I didn't want to say all the words, so I just went atomic. I'm pretty sure that's what I was meaning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wasn't imaging what Ion said. But, again, McLuhan's, he's the only guy saying, I'm super civilized subatomic. That's high-tech first world overlaid with electronic telegraphic effects. So just those words, I could come up with avant-garde or prophetic statements using McLuhan. That's why reading McLuhan tonight, we should recognize, man, there's a guy saying ionic things, but not referring, unless he means it metaphorically, but he can point to a whole technical environment that has those characteristics. That's how I got ready for Ion, because I was talking McLuhan and ad-libbing or improvising, mutating, sub-DNing the McLuhan knowledge, and that sounds like Ionic prophet, and it was, but we have to recognize how much it was just me playing with McLuhan.
Did I hear earlier, because I scribbled some notes when I was just listening, you were quoting McLuhan and McLuhan said art is the liaison between biology and technology. Did he say that?
Yeah, that's the opening paragraph. Yeah, you were on there when I started reading that, didn't you? Or maybe not. I
came in later.
A little later. You want me to read you the opening paragraph? That's what it was. Yeah, let me just it's important but see, reading this essay the other night, I said, wow, this has got so many neat just casually, verbally stated ionic positions, or what sounds like Ion, or Ion says what McLuhan's saying, but with a different meaning, a reference to the mystery body, to our deeper being. But the words are the same between McLuhan and Ion. And, nobody was talking casually like this at the time as a super educated professor. You know what I mean? Nobody was saying these kind of things. This contains all the past and all the future. Nobody would even believe that. They wouldn't say it. They wouldn't believe it. But he knew something. He was partly right. So McLuhan begins the lecture. I propose to consider art as a liaison between biology and technology, among other things. So he was talking about the artifacts were invented by the cortex of the brain, but the brain stem was more ancient and was the instinctual life. And the brain stem, particularly the diencephalon, did not react to the artifacts, like the control of fire, early tools. But these things were affecting the cortex. So there was a split in the human being between his instinctual responses and what the cortex was creating. And art was the mediator between the brainstem's instinctual center, body regulating center, and the cortex. Okay? That simple.
Yes. Very. But there was another. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
No, I
took
a second note. A second note was art is going to bridge the cortex with the brainstem. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes. The instincts don't recognize second nature, which is technological evolution. It is biology. It's reacting like an animal. It's the Darwinian nature, or whatever you want to call it. Now, this may not be true at all when ion comes in. You know what I mean? This is McLuhan's pattern, 40 years ago. And he said the role of art is to be a protecting buffer between the conflict between the new second nature evolution of technology and the instinctive biological evolution in the brainstem. There's a gap. Humans are reacting to new environments without knowing what they're reacting to. They can't see it. Artifacts were invisible to the brainstem. And so then he quotes A.T. Simeon's Man's Presumptuous Brain, and who goes into the details of this. Of course, that person doesn't say art is the interface between the two. That's McLuhan's, genius innovation there. So McLuhan didn't think that serious art was a frivolity or a decoration. It had a perceptual role to translate the new back to the past. Compromise.
Yeah, because when I heard that, it stimulated... Yes.
No, okay, go on. It stimulated
a memory, because I remember asking Ion about the corpus callosum. And I asked them if it was enlarged, and they didn't respond. So then I asked, was it stimulated? And they said, yes.
Yeah.
So the ions are...
Go ahead. Ions are what?
Ions are interacting with ion, like what you say, just to throw words at them, is actually an effect on our corpus callosum, our whole perception of our interaction with them.
You're saying that the ions affecting the brain? Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Not just the corpus callosum. Might be affecting parts of your form that you don't know about, like the etheric form.
Yes. Yes.
So, Bert, you walk to work, drive to work, or bike to work?
I take a bus, and then I take a little tram or trolley. Yeah.
Right. So you mingle with people.
Yes.
Every day you go into the mass, and then you deal with people at work. Now, what am I going to say? What's my next sentence?
Am I noticing anything? Do I interact with them?
No. How many people live like me? I walk to the beach every day. Nobody to say hi to. Nobody interacts with other than walking by tourists on the walkway on the beach who are looking at their iPhones or spanking their kids or trying to get me to fuck them or something, There's very little interaction.
Yeah.
You have to, I like to marvel at the way I live. I know my beautiful home, and I walk a beautiful landscape, hardly anybody around, might have to dodge a golfer or two, then walk down the walkway and walk anonymously through to the beach, swim, and then come back. That is my environment. I don't get on a bus. I don't get on a subway. I don't get in a car. I hardly talk to anybody. Maybe say hi to the woman at the canteen. Now think of that. What's it like to live like that? With no cell phone. I'm walking around like a fucking homeless caveman, in relation to most people.
Yeah.
Yet I've got this most avant-garde situation. And, I'm walking with no clothes on and not many clothes, getting nice sun exposure. Got maybe some suntan lotion here and there, but walking in beautiful weather. Now, that's all I know, Bert, in my daily experience. So, am I missing out on something? What am I missing out? What am I enhancing? What am I retrieving? What am I obsolescing? You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Can you hear me? No, I'm.
Yes.
I am trying to reflect on that, and I don't think you're missing anything, but you're engaging yourself, your environment.
Right. That's my chemical body. Now, I spend considerable time reading emails and responding to statements. So I do have an active chip body. But people like to measure themselves in their chemical body life. And they have a lot of industrial interactions they've got that they're used to. Not a problem. But I just marvel on the limited level of my chemical body experience. It may not be limited. I may be flipping back and forth different worlds and all kinds of stuff that Ian would tell me I'm doing. But I don't have to show up to anybody. I don't have any obligations to anybody. Money flowing freely and easily to me constantly. It's actually, pretty. If I'm walking around like that with my awareness, my knowledge, I must be leading consciousness. I must be doing something. I can see where I'm a king walking around, living in a very privileged, secure, pampered environment. I don't have to cook anything. All I have to do is just notice what Carolyn's eating, notice what she doesn't eat, and grab that. Grab the leftovers. And then I have her to interact with. So the only person I'm working with is this beautiful person who's doing incredible things all over the place on her computer. That's who I get to interact with. It's pretty much Adam and Eve. It really is an Adam and Eve situation with these accoutrements from. If New York City was part of Babylon, we hear that, we learn that. New York City's been around for thousands of years. Then the fact I've got 20th century gadgets, 21st century things here is not minor, but doesn't matter what is in the outer kingdom. It is this lack of interaction with other beings, with interruptions. You know what I mean? And just with this other person.
Yes.
I think it's pretty... What?
No, it is. If you really look at it from how you just described it, it's the perfect scenario.
Yeah.
For someone to live and then to feel creative. I mean, because you are ahead of a lot of us because of what you've done, and it's manifested now. So now you're sitting on top of the world.
Yeah. And I am on the side of the tallest mountain in the world. I'm on the side of it.
That's right. Yeah.
Remember that.
So it's a real literally. You are on top of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I could go up and hang out at the top of the world, but I go down the side a bit and go only a little up towards the top of the world. But I'm on the structure, the environment that is one of the highest mountains in the planet. It's 500 feet or something higher than Mount Everest.
Wow, that's
and
I
don't have to put up with the... What?
They count that because part of it's still in the ocean, but they still count the height of it. Is that correct? That's how they... Yeah.
Yeah. It's one big mountain. It comes up from the bottom of the sea. It's 20,000 underwater and 10,000 above water.
Wow.
It's a perfect environment for beaming out ionic energies. Like there may be us interacting with ion all these years, so continuously. Who knows what has happened to me and Carolyn, interacting with non-physical like that in a pretty free-flowing situation. We're not having a session and then sending in $100. You know what I mean? There's no bureaucratic money involvement. So constantly talking to a Harry Potter situation where, God's sitting there. We're like, God, we have God in the Garden of Eden with us. If God spoke to Adam, we got God speaking to us, or something that's pretty close to what that could be. And what is we may have our being, which could include etheric forms, chakra forms, physical forms, chromosome, all the part that makes up my being, which would include parts I don't know. It may be so massaged by Ion. Ion has said that I've taken RNA drops for so long that my body's not like any other human being's. I got a mutated body. So we got that, and that can be, hearing that could get me ready for the idea that we have become huge, incredible forces on the planet. And that's why things gather around, like Roxy. We could say it's her own power. I'll give her that. But let's say the fact she's interacting with us and doing projects with us, like these videotapes, that means the emanation coming off of us is affecting her reality. And that's why she's getting all the synchronicity all the time.
Like the
because Ian says,
YouTube.
Yeah. And she's just following her own instinct. Okay, what Zappa talks about monsters. Let's look up these Japanese monster movies. Blah, blah, and then she ends up understanding Leonardo da Vinci. Now, Ian says that Sue Bone, Sky God Sue, controlled the fate of Air Canada. Sheila controlled the fate of this airplane strike back in April 2010. Sasha controlled Canada somehow. And maybe you control Europe or something. Rubbing up against Ion has added something to your being on the social level that you don't know about. But so when Ion says, Bob, you're the most powerful person on the planet, I can actually entertain that thought as a reality, only because I'm rubbing up against Ion, and I wouldn't know how it manifests in particulars, but why worry about it? It's being done. And living in this test tube perfect Adam and Eve environment, well, at least I like it. It's perfect for me. Other people might say, no, I like driving my car. I want to go speeding down the highway, So, okay, they do that. And that's part of the joy, and they wouldn't understand the limited experiences I'm having. But it could be that I'm walking around like a hollow ghost, and I've got all these other levels going on, so that's why I have to keep it simple. Simple interaction in the Garden of Eden level. But I am interacting with the data on the Internet, the chip body, like anybody else. I'll look at the Judge Report or look at this and that. People send me articles, look at YouTubes. One thing about preparing the music is really rekindled my awareness of music, my knowledge of music. I really learned a lot the last 3 years doing that. Really like that. Discovered a lot of neat music. So I can go over there, and it's like Kim. She just grabs a random show, clicks on the first hour, and enjoys the music. That's what I do. There's so much really great music.
Yes. It seems, I remember Ion, there's so much that they've outlined since they came back in 2014. But I remember them saying something about music, and they're always instances. But it seemed to me that when I listen to music, it's different now because I don't know. I don't recollect. I mean, before I used to be partial to certain types of music. Yes, maybe that's what it is. It's just like, wow. I mean,
I appreciated all kinds of music.
Yes. Actually, your whole track last week, I saved. I'm going to go back and listen to that. Last week was special for some reason. I don't know what, it was just so invigorating. It's so many moods in it that I actually saved it and want to go back, re-listen to it because it was just, I'm like, man, what is this with music? Because it's all types of music now that I can listen to. I mean, what you play is mainly what you play. It does something. And I remember when one of the interactions there's something about Ion being behind the music or something. I don't know what it is, but it's just my ears are better, maybe. I mean, maybe my whole.
Well, I am enjoying all kinds of music. I enjoy any kind of music. Doesn't matter what. It's almost like you're in a sort of a loving, accepting mood where you enjoy anything that's expressed to you. Doesn't matter what it is. And then the fact it's musical makes it even more fun, because music is generally often pretty pleasurable.
Yeah. And that's why I asked about that question and want to discuss with Roxana, because when I listen to Zappa's music, it seems that he really puts a lot more. I mean, I don't know what I'm very ignorant what I'm saying about notes and chords, because I don't know the difference. I mean, I music intimidated me, but anyway, it just seems that there's a lot more sound in his music than normal.
Way richer, way like you say, many more notes, many more sound bites crammed in there.
Yeah, and it goes back to like what I heard. And it's
go ahead.
No, it's just because it's something that George Duke said. He said that Frank put so much into. I mean, he could take because he made the same description that you said before. He takes what blew George Duke's mind is that Frank could take so many different types of sounds that you wouldn't think that would come together, and he could put them together, and somehow it would come out and sound beautiful. And he said that's always blew his mind, how he could take that. And then that struck me because there's really a richness in his sound that's why I wanted to ask Roxana, is that what does he do? I mean, he really mixes a lot more into it. I don't know what it is, but maybe she can, from her musical background, explain that to me.
Well, it's really curious. It's his multi-track studio. He's got the state-of-the-art studio, and he can layer things in there, to the extreme. But I like this statement. We played it last week. Let's see, where is it? Steve Vai is talking about Frank, and where is it? Still looking, just a second. Still looking. There it is. Listen to Steve Vai. I like this opening statement.
I think the definition of a genius is a person that's able to call into play this inspiration very simply and organically at any time they want. And I've seen Frank do this constantly. But then again, there's times where even, you're at your best. And at this particular event, which was Soundcheck, Zoodle Lords, Halloween, New York City Palladium, Frank just played the guitar like I've never seen anybody in my life.
Okay. That's a pretty good statement. A genius is a guy or a woman who can call on their abilities instantly and maybe get inspired or have a pattern. But I've seen Zappa be like a UFO in concert, like just unbelievable environment of music and sound. So I can imagine what Steve Vai witnessed at a sound check is almost like Zappa was possessed. And the rest, I'm just going to play like 20 seconds. Listen to this. This is a footage of him playing. It's not the recording of that sound check, but look at what's crammed in there, even though the YouTube's not perfect. Listen to this. It borders on madness. It's slightly cacophonous. You know what I mean? I don't even know how many instruments are playing there, but he's in the middle of it, roaring along. And if you don't mind that kind of sound, it's the richest, deepest, thickest, ecstatic expression going.
Was that a YouTube clip? Because that's what I heard last week, and I wanted to ask you.
I played that last week.
Yeah.
You want to know which particular clip that is?
Yes.
I think it's called Steve Vai on Zappa. And it has a headshot of himself, and then there's many minutes of him talking, and then he gets to that part, and then they show Frank playing, and it's at a different angle looking up at Frank, and he's just wailing. It's like Frank was expressing the wide open effect of iondom or ion spaces that was coming, and no musical rules applied. He just was possessed by the space. I mean, look, listen, what the hell's going on? And I tell you, when you see that live, in the 8th row, it's fucking unbelievable. Like, it's not even music. I don't know what it is. It's an intensity. He's actually communicating non-physical tones. The sound is only approximating what he's talking about, what he's trying to communicate. And he's got really good other musicians in there, keeping up with him as much as possible. But I can imagine every now and then he just goes way beyond human level, and that's what Steve I witnessed one day. So I've never seen anybody play. I don't know what, you'd probably say, I don't know what Frank was doing. It was probably multiple Franks playing. Multiple guys playing right there beside each other.
It's funny you say that, because when I heard that, because, I love the guitar, tried to play the guitar and heard a lot of leads, but then listening to Frank, it's almost like, normally you hear lead guitar, it's like accentuates what the band is playing, but in that clip there, he was leading the rest of the band. They were following him. Yeah. They were following him in that lead. But it sparks a memory of what I remember hearing George Duke, and it just blew my mind, is that first thing George said that Frank was very underrated. They underrated Frank as a guitar player, and he said he was so amazed how Frank could improvise that he asked him, how did he do it? And Frank told him he sees shapes. When he's improvising, he sees shapes coming together, squares, triangles, rectangles coming together, and he sees that, and he just plays based on what he sees, based on that. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to talk about.
Hey, you know what that is? If you imagine Tactility as the organ that's organizing the sensory data, and so all the sensory data is coming into the central organizer, scrutinizer, it would come, who knows what it would look like to that organ, but it would look like shapes, different patterns. And that reminds me another thing. This idea that the homeopathic is both the co-anesthetic and the synesthesic, that popular image of the fractal where a pattern happens and then it disperses into a bunch of other Baroque spirals. Then it comes back to the pattern. Then it disperses. The disperses would be the synesthetic, and the coming back would be the co-anesthetic, the reintegration. But the very popular fractal image, and it's not the fractal that Ian talks about in the angel diagram. That's a whole different thing. But the fractal imagery that's popularized is a good visualization of the tactile interplay of co-anesthesia and synesthesia, of unity and diversity. So I wanted to say that hours ago. But back to this thing, so seeing shapes is like what Tactility would do. To me, it would see shapes of frequencies of sound and touch and movement and vision would be flowing in, and something's got to organize it. Or maybe nothing that organizes it. It's already organized. I don't know.
No, that sparked something, because when the first time that you and Roxana talked was the first weekend of discussing Zappa. Roxana did some descriptions about a certain state of mind that a musician gets in to improvisation. And when I heard that, I thought about that, and I wanted to ask her some questions if she could repeat that, because that's amazing to just think, because each one of his, I mean, didn't you say a week ago or so that he never planned his lead, like what he did there, what you just played, he didn't practice that. That just came out.
No, right. He does not rehearse. And you know, this amazing guitar experience Steve I is talking about happened during a sound check. They come in the afternoon, check the instrument. Zappa's very particular, and they start playing, and then all of a sudden he gets possessed and he just goes wailing or whatever he did. It was not planned. I don't know who he's playing with or what the context was, but Frank does not rehearse. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Yes.
The band has to rehearse every day, 5 or 6 days a week or something, for weeks and months before the tour. And they have different guys lead the rehearsal. People have been there for the band longer. Then Frank will come in later in the day, halfway through the day, and then start giving new ideas, laying out. There's always every day was new things, and they have to change what they rehearsed all the night before. They could change it, do it differently the next night.
Yeah. It's
so you think of Frank walking around. What?
No, it's a musical genius. It's a musical genius.
Right. Now, he's walking around thinking music all the time and thinking whatever else goes into it. And he's radiating this power byproduct of it. That to me is imitating me walking around with the ionic effect, sending out the new song.
Yeah.
Now, Kyle posted something. What's he say? And this is in the Inquick. He says, if a young Elvis walked out on stage today, you would see an artist. The reason there are no artists is because there's no Elvis or Michael Jackson on earth right now. That's a ridiculous statement. Just a bunch of average talent being trying to be artists. Bullshit. It's all kinds. There's more artists than there ever were. There's so much innovation. I mean, I find songs every week. There's not a monoculture. Back then, I'm reading the history of rock and roll. It was a tiny little world. So if someone had some talent like Elvis, they could dominate easily. So, yeah, he was an artist of his time, but he would not be relevant to today. The artist of today is me. I'm the artist of today. I'm not, Warhol would get other people to make his art for him. Well, I'm created a fucking thing that creates whole worlds for my art. And I include Carol in that. So music is not that important to the younger people. They're in tactile interplay. Some of them might find music interesting, but in general, they've been tactilized. They're not in the ear anymore. So Kyle's terms are silly. Michael Jackson, that guy was a whack job or nothing. I mean, there's not any of his music that I would listen to. Elvis I'd listen to a little bit. But in one show here, there's all kinds of great songs that I heard today that I played for the first time that I will go back and listen to. I'm not going to go back and listen to Elvis. I'm going to listen to these different guys that I played that I never heard of before. There's so much incredible creativity that they're not changing the world like Elvis did, because that world that's been changed and dumped. People don't need to change the world. What world? Where is the world? Where are the boundaries of the world? Everybody, once they get their iPhone, is equally powerful in shaping whatever's happening on their YouTube, Facebook, social media contraption. We're living in a world of the most glorified interpersonal ESP that no civilization has ever had. Maybe we're not ascended, so maybe when the ascended continent had some pretty different kind of experiences, but for Little Man, this is the Little Man supernova. Little Man's doing pretty damn good of entertaining itself. And there's no dominant figures. There's no dominant figures. There's too many people contributing. Look, if we go... Listen to the beginnings of what we did today. Just the variety. Let's see. Start off, this guy's pretty good. I don't even know him. Vider Busk. Now, this guy goes into really wild guitar later, but I'm not going to wait till we get there.
Saw my baby there. I dreamed of heaven, saw my baby there. She had...
Look at that guy, Nathaniel Radulov. This is new kind of halting singing. Pretty neat.
Funky little boat television man is crazy.
I know what she's talking about. Frank's solos are both the melody, in brackets the story, and the atonal, the space. He's improving and therefore jazzing. Maybe she means he's improvising. He's improving, therefore jazzing. Then she says Frank is both showing up and leaving through improv. Dropping in, dropping out, freaking in, freaking out, the both and.
And I hear you saying that you don't feel like you have a good basic grasp on it. And I just, I've been really
that's
thinking
when I
about
was
it.
younger.
Well, I've been working on
to learn read music.
Okay. What was it?
It's when I was younger to read music.
And all of those, they line up to the A, B, C, D, or do, re, mi. Do's actually C. Just.
Okay, back to Sarah. I just wanted to check in case she was pressed for time. Okay, back to you, Sarah.
Well, that's about it. I just really wanted to, if anything, just reiterate that I have a lot of faith in you, Bert. I really do think that you understand it, maybe even from struggling to grasp it in your childhood. I think you have a better understanding than most people. And sometimes it's hard to show that if it's an innate understanding. Well, but I keep hearing Bert say that he wishes he could or that he wants to, and I feel like, honestly, Bert, I feel like you do. I just think it needs shown in a pattern that you already understand, that you didn't realize was musical. That's all.
Okay, so look at the variety I was just running through, Bert, and I'll keep an eye. Alyssa's trying to call in. I don't know why she has to make an effort. Maybe it's where she is or something. But listen to the next song. This is the variety here. So I think Bart, part of the effects of the RNA drops is being slightly stoned. You know, when you're stoned, you like anything pretty well. I think that's what's happening to me. I like anything. It's reasonable. I don't even know. It's not even that. These songs may be boring to everybody or stupid or something. I played a little more rockabilly than usual, but or jump music they called it. But everything is fucking good. Now, this is just a preamble. Next week, people, a new Bob. A new Bob next week. Get ready for it. If all goes well, it'll happen. What would be the date? December 19th. Bob is number 19, so very appropriate. December 19th. Get ready for a new Bob, a new expression of Dobbstown. Never been seen before. Get ready. Be excited all week long. Chat it up on Dukes. I can't wait. I can't sleep. New Bob showing up. Rebob, new Bob. This will make Elvis and Michael Jackson look like fucking pikers.
But, you know, it may be that you hear more, I mean, there's more sound that you hear. I mean, because I hear all the instruments. Or I can focus, sometimes I can go in and hear, like, maybe the drummer, but then you also hear the whole, it's just a different listening now for me.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to understand anything. It's just all pleasurable.
Maybe that's what it is.
What's there to understand here? I don't understand this good feeling I'm having. I like Nathaniel Rateliff, or whatever his name is.